Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Happy Tuesday. Good morning. Welcome on to Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean alongside Seth Payne. Appreciate you starting the morning with us. You can join the conversation throughout the next 4 hours, 713-572-4610, or in the YouTube and Twitch chats, of course. Seth, how we doing on this Tuesday?
I'm good. I'm a little put out,
yeah?
Frankly. A little put out that our visitors are still here. These visitors from around the world that previously loved us, that now they're just going to keep playing this tournament, this World Cup tournament, even though the U.S. isn't relevant any longer.
Right. It becomes a little awkward. It's like when you throw a party, but your guests, you don't want to, like, kick out the guests. Or let's say a couple. A husband and wife throwing a party, and the husband's had enough, or the wife, and they actually, like, go to the bedroom to go lay down and go to sleep, but the guests don't take the hint, and they're still hanging out the house, and you don't want to be too rude to kick them out. And you're like, the party's over. We're done. Why are you still here? Go home.
There's a bunch of people lingering about the Buc-ee's. Like, okay. They were all social media videos a few weeks ago. Like, oh, Buc-ee's is so big, I cannot believe it. And now they're just now they're fat like us, and they're they're lingering around the slushy machine. 3 weeks in America, and I am so fat,
yes.
and I have diabetes,
right?
And I do not know anymore.
Yeah, everyone was all excited. They were like, ooh, Taco Bell, all these different fast food places, which obviously are in other countries, but not as often, and they're a little different here. But yes, to your point, right, eat that for a few weeks and then see how you feel about that establishment or just about, just how you feel in general.
I feel this morning, honestly, I feel like I went on a fast food binge. Like back in the old days when I would hit a Whataburger and then, oh, look, there's a Taco Bell right next to the Whataburger. And hey, why not McDonald's for old time's sake? Let's just do it all. Let's do it big today. That's how, and then the next day you feel kind of sluggish and empty, and you hate yourself a little bit. That's how I feel right now after watching the World Cup and after watching the Astros. Really, let's call it what it is. After watching Mike Burrows for 3 innings, that's all he needed. Really was 3 innings out of Burrows to figure out where that was going last night.
Right, and that's part of my problem with Joe Espada, and I've defended Espada throughout his tenure. I like Joe Espada. I think many Astro fans are too unfair to him. But my issue with him, and a lot of baseball managers, I don't like that this is a thing in baseball, but they just keep running him out there within a game. I'm not even talking about, like, should Burrows still be getting starts. Once he's out there last night and he coughs up a 6-1 lead out there in the 5th inning and not get anybody up in the bullpen until the Nationals already took the lead, and I think the bases were loaded too by the time they pulled him. You shouldn't leave a guy in long enough to allow 10 runs, and too often managers, like Espada last night, do it because we got to get some innings, and it's a long season. We don't want to burn out the bullpen. But I think, especially for the Astros, you're not in a place right now where you can, like, mess around with games. You got to try to win these games. And the fact that we can leave in a guy to give up 10 runs to me, especially Mike Burrows, who we've seen it before, is unacceptable.
Mike Burrows, for what it's worth, like, I don't know for what it's worth. He's an innings eater. I think that's what Espada. He can't divorce himself from even after Burrow's horrendous performances. Sometimes they'll say, well, he gave us 6 innings. Like, right, he gave you 6 innings and allowed in a 9 ERA clip on any given night. So I've tried to give Espada a little bit of a break when it comes to the way he manages starting pitching, because he's had too many guys like Burrows to have to deal with, but then B, he's had to balance the demands on the relief staff. And there's just, if you start looking 2 and 3 days out, it can get hairy real quick. I mean, at some point you just gotta hope that one of your starting pitchers doesn't have the second worst ERA in all of baseball. And yet there you are with but his expected ERA. This is what annoyed me last night is Burrows citing bad luck. This is a quote. I'm in the zone. I'm not afraid to make those guys swing. You get beat a couple times a game. If it's right at someone, then it's going to be a great start. If it finds a way away from them, or a fence, that's when some runs come. You can't be perfect. Your expected ERA is 4.64. It's just you're not. No, you're like this, just because you've had a little bad luck, especially early in the season, it doesn't diminish the fact that you have not been pitching well. I don't mind pitchers citing bad luck at times just because they got to keep their brains right. They can't totally just feel like they suck, and yet there seems to be some need to depend on or lean on the analytics with Mike Burrows when anybody can see with their damn eyes. Oh no, you had a little bit of bad luck. Yeah, only 7 of those runs were chalked up to you. Okay, you got to break on 3 of those runs that scored. No, you're not citing bad luck by any stretch of luck or by the traditional stats or anything. You're a horrible pitcher this year. And Dana Brown traded young prospects who just haven't done anything yet, but still, it's endemic to so many of the lackluster additions they made in the last couple of years.
Yeah, it is. And it's hard to cite bad luck. I get it over a small sample size, but, it's like Parcells would say, you create your own luck. When we're talking half a season in, now beyond half the mid, we're beyond the midway point, and you have the second worst ERA in the American League, it's hard to say. A really unlucky 3 months. That's too large of a sample size to fall back on luck. And to your point, he's second in ERA amongst qualified pitchers. And Ime, who pitches tonight, he hasn't thrown enough innings, but he has an even higher ERA. So that's where I struggle to fully buy in, where 40% of your starting rotation, statistically, they're 2 of the 3 worst starters that teams are running out there in the American League right now, and they're still getting starts.
And you go up against a team like the Nationals, a 500 baseball team, but they've got one of the best offenses in baseball. And if we talked yesterday, and I've talked a bunch of times about how, man, just like you had in the previous couple seasons when the Astros made a push into playoff contention, like real bona fide playoff contention, you've got a win streak somewhere along the way. Or you have a stretch where you win 10 out of 12 games or what have you. And even though they won a bunch of series in a row, I mean, that one real big push, it's hard to envision when you've got guys like Burrows and Ime that are just going to throw a wrench into any kind of streak or a run you can get on.
Right. People are going to say, in the playoffs, you're not going to need them. They're not going to start. But we got to get to the playoffs. Yeah. But we got to get to the playoffs first, right? And then we can dump those guys and only worry about 3 starters.
Well, go if you have a 4-man rotation in the playoffs, though, that's the problem. One of them is still going to be Burrows or Ime at this point, depending on what happens with Javier and how they decide to use him. I mean, I don't know how many more Burrows starts where they start really thinking, okay, yep, it's time for Javier to stretch out into a starter. I mean, maybe it starts after last night.
Right, I know. And for those, by the way, I sort of buried the lead, so to speak. I mean, Burrows is the lead. But if you're just waking up with us, the Astros lost the opener last night. 12-11 was the final. They were up 6-1 and then allowed 11 unanswered runs to the Nationals. Tried to fight back. But went 1-2-3 in the 9th inning, lose by 1, and now they're 45-48. So, kind of 2 steps forward, 1 step back, as we were just saying, because of this rotation. Burrows now leads the league in losses. He leads the league in earned runs allowed. He is 3rd in most homers allowed. And one of the guys in front of him pitches at a minor league stadium for the A's, so that's with an asterisk.
It's going to be tough for him to climb up. That's,
He's trying. He's trying his hardest.
The Astros have any games left in Oakland or in Sacramento?
Yeah, we'll see if Burrows has to start out there. So I tried to do some research and find what was the last playoff team that had 2 starting pitchers, both with ERAs over 6. And my qualifier was 15 or more starts, so that they actually were pitching for a majority of the season.
Yeah.
I only found one team in the history of the wild card era, which goes back to, I believe, 94. So the last, 32 years. I found one team that actually made the playoffs with 2 starting pitchers having ERAs over 6. And funny enough, it was actually a team that won the World Series, the 2006 Cardinals.
Oh.
Remind me of the Astros in the sense of they only had 83 wins that year, so they were hardly over 500. They were in what statistically or historically was the worst National League of all time. 2006, the National League had the lowest winning percentage. This year, the American League has the lowest winning percentage in the history of the American League. it might only take 83 wins for the Astros to get to the playoffs.
Yeah.
And somehow the Cardinals still found a way to win a World Series that year. By the way, their scouting director at that time, Jeff Luhnow.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
But here's the thing for the Cardinals. It's amazing that they won the World Series that year. I don't remember this being the case, but they had 4 different starting pitchers with ERAs over 5. I don't know how they won the World Series. Obviously with a great offense, with Albert Pujols. But the thing with the Cardinals was that they actually made some changes. Mark Mulder had an ERA of 7. He only made 17 starts. Jeff Weaver had an ERA over 5, only made 15 starts, so on and so forth. But when you look at this now, like Burrows, we're approaching 20 starts. So it begs the question, like, when are the Astros going to make those changes to try to save their season, sort of like the 2006 Cardinals did?
They one of the trades they had made that year was for Jorge Sosa, the pitcher, and he ended up with it's not like he was a revelation for the Cardinals or anything. He had a 5.28 ERA with the Cardinals that year. So I was impressed when I saw that you cited the 2006 Cardinals. I thought that you just pulled that off the top of your dome, like, oh, that was this reminds me of the 2006 Cardinals. That's the first thing that popped into my brain.
Yes.
I think again the peril of saying the same thing over and over again. I mean, last year I was one of those dopes that was saying, hey, your deadline acquisitions are the guys you have coming back from the IL.
Yeah.
Don't you guys realize how glorious it'll be when all these guys come back from the IL? And now I can't say that for the second year in a row, especially when it's, okay, we'll see exactly how they end up using Javier. Javier's back, but he's in the bullpen, and we'll see. Lance McCullers, great. I have no idea even how to address whether to get excited or intrigued by Lance McCullers' return to Major League action. Blanco and Wisniewski are the other two guys that they'll come back, and then I feel like the entire second half of the season becomes like an extended spring training where you're trying to figure out exactly what you can get out of Blanco, what you can get out of Wisniewski. And there's not that much time by the time they get up there to really just ramp them up and know what you have with them.
Yeah, it's and that's why, look, I get the reports that the Astros are in on all these starting pitchers, Sonny Gray, Skubal. I just don't think they have the pieces to bring in. They might be able to bring in somebody, but not the big fish of the trade deadline this year.
Yeah.
So
I think it honestly, and we talked about this yesterday, so much of it is for them to be a team that really scares people, it's going to have to be with Pena and Christian Walker really being in their best element in the second half of the season. I mean, Christian Walker leads off and doubled at the beginning of last night's game, and you saw they had the output. They scored the runs. Which is funny because they haven't really given Burrows a whole lot of run support. And you can see why. Why bother? It doesn't matter. It doesn't mean you can score double-digit runs and he's not going to get a win.
You're right. That's deflating. You build a 6-1 lead, you score 11 runs on the road, and you don't even win the game.
I would say that's where if I'm a batter for that team, I'm like, I'm skipping the amphetamines tonight. Burrow's up there. No, I don't need any of my truck stop meth to try to win a game here with this guy out on the mound.
Yeah, that's right.
That's why they don't get any run support.
And the funny thing, too, about the Astros is it was the back of their batting order, too, that did the most of the damage, where you had Bryce Matthews and Shoemake and Yiner had a homer and Cam Smith had a good night. It was the second half of the guys. And I said yesterday, the Nationals, one of the best lineups, terrible pitching staff, maybe the worst bullpen in baseball. They almost coughed up that game last night. So you're going to get opportunities as hitters for the Astros, but man, you have Burrows and tonight Ime. We'll see.
Ime. That's what. No, we got He's been awesome, except for the times when he's really, really, really bad. He's the most bipolar of guys right now, and we've been so tantalized by his undefinable slider that I have to believe and hope that he's just going to figure out exactly how to rein it in, be appropriately aggressive, and that somehow we'll be talking about Imai with a little bit more stability or confidence over the course of the next. That's a huge wild. That's the other one. I think a realistic wild card on the offensive side, I would say Paredes and Walker, and then a realistic wild card defensively would be that Imai. We see it. We know what he's capable of, It's just a matter of just really nailing it in, and maybe that ends up being one of the big stories of the second half.
You got to have one of those guys. You can't. Well, maybe you can. The 2006 Cardinals probably did it, but they're the only example. That's the outlier. You typically can't be a playoff team when you have two of the three worst starting pitchers in the league in your rotation. So one of those guys needs to step up.
How'd you filter for all that? How'd you go through and figure all that out?
I just used AI.
Did you? Yeah, it's a good way to get you the head start and go down the.
There is a way. Like if you have Baseball Reference Stat Head, I think it's called. You can.
Stat Head is
I would have filtered. What I filtered on AI was two pitchers, a playoff team, two pitchers with ERAs over 6, and both with 15-plus starts.
Yeah.
I think StatHead, I think you have to pay for that. I don't know.
You do.
Okay. So I love stats. I love baseball, but I'm not paying for like a stat service, so I don't pay for it.
You pay for StatHead, and you get a lot of value for your dollar, but the problem is you cannot calculate how much time you lost in productivity when you realize, like, oh, I've been on StatHead for 4 hours looking at the dumbest, most arcane thing, pitchers whose names ended in vowels that were born before 1970. You can do whatever the hell you want, but it's a time suck.
Yeah, I get it. That's part of the reason why I don't want to entrap myself. And
if you put chat into thinking mode, into deep thinking mode, then it tends to be pretty accurate with a lot of statistical stuff. I get into my most trouble just when I simply think I'm going to go old school and Google something, but then Gemini spits out its AI answer, and it's just horrendous. Like, Google has turned into a nightmare. It'll tell you the dumbest crap that ever was. It's just so easily that sometimes you know it off the top of your head. Sometimes you're like, that doesn't look right. And you do a little minimal fact check, and it's ridiculously wrong.
I know it.
I guess that's how they're trying to force us into the paid AI. They make the free stuff. But that's not how freemium's supposed to work. Freemium's supposed to be pretty good, and then you pay for we're going to have the slam dunk. I'll pay for premium. But with Gemini, it sucks. It's awful.
I pay for Claude.
Ooh.
Yeah.
What are you, a programmer?
Yeah, a little bit. So that's what I do. I pay for Claude, but I really only use Claude Code, and then I use still my free Chat GPT to do my research.
Yeah.
And that's the one where I do catch. It's my stubbornness, I guess. I should just use Claude. I'm paying for it, but Chat GPT seems more like a better research engine to me.
What do you code?
I don't code. I just use it. I use Claude Code to really do anything on my computer.
Okay.
It has access to, it's kind of scary, but it has access to everything, like all the files and everything. It can send emails for me.
Yeah.
And then I use another app called, I think it's called Ghost Whisperer, where you could just talk to it and just say, email to Joe Smith telling him I'm going to be late to lunch today, whatever it is, and he'll just go and do it. So
and it'll do that, and it can access your texting and everything.
I've given it. I might regret it, but I've given it access to my email.
Screw it. We're all going to die someday. So what is it in a gulag somewhere? Perhaps run by computer overlords, probably, but still. Okay, so. So Claude can basically act like a personal assistant.
Exactly. That's what I'm using. Just using it for efficiency to really help me with anything. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought I was going to learn programming for a little bit. I spent about 3 hours, and then I quit when I just couldn't figure out the most basic of things. I'm going to have to go to, I might have to take either like an in-person class with somebody on to learn how to code. I didn't know how to copy and paste the code to make it actually work.
Oh, I gotcha.
That's the level of boomerism we're dealing with. So, I know how to copy and paste, obviously, but to actually get it to do anything, it's completely lost. I need a Gen Z to come in and help me with this stuff.
That part I can do, but I can't create. I have somebody create the things for me that I want Claude to do, and then I just do the copy and pasting, and then I have it set up to automate things for me or just expedite things. So I'm not quite there. But it's just like when I tell people I live in Westview, it's just like projecting something that I'm not. I'm a Claude coder over here, but really I have somebody else doing it.
Yeah, I'm going to start calling you a startup founder. That's all you have to say. Get yourself a little LLC, and we'll make you see. EO, come up with
Now we're
something
talking.
to bilk people out of millions of dollars.
Yeah, perfect. That's why I like sitting in with you in these mornings.
Talk about potentialities and such.
Yeah, we're up and running. Hey, Baseball Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. We'll continue to talk about the Astros all morning, of course. But coming up, more Kevin Durant trade rumors. We got to talk about that next here. Payne and Pendergast.
Sports Radio 610 listeners. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Well, another offseason and more Kevin Durant trade rumors. Plus, I was also thinking, in light of the Jaylen Brown trade, has Durant removed all flexibility for the Rockets at this point anyways? We'll get into that here on Payne and Pendergast in just a moment. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean alongside Seth Payne. You can always text the show 713-572-4610. Get to us in the YouTube and Twitch chats as well. Seth, there's in the NBA, I got to be honest, first off, I mean, this is like an old man yelling at the clouds, but it does annoy me in the NBA with like all of the... I think LeBron obviously loves being in the headlines. I don't know if Durant loves being in the headlines necessarily, but he loves, like, he just doesn't get enough of this idea. He's always seems to find himself in these rumors of like, hey, I want to go to that team. I want to go to that team. Like, you know, almost like the Stephen Stills song from like the 70s. Like, love the one you're with. I get annoyed with the years always in the news about trying to move around. You just got to one place. You want to go to the next team a year later.
Nomadic. Just kind of just never have. Just be where your feet are, man. Yeah. That's what all the super young athletes are telling me these days. That's what you can tell. It's filtered into the self-help section of Borders and whatnot. Because that's where all the kids shop, is at Borders.
Yes,
and but yeah, I keep hearing consistently, I just got to be where my feet are. And yet Durant refuses to let his feet stand in any one spot for more than a couple years.
Yeah, him, and I know LeBron was just in L.A. for like 8 years, but it's the drama every year with LeBron. By the way, when's the last time you actually went to a bookstore?
For anything other than coffee, it's been a while, actually.
Right.
I would say over 5 years or so.
Yeah, I think even longer for me. I
feel bad about that. Can I count like one of those little antique stores in a resort town that also has some books in there? Like a little eclectic kind of. Yeah. It's got a book section. It's got a souvenir section. You could buy an armoire if you want. Yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, I'm with you. So Durant. So this is taken off here in the last 24 hours. Brett Siegel had the report. He used to cover like the Nets. I think he was in with the Brooklyn Nets, covering the Brooklyn Nets when Durant was there. He now works for Clutch Points. I've actually worked with Brett before, and he had this report that Kevin Durant, take this for what you will, but Kevin Durant has interest in playing along with Cunningham on the Detroit Pistons. So interest, yes, and then. Maybe just by coincidence, and Seth, you can look it up because I honestly don't know what it is, but Durant posted a photo on Instagram yesterday of him in a Detroit hat. I think it's a Detroit Tigers hat, but there's also like these additional letters. I don't know if it's a spin on the Detroit Tigers hat. I'm
like
not hip enough to
some
know.
Sort or something, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. But it looks like a Tigers hat. So then everybody, the Rockets fans or the Durant fans, were kind of up in arms yesterday. Like, wait a minute. First we get this report. Now is Durant either toying with us or leaning into this? There's a photo of it. Maybe it's just a coincidence. We got a photo of him in a Detroit hat, it seems. And then other folks dug up this audio from about 7 months ago from the boardroom. This is Durant talking to Pistons star Cade Cunningham about Detroit.
I'm like, it's final three. It's Cleveland, Houston, and Detroit. I'm like, don't let me go to Cleveland.
I mean, Cleveland and Detroit, I mean, what's the difference?
I don't know if it was the red and blue. I don't know if it was the hit like Isaiah Thomas.
Yeah, they got a lot of nice
history for it.
Yeah.
I was a big Bron fan growing up, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But I'm not trying to go to Cleveland. Bro.
Yeah.
And then it's Houston. I'm from Arlington, Houston, 4 hours down the road. Mm-hmm. But back in my head, I'm like, that might get tricky, you know?
Yeah, I feel
I kind of wanted to. People don't want to go to Stillwater. People want to go to Houston.
You're right.
You know what I'm saying?
You're right.
It was just different, like Houston.
Yeah.
And something about me was just like, you know?
Yeah. It's good to go get away, lock in, focus on the game, and
I wouldn't have been mad, but
yeah, obviously
I was so happy to go to Detroit, bro. And everybody was kind of like, "Why are you?" You know.
Mm-hmm. I love Detroit for the simple fact that it's a hard-working city for one. The people there really grind. It's a lot of self-made people there.
Sure,
and then the Detroit Pistons brand from back in the bad boy days, even the 04 Pistons. I feel like you are the type of player to kind of, bring that back together. I know it was a rough first few years with losing streak, different coaches, different front office. But I feel like now y'all kind of solidified.
You know what I take offense to?
What?
It's a hard-working city. I hate it when I hear people say that about a city. Like, okay, all right, just tell me the cities that aren't hardworking in America. Like, once you get outside of Florida, you're pretty much, they're all the same. There's lots of hardworking people everywhere. It's a hardworking city. All right, cool, great. That's where people really feel most aligned with multimillionaire athletes, is where people are hardworking. Unlike those other cities where people aren't hardworking, this city, hardworking people. Let go of it, all right? It's like you had some automobile plants back in the day, and somehow that puts the stamp on you as like, oh yeah, we're the hardest working city.
That's what I was going to say. Do you think people, when they just mean like it's a blue collar city?
I think that's what they think they mean. Yeah, I don't know. I think some cities just get away with saying we're a hardworking city. But don't you dare come for me before get my union foreman on the line. They tried to come make me take my 30-minute break 2 minutes too early. Yeah.
Which city would you say is the least hardworking?
Orlando.
You knew that one right away.
I'd say Orlando, possibly Tampa.
Oh, yeah.
Miami, there's a lot more hustle and grind than people realize.
Yeah,
but I would say that whole central, just by virtue of Tampa calling themselves South Florida, even though they're dead smack in the middle of the state latitudinally, they're frauds over there in Tampa.
That's true. That's a good one too.
When was this?
So that conversation with Cade Cunningham was mid-season this year. It was, I think either December or January, I believe.
Yeah, I think with Durant, it's one of those things where it's always open to discussion. I don't. When the Rockets got him, I think that any notion of like, oh yeah, he's going to finish his career here or anything like that. Nobody was even bothering talking about anything like that. It's going to be a year by year, whatever scenarios might evolve. I think there's always a potential for it. It's just always easier said than done also. You look at some of the things the Celtics have had to do basically to just write, and the Brown trade seems to have been mostly about just the fact that they've just got all this salary on the books that they've got to clear out if they want to genuinely have a deep team. Their hand was forced with that.
Exactly. That's my thing. I think, look, the Jaylen Brown trade, I don't think it's a great return for the Celtics, but to your point, it gives them flexibility. They went out and they signed Mitchell Robinson right away, who, he's not a star, but he's a big guy that's going to help you. He was just on the Knicks, who won a championship. And they still have... You bring in Paul George, who, even though he's making a lot of money, they still have, I think, like $20 million left this offseason to spend. So you can add a few other pieces, too, where the Rockets, it feels like our hands are tied. There's not really a big move to make because Durant is still that big move.
The big thing with the Celtics was they still have $190 million left on Jason Tatum's deal. Yeah. I think that you can never rule anything out with Durant, but just to say that there's interest or that, he could envision himself playing somewhere else, I don't think that. With him, it's weird. I feel like it's most possible with him, but I also read the least into anything he's saying because I don't think I don't think it necessarily means as much. He's not going to be as careful about throwing something out there because he's just having these conversations in whichever state of mind he's in at the time.
By the way, thank you for the clarification on the text line. 713 says it's not a Detroit hat. It's Durant's brand. Drip sold separately. So the D is that like Old English, whatever that logo is, the Tigers, that like cursive D.
Yeah.
It looks similar to the Detroit logo, the Tigers logo, but it's a D for drip, and then That's where I was saying there's these S's on there on the hat, so that's sold separately.
And the S's, I mean, it looks a little bit like the Nazi SS insignia, which I don't know who advised them on that. I guess doesn't carry as much automatic stigma as it used to. Like somewhere along the way, you might be like, "Hey, that looks a little bit like the SS logo," and I was like, "Oh yeah, but it's not." So what are you going to do?
Yeah, it looks like a Detroit fan just adding it to their hat. So, anyways, appreciate the clarification, but that became a thing yesterday where we get this report, then people dig up the audio at Cade Cunningham, and it's like, oh, look at his Instagram. He just posted a photo of him in a Detroit hat. Maybe he chose that style of D for a reason. I don't know.
It's not. Nobody freak out. It's not a Detroit Tigers hat. It is a Durant SS hat. That's you don't have to. So nothing to see here. That's all.
Not with the hat at least.
Yeah.
But yeah. So the Jaylen Brown trade seemed crazy, or like when you see the return, or you think like this guy is an MVP. Why would they trade him away? So the Durant trade might seem crazy for some Rockets fans. Like he was our best player last year. Why did we get rid of him? But that was the connection that I was trying to make was like, well, the Celtics, obviously it didn't seem like Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum were going to work together anymore. They don't seem to like each other. But the Celtics also figured, hey, we can get this guy off the books, bring in a few. And in today's day, we've had 8 different champs in 8 years with the new CBA. It's about parity and turnover. We've saw the Knicks just won a championship where Jalen Brunson took less money so they could bring in other guys and didn't have the necessarily like the big stars like a Durant or a Jaylen Brown Tatum combination. And so I just think today more than ever that flexibility is important in the NBA. And when we talk about the Rockets being unable to do, like, why aren't they doing anything this offseason? They don't really have the finances to be able to pull it off.
Optionality is the word that GMs like to use. They like to have optionality.
There you go.
And they don't have the optionality right this moment.
No, they don't. Now, you move Durant, you might have that. I don't know if it's realistic. I don't know if it would ever happen. But we did at least get a report that Durant is interested in playing. Although, the interested stuff's always, it's like, you ask your buddy, he'd be interested in dating Sofia Vergara, but it doesn't mean it's going to happen or that he has any chance of it occurring.
Yeah,
so.
that's part of growing old, is you realize there's many things you're interested in.
Right.
You can't pursue all of them. Has interest in playing for the it feels so much like one of those manufactured reports of where a guy heard from a guy who talked to Durant who said that, yeah, sure, that'd be cool. They're like, oh, expressed interest, did he? Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Somebody on the text line said, was Durant on that audio? He was the second voice talking with Cade Cunningham from the Boardroom podcast earlier this year. Coming up, time for headlines. We'll get you caught up on everything going on, including USA. We're done in the World Cup. The national team, really in embarrassing fashion. We'll talk about it next. Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, you guys know, you listen to sports, so there
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
Let's get you caught up on everything going on here on Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean alongside Seth Payne. You can always text the show 713-572-4610 or get to us in the YouTube and Twitch chats as well. Astros lost the opener in D.C. last night to the Nationals 12-11. Old school shootout. They were up 6-1 and then allowed 11 unanswered runs. And Mike Burrows, congratulations. You became the, at least a pitcher that was part of the 25th time. I don't know if it's the 25th different pitcher, but 25th time in Astros history where a pitcher has allowed at least 10 runs in a game.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. He already you recited it earlier, how close he is to the league lead in so many things like home runs allowed and such, and leading it in a bad way, but also being just the 25th time in Astros history to be charged with 10 runs. Only 7 earned, but 10 charged. Good for you.
Yeah.
That's but bad luck, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. We're going to cite bad luck afterwards. Yeah, when you know what? When you let up that much hard contact, when half the hits you allow are hard contact hits, there's going to be some bad luck involved. It's amazing how unlucky I get the worse I actually perform.
It's true.
Yeah.
That's a good point. Yeah, he's allowed the third most homers in the league, but as I said earlier, league leader is a pitcher on the A's, pitching in that minor league ballpark, so, that doesn't really count. And then he has the most losses in the league now. He has allowed the most earned runs in the league, and he has the second worst ERA amongst pitchers who qualify. So
it's an impressive resume as of right now. Just got to wait and see things balance out, right? His whenever people want to cite luck or anything, he's still a bad pitcher by expected ERA. He's at a 4.6 ERA or so. He eats innings up, but he just does it poorly. I feel like you might as well throw Jake Myers out there. Call Jake Myers back up to pitch and let him eat innings.
Someone on the text line said, I don't blame Burrows anymore. I blame Espada. Almost like, if you put a young kid behind the wheel and they crash the car, you have to blame the parent. It's hard to blame the kid.
Right.
It's almost like that case of hey, you keep running him out there. What do you expect?
Yeah, to his credit, he keeps going out there and is working on his arm slotting and all this other stuff that's supposed to be the culprit. But it's really it's a lot easier for him to get amped up or intrigued by Imai's possibilities. Because you see that it's there, and that also he has whatever excuses or explanations you want to make for him in adjusting to American baseball. But I'm not feeling all that awesome about him either.
No.
We'll talk tomorrow morning about Imai and see if he makes it out of the second inning tonight.
Yeah, we'll see how he does. Which reminds me of this other text that came in where somebody says, "When do we start calling for Dana Brown's job and blame him for the job doing it fun?" So I don't know about everybody else. I thought we were already on that train. And last night, we'll see about Ime tonight, but those are the latest examples. Loperfido is in AAA right now, so these are just the latest examples of things that, at least to this point, haven't worked out yet for Dana Brown.
And as somebody pointed out to us on the show afterwards yesterday, at the time when the Astros were playing the Blue Jays, Sanchez, who they traded for Loperfido, had a better season, but then he's plummeted since then apparently. So they cleared salary by trading Sanchez for Loperfido. You could argue that just the thought that Sanchez was going to do anything for you last year when you brought him in was the original sin in all of that. So I can't really give Dana Brown credit for clearing salary that he had added to the roster originally with a bad pickup. That's the whole Sanchez Loperfido fiasco is. There's nothing in it that tells me, oh yeah, Dana Brown definitely knows what he's doing.
I won't give the Astros credit for saving $6 million because I've always said they should not be operating like a team that needs to save $6 million like you're the Tampa Bay Rays or whoever, the Milwaukee Brewers. And also, if you are going to save that money, quote unquote, save it, like reinvest it. And I don't think they've done that to this point. But yeah, it depends. It's choose your stat. Jesus Sanchez right now is a negative WAR, but his OPS is 753, and his OPS plus is 104. So I think at least
provides
offensively,
something for you at the plate.
Right, at least offensively, he's having an above-average year compared to Loperfido, who's in AAA right now. So the Astros lose last night, 12-11, 5-4-5 first pitch against the Nationals once again. Hey, U.S., we got knocked out. Our World Cup run is over. I was reminded of Rob Schneider in The Waterboy, like, oh, no, we suck again, because the U.S. lost 4-1 to Belgium last night, and it wasn't even as close as that score would indicate. I'm not a huge soccer guy, but boy, was that an embarrassing performance for the U.S. Honestly, I thought my armchair quarterback sitting on the couch watching the game, and again, not a big soccer guy, just looked like the moment was too big. They allowed one of the most embarrassing goals I've ever seen. They played lousy.
I know very little about Christian Pulisic, other than that when I watch him, and especially last night, he looks like the embodiment and the stereotype of soccer players in America. We're like, oh, what's this kid? His dad own a car dealership or something? Looks like he's just out there doing it, whatever. Probably smells like cologne by the end of the match still. He's not doing it for me. He's pulling a James Harden in this thing, just turning the ball over in the playoffs at critical moments. And I just it's really, really hard for me to feel good about any of that.
I'm with you. Look, these, again, average soccer guy, but I've heard so much about his name. I've heard so much about him, and I watch the World Cup, and I see other countries' stars are doing their part and having big performances. And then when I watch or pay attention to the U.S., I don't hear a whole lot. I know he dealt with some injury stuff earlier, but if you're out there, you should be good enough. And it was just it seemed like a very underwhelming entire tournament for this supposed, like, Captain America, as they call him, and this star.
Yeah.
I didn't see it, so I don't know. I don't know what all the buzz is about. I'm not a big soccer guy with what we saw the last few weeks.
I mean, we're going on, World Cup after World Cup after World Cup of getting eliminated in the round of 16. Soccer has surged in popularity over the past few decades, ever since the World Cup in the 90s especially. And yet, I mean, there's always this feeling of, man, you're going up against these tiny countries whose kids have been playing soccer in their living rooms, on the streets, at school. Like, every chance they get, they're born with basically a soccer attached to their foot, a soccer ball attached to their foot. And that when you throw a bunch of Americans together for a short period of time, it's hard to have that same kind of chemistry and innate feel for the game. Yeah. Especially when it's like little fancy lads like Pulisic out there just lazing around, happy to but now my ankles hurt. It's from Hershey, PA. That pisses me off in its own right.
Soft chocolate. That's a chocolate candy town. They're soft over there.
Yeah, Hershey's bar is barely chocolate.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true. It's barely chocolate. It's like the minimum level of actual cocoa allowed to call it chocolate.
And look, I love peanut M&Ms, but I also love regular M&Ms. You have a problem when your product upgrades by adding, like, nuts to it when it's supposed to be a chocolate, like a chocolatey dessert. That might be a hot take, but I think the Hershey with almonds is better because the normal Hershey's is just so underwhelming. By the way, the World Cup run is over. I did love this headline that the loudest cheer last night was when shown on the video board chugging a beer.
Yeah, in the second half, especially after the crowd went silent, and Eddie Vedder chugged a beer in the second half, and Lumen Field went nuts.
That's right.
So good for you, Seattle.
That's my guy. And lastly, here, it's like headlines. We need some headlines. Let me go look at ESPN to see what's going on in the world. Oh, okay. Chris Johnson has ALS. Calais Campbell's mother was killed with the brother being charged. Terrion Arnold clears waivers while awaiting like a trial or something?
Charges or trial or whatever the next step in the process was.
Yeah. Former Titans scout found guilty of murder. Oh, okay. Things seem to be great in the NFL this summer.
Travis Kelce married Taylor Swift.
Ooh.
And apparently they'd already been married, at least according to some reports. This was just a ceremony for ceremony's sake. And then still, this was still in the headlines as of 4 a.m. this morning. Brendan Sorsby not suing the NFL. That's still in the headlines. Does that not feel like it was months ago that we found that Brendan Sorsby wasn't suing the NFL?
Right.
It was actually like 5 days ago. But it's those are your NFL headlines right now.
Yeah, we need training camp to come back. That's what somebody said. In other countries, when they get eliminated from the World Cup, they think like, oh no, our lives are over. In the U.S., we say, training camp's right around the corner. So,
this was a pleasant diversion for a little while.
Yeah, exactly.
Everybody be nice to the World Cup visitors while there's still an event going on.
That's right. Speaking of events going, like Sorsby has nothing going on. I don't know if this is the best thing for him. He can't play football for the next year, and he supposedly has a gambling addiction. I don't know if that's ideal for him to now just distractions and try to lay off DraftKings and FanDuel.
That's a really good, you know what? And we'll play some audio later of Jason McCourty talking about Brandon Ayuk. And he makes a really good point about basically, man, Ayuk, it seems like the last guy that needs to be just sitting around with idle time on his hands.
Right, exactly, just like Sorsby. Those are your headlines here on this Tuesday. Coming up, is C.J. Stroud just simply still too young? We'll talk about that next. It's Payne and Pendergast.
I love being right in the backyard of great companies.
Houston on Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Is C.J. Stroud just simply still too young? It's Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow, in for Sean, alongside Seth Payne. You can always join the conversation, 713-572-4610, or get to us in the YouTube and Twitch chats. By the way, Seth, we were talking yesterday about that Taylor Swift-Travis Kelce wedding, and we were wondering, do we know anybody that was there?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you saw. I saw the photo I think it was last night. Ross Tucker posted a photo of him and his wife. Supposedly, Ross Tucker was at the wedding.
Ross Tucker was at the Travis Kelce. Oh my God! You know what? He's a big Swiftie.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was one of the most. He got a lot. He posted once emphatically that Taylor Swift was. I know it was like a better pop artist than Michael Jackson or something crazy that was going to elicit a huge response. And he got millions of views on that one. It's like 99% negative. But yeah, I think he's relatively a Swiftie, at least by middle-aged man standards.
Yeah, so it's funny. He got the invite, so we know somebody that was there. Might have to get the dirt. And by the way, I love Ross. Great guy. He joins you guys each week during the football season. I think he's really good at what he does, all that sort of stuff. But if you go and look at the photo online, he's doing the classic black suit with sneakers look.
Yeah.
I got to be honest. I don't know where you are, Seth. I think it's a terrible look for anybody. Not just I'm not singling out Ross Tucker.
It's got they're looks like they're black and white Jordans at least.
Yeah, at least they're Jordans. They're not like Skechers. But I think the sneakers with the suit look is terrible. I think when Jay Billis does it, I think when Ernie Johnson does it, I think it looks terrible. And I think they also just kind of look like corny or trying to be hip. I think it's a lousy look that we'll look back on years from now and think like, why did people think wearing sneakers with a suit looked good?
I think it's here to stay. I think for the most part, a lot of people making that decision aren't worried about whether it looks good or not. They just are like, if I'm going to be spending a lot of time on my feet, I'm going to wear sneakers, and to hell with you. That's I give him a pass on that. The only thing that keeps me from wearing sneakers with suits more often is that I don't keep my sneakers clean. So the shoes, I wear them. And I know they're not going to look dirty.
Right. So are you a sneakers and suit guy?
If that's all I like, if I don't, I try not to be, but I don't worry about it. Sometimes I just don't want to pack shoes.
Right.
So then I'll do it. So I don't know if I'm a sneaker. I've been, I will wear sneakers with a suit. I would prefer not to, but it doesn't bother me when I do it.
Gotcha. I probably should have asked that first before.
Oh, no, that's all right. I don't know, because I think, though, that's one of the things the fashion-minded people will always crush sports anchors for that and everything. And I'm like, man, just getting these guys to wear suits at all is a victory.
Yeah.
Just why don't hold your standards so high, Luke Morrow. Fashionista, West U living.
That's right.
Fancy lad. Yeah.
And look, I'm somebody who I show up here every day in shorts and a T-shirt, and I wear a hat every day. But
your hat's facing forward today.
That's right. Yeah. Now that I'm talking about fashion here, I had to turn it around. But I can clean up okay, and I don't do the sneakers with suits. I think it looks silly. But nonetheless, hopefully Ross Tucker had fun at the wedding. Is C.J. Stroud simply just still too young? Which sounds kind of silly or sounds like excuse-making, but I thought this was really interesting. The Athletic put together a breakdown of, by position, the ages of players in the league. And they looked at, like, where do players peak, and then where does the drop-off begin? And again, by position. The sad thing, and Seth, obviously you lived this life as an NFL player, and you had a long career. But the sad thing when you look at this graph, and listeners can go find it on the Athletics website, the sad thing is, like, the peak for quarterbacks seems to be age 24. Running back, 24. Wide receiver, 23. Tight end, 24.
Yeah.
It's just it's a young man's game, so to speak. And then when you look at these graphs, there's not a lot of guys in their 30s that are having the long careers.
Well, but and I think but then where they go on to explain it, which is more encouraging, is that these average ages of players, it's always heavily weighted by guys who are just no good at all.
That's true.
And only play a couple years in the NFL. So the average career of an NFL player being 3.5 years. That's what they cited forever. It's a bit misleading because it's really weighed down by guys that, get a shot their rookie year in their second year, and then they're washed out of the league. Whereas the guys that are actually good players and the guys that make the most impact at quarterback tend to do it around the ages from 29 to 31. So that's the part that, and with all of the skill position players and the offensive linemen that they do in this article, that's where I was actually happy that you sent this to me because it's a little bit of a reminder that, man, sometimes you get bogged down when you trade for or sign a veteran free agent that, he's over the hill. Not really. The good players tend to age pretty well into their late 20s, early 30s.
Right, so that's where I want to get to, where how does this relate to C.J. Stroud specifically? Well, as you just said, they not only crunch the numbers of the ages of these players to see just simply what's the prime age for different position groups in the NFL, but then they also average value for each position. And like you said, that peak, that prime for a quarterback is not until they turn 29 years old. The most successful years or the best value for quarterbacks have been from 29 to 33. But where the numbers start to turn red, where that quarterback is actually adding substantial value to their team, isn't until they turn 25 years old, and Stroud is still 24. So obviously nowadays in society we've lost all patience, especially in sports. We don't have patience.
Yeah, and I think that's where the things have kind of stabilized a little bit, though, is this dream that people love to have of, hey, you got to win a Super Bowl while your quarterback's on his rookie contract. Mm-hmm. I think it's so enticing that people fall in love with the notion without realizing how rare it is for a quarterback to win a Super Bowl on his rookie contract or while he's still a young quarterback. That if you take Mahomes and Brady out of it, you're because those two guys were just slam dunk, okay, really special situations and scenarios. You're left with what? Roethlisberger is the one guy that's won a quarterback at a young age like that. Russell Wilson wasn't young. He was on his rookie contract, but because he had played baseball, he was a little bit older than most.
Yeah, the only three quarterbacks, like you said, under 25 to have won. Brady, Mahomes, the two greatest of all time. And by the way, when Brady was doing it, he was also passing for 180 yards a game, whatever it was at that point. Yeah. And then Roethlisberger, like you said, but again, same idea. Roethlisberger averaged about 195 passing yards per game when he won, and had, I think, 17 touchdown passes that year. Different time, of course, different era, an era you played in, Seth, but that was a Steelers team that they were a very good defensive team, and Roethlisberger as a young quarterback was more of that game manager, don't screw it up. Those are the only three quarterbacks to win a Super Bowl before turning 25, which has now become the expectation for all these guys like Stroud, where Stroud isn't even 25 yet, but we feel like it's a disappointment that he hasn't at least gotten to a Super Bowl.
And I think even if you include Russell Wilson in that, who I think was 25 when he won the Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah, I think so.
Those guys, none of those guys were the quarterbacks they would become. And it's not as simple as just saying, oh, yeah, Russell Wilson plopped onto some other team, was going to win a Super Bowl. He had that defense. He had Marshawn Lynch. He had all those things. So I think that's where the pendulum has swung back, and why teams aren't as eager to just say, "Oh, it's our quarterback, and he just finished his third year. We got to give him a huge contract because where are you going to find a quarterback?" Well, it turns out that guys for one, I mean, if you look at veterans who are already proven in the league, but that you can go out and get a Matt Stafford or you can get a Tom Brady, that's one thing. But then the Sam Darnolds, the Geno Smiths, the other guys that were relative late bloomers, you can see where, man, being in an imperfect situation earlier in your career really makes it hard to judge what a guy is as a quarterback. Eli Manning, I think, is a guy that maybe back in an era when they had more patience with guys, Manning afforded a lot of patience in his first couple of years where he really wasn't playing very impressive football. I feel like in this day and age, he might have been run out of town.
It's true.
After his second year, except that his last name is Manning. So they're going to keep giving you the benefit of the doubt as long as your last name's Manning.
Right, yeah.
With good reason. Even if the reasoning is wrong, it ends up working out.
Shoot, which season was it when Peyton finally turned things around? Because I feel like today.
He was all he was really good in the regular season very early. But in the playoffs, he was atrocious.
Yeah, that's fair.
He was like, that was the label on him, was that, okay, he's a regular season quarterback. There was a little bit of a James Harden type dynamic going on with him early in his career.
Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, so Stroud, and to your point, let me go in this direction first, because to your point, people point to like Sam Darnold, like you said. We look at the Seahawks last year and think like, man, if Sam Darnold could turn things around, why can't Stroud? Well, Darnold's 28. We point to Daniel Jones, who seemed to revitalize his career in Indianapolis last year, also 28. Baker Mayfield's another example of that guy that really turned things around. Once he got to Tampa and made his first Pro Bowl, he was also 28. So it goes back to the point The Athletic was making of these guys, these quarterbacks don't hit their prime, their peak, until they're almost 30 years old. Stroud is 24. He's the 5th youngest starting quarterback in the league still.
Yeah. That, if like Eli Manning, if you go to the 2007, which was a pretty good year for the Giants, 6 years old, he was in his 4th year in the NFL, and he threw 23 touchdowns, 20 interceptions. Quarterback rating of 73.9.
Oh my gosh!
That was the year when everything really turned around for the Giants, and yet he would go on to have much better numbers than that in his career. But he'd been a pretty mediocre quarterback. He would have better numbers than that. He still doesn't have an impressive resume like in the regular season as a quarterback. It's the fact that he's talked about as a potential Hall of Famer is based exclusively on those 2 Super Bowl victories.
For sure. Yeah, he led the league in interceptions 3 times, and they were never like back-to-back years. Like he did it when he was 26, he did it when he was 29, He did it when he was 32. Like every 3 years, he would just lead the league in interceptions. He never got that out of him.
Imagine if C.J. Stroud, and it's not even that much different of an era, but in 2013, if C.J. if this year C.J. had Eli's 2013 year, 18 touchdowns, 27 interceptions.
Oh my goodness! And then Eli still went on to start like another decade or whatever after that.
Yeah, he would go on to play through 2019. Incredible, before he was benched.
That's a brutal season. 27 interceptions to 18 touchdowns. Yeah. Let's hope something like that doesn't come here. But, yeah, I was looking into it. And, again, it sounds, like I said, it sounds like excuse-making and whatnot. We saw what Stroud could do his first year, and we've seen these other quarterbacks seem to pop or some guys seem to pop right away, like a Mahomes or whatever. Even a Josh Allen early on was pretty good, so made it to a Super Bowl. But when you look at the 10 youngest quarterbacks in the league last year, excluding C.J. Stroud, those 10 quarterbacks combined for 4 playoff wins, and only 1 was from somebody not Drake May. I phrased that terribly. But Drake May had 3 of those playoff wins on his way to the Super Bowl, and we know he didn't have a great playoff run. And then Caleb Williams had the other win. Those are the only of the bottom 10 quarterbacks in age last year to have any sort of playoff victories. My point being, like it's our patience might be too thin, or our expectations might be too high, where it's still really tough for these young quarterbacks to have the ultimate success.
It's the hardest thing in the world, though, to just believe in that as a fan, because the fact of the matter is that most quarterbacks who are mediocre in their first few seasons remain mediocre quarterbacks, or bad, or they don't continue to get the that chance. And even quarterbacks that are promising in their first few seasons, there's only so many good quarterbacks at any given time, bona fide, really genuinely good quarterbacks at any time. So it's just hard to have that. It's hard for some people. Some people are dyed in the wool. They'll ride with CJ until they die, no matter what. But just pointing out the few that actually make it doesn't mean that, everybody who struggles in their second and third season or just put up mediocre results end up turning the corner at some point. The majority just never actually turn the corner.
Yeah, it's true. By the way, in case you're curious, and you can go find this online, interesting, we obviously have focus on the quarterback position, but The Athletic also looked at what age does each position group, hit their highest value. And so as quarterback, like we said, it's 29 to 33. Running back is right away, 21 years old. They're in the red, which means a high average value.
Yeah.
And then they really fall off once they get to 32, which, of course, we all figured. Wide receiver, their prime range is from 29 to 31. Tight end, surprisingly, the highest value, and maybe this is bolstered by like a Travis Kelce or something, just a couple of guys, Tony Gonzalez, but they have it at 33 to 35 is the highest value for tight ends.
You know what's funny is I think that a few guys there, including I don't know how far back they went in this, but even Gronk at his age, like when he clearly wasn't the same guy physically, being a big target, being savvy, especially in the red zone, and all of those things that kind of factor into it if you're paired with the right quarterback. They like tight ends aren't penalized as much by losing a step or two, I think, in their overall athleticism. Like their savviness pays off as much as their actual athletic traits by that point. And then offensive line is I think I can't remember if you mentioned it yet, if you're going there, but yeah, offensive linemen are by far like the most impressive in terms of guys just playing the impact guys being 29, 30, 31 years old. They have a lot of value still.
Yeah, offensive tackle and center, they still have the high value up to 37 years old. So those guys can play for a long time, which is
that's a little bit of survivor bias there, though, too, just because some of the guys the only guys that are still playing at that age tend to also be really good. So like Whitworth or Trent Williams, guys like that probably weights it a little bit more than what's accurate for most guys.
That's a good point. By the way, for the center position, you don't start hitting red, which again, for the purposes of this exercise, you want to be as red as possible. That's your highest value. That's the way the Athletic did it for these charts, if that makes sense. And for centers, that doesn't come till 30 years old. And we're talking, of course, about a Texans team that might be starting a rookie center this year. So, we'll see what that means for the offensive line. Yeah,
that's it's interesting, but at the same time, you never want to have an offensive line that's all old guys.
Yeah, true.
There's got to be some balancing there. There's an old rule of 150, which is if your starting offensive line averages, if their ages add up to 150 or more, you're headed for disaster. So that's where I think a little bit of that survivor bias comes in where, like some of the guys that continue to play well into their 30s tend to also be really good offensive linemen. A lot of the other guys are getting rolled out because why do I have this 32-year-old injury waiting to happen on my offensive line? Screw this guy. He's out of here. Go be a backup somewhere.
Yeah, I actually have never heard that, but I like that idea of the 150. That's an interesting a number philosophy. By the way, did you see in this which position group has the longest career in NFL history?
Is it kickers?
Oh, that would be a good one. I actually don't think they included kickers, to be honest with you. I didn't see it on the list. But it's defensive tackles.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh.
And so
it makes me feel like kind of a bum for being rolled out at 32.
I was going to say, I don't mean it as a backhanded compliment, but I think you chose the right position if somebody wants to have a lengthy NFL career. Historically, defensive tackles stick around the longest.
There were 17 guys. I think some of the outliers end up beefing it up more because what they did was the guys, the people who had at least 10 seasons, played at least 400 snaps in 2025 with PFF grades of at least 60. So they're viable defensive tackles. There were 17 defensive tackles that met those criteria last year. I feel like the Texans probably help depending on what I've seen Danico Autry classified as a defensive tackle on some depth charts, so maybe they included him there. But yeah, I think part of that is that because defensive lines rotate, and that's pretty much the standard, not the exception these days, that there are a lot of 30-year-old guys that are, they're backups, but they're playing a lot in a rotation. And it's a nice semi-retirement you can have when you're a 34-year-old defensive tackle that plays like 20 or 25 snaps a game.
That's true. That's a good point. It's like Pat Williams played until he was I think almost 40 because he was just a run stuffer that played half the game, if that.
Yeah.
They just brought him in on running down. So, 17 defensive tackles, 0 cornerbacks fit that criteria last year of a veteran of 10-plus seasons, played at least 400 snaps, had a grade of at least 60 on Pro Football Focus. I was surprised 0 cornerbacks, so that's obviously that's a tough one.
But that's a position where it does the traits are so important, the high-end physical traits that a lot of times those guys just fall off a cliff all of a sudden. They're awesome, and then boom, you lose that half a step, and you can't make up for it with savvy the way you can at some of the other positions.
So you can find it all on The Athletic. Again, sounds like a cop-out, sounds like an easy excuse, but are we forgetting the fact that, hey, maybe C.J. Stroud is just still simply too young? Quarterbacks historically don't reach that prime until their late 20s. You look at the reclamation projects, Darnold, Geno Smith, Baker, Daniel Jones, they're all in their late 20s. Meanwhile, not a lot of quarterbacks are actually winning Super Bowls this young.
But this is where, if the Texans don't indeed end up extending C.J. Stroud, and it doesn't really feel right this moment like they're going to extend him, I think that this is where two things can be true. Like, you can think that your quarterback just needs more time to work it out, but that doesn't mean that you also have to extend his contract while you're waiting for him to work it out. And it became way too much of the standard thinking that, a quarterback who still has a lot of promise and we don't know what his upside is after his third year, we better lock him in, because what if he ends up being really awesome and we have to pay him more money? Okay, cool. That's a nice problem to have. Having to pay him a bunch of money when it doesn't end up working out for him eventually, that's a much worse problem to have than, we've got to pay our awesome quarterback an extra $10 million a year now. Like, one of those you can work with. The other one makes you, A, lose your job as a general manager, and B, the organization has to start from scratch again.
Yeah, it's a good point that we can make this argument on both sides, like you said. I mean, we can say it's why we should wait on C.J. Stroud or cut him some slack, but then also why the Texans would want to wait to get more information, or just wait in general on the quarterback to still see him grow.
The problem is that it's like he's not an index fund. You can, if you've got an index fund, you can say, look, over time, let's just give it 10 years and you're going to be just fine. Don't worry about what's going on right now. The problem with quarterbacks is that you've got to sell them completely and buy a new fund. And it's just the law of averages doesn't work out that way. So it's really hard to just say, well, stick with this quarterback for 10 years. He just needs time and patience. There comes a point where, and this is where the people in the organization hopefully have a better feel for things than anything we can see on the outside, just based on how CJ operates in the building. What's his process in coming back from bad losses? How is he actually executing the offense? Those are the things you can get a good feel for over the course of 4 years that maybe give them a much better feel at the end of this season about whether, we're full bore in on CJ, or, you know what, we got to start maybe thinking about some alternative plans.
Yeah, and I'm the type that in my life I like to gain problem. Maybe I need to be a better decision maker, but I like to gain as much information as I can before I make a decision. So if you don't have to pay the guy just yet, let's give it another year and see what else we can gain before we make that decision. And as you said, I have no problem paying a peace of mind tax, that if I'm going to have to pay more for him a year from now than now, but I feel a lot better about him a year from now, that's fine with me. I feel a lot more comfortable than just simply making a payment because I have to make a payment or just to try to save me money, down the road.
Nick Caserio is a big fan of Morgan Housel, this guy that writes books about money, financial management and all of that. And in one of the books, I don't know if it was Psychology of Money or one of these, but one of the big points is that in talking about people who are rich and then go broke, people that got their money just through business, they're smart and everything, but when the mistake they make is often just not planning to avoid catastrophe. So that, like, in any amount of aggressive moves or whatever, you always have to be asking yourself, okay, wait a second, is the downside of this plan just economic ruin? And be aware that it's more potential than it probably feels like. It's more probable than it feels like at any given point. So in paying a quarterback after his third season, you look at the benefit would be, we could lock him in at a reduced rate for a long time. Okay, cool, that's nice to have. What's the downside? Economic catastrophe. We've got a situation like the Dolphins, or you've got the Cardinals. I feel like the risk benefit there is I'm way more scared of the catastrophe of paying a quarterback that you're not 100% sure about and everything that entails, more so than I am paying a little bit extra for a quarterback once he gets paid and paying him an amount that other teams in the league are going to have to pay for their quarterbacks too. It's not like it's something that other teams don't have to deal with and that they end up succeeding, by working through. I'm all about avoiding the catastrophe in a situation like this.
Yeah, I'm with you 100%, which is why, honestly, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. But if we really boil down to it, like you just laid out, I don't get the outrage or the big conversation about, like, how have they not paid the guy yet? Because this isn't the final decision. You don't have to make the call just now. We still have time, and ideally you want to get as much information as you can before you make such a big decision like that.
I think that's where I think sometimes I think people mix up the conversations, and I think it was Brandon Scott that first laid this out earlier this year when he just said, there are two conversations about C.J. Stroud. On the one hand is, okay, should you extend him? That's a different conversation than, all right, is he a functioning starter in the NFL? What is his ceiling? All of that. That it's okay. It's possible and okay to say, all right, I think CJ's got a lot of upside, and I think we, even if you have confidence that he's going to be good, that's not the same conversation as you got to pay him this year. And I think a lot of teams that are really quarterback, if anything, it's a sign of weakness in their organization more so than it is a statement about the quarterback himself.
Yeah, 100%. I've said the same thing. I believe in congruent arguments. So I don't think the Texans should pay C.J. Stroud just yet. Doesn't mean I think C.J. Stroud is terrible and shouldn't be the starting quarterback. So there is that middle ground. You can be in both. It's like what were those? The
Venn diagram?
Yeah, is it the Venn diagram with the two overlapping circles?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm in the middle. I'm don't pay him, but he's also not terrible yet, or just terrible in general. So yeah, you can exist there. And I agree. I agree with that sentiment from B. Scott. I said the same thing. That we can have different conversations on this whole thing. By the way, I just looked at the text line. Somebody said, needed some hate-and-ass Luke this AM. Let's go. In regard to the whole suits conversation. We actually got a lot of feedback on that.
Whatever that, I bet people were pretty split about the sneakers with suits thing, huh?
Yes, a lot of feedback. One texter said, the worst look ever are the suits that look undersized and have high waters and short sleeves. I've come around on the high waters on the suits.
Yeah.
But admittedly, I hate this other fashion statement now where people wear not loafers, not like slip-ons, but they'll wear dress shoes without any socks.
Yeah.
And then they wear the high waters. I don't like that look. To me, it's too much male ankle. I don't like it. Either wear socks or longer pants.
You know what I really don't like are these dainty little loafers that some guys wear with shorts in the summer. Like with no socks there, where it's almost like they're like tiny little loaf, nice shoes, and they're wearing them with like golf pants and a golf shirt.
Like the Docksiders, like the boat shoes?
No, they're not boat shoes. They're dainty.
Okay.
I don't know what the hell they are, but they're dainty shoes, and it's way too middle class a look for me. It feels like you're trying to or upper middle class, like whatever. Like you're trying too hard to look fancy in casual clothes. I don't like that. Yeah.
I get that. Somebody said we got to get Luke some Concord 11s. He'll change his mind then. Admittedly, I don't know what Concord 11s are. I'm going to have to Google those.
Dainty little loafers. I Googled it, and I got these classic breathable lace loafers up. That's why I don't. They're dainty little loafers.
Classic breathable lace loafers. I got to get eyes on this now. See what you're talking about.
You'll see them out in nature, and you'll be like, that's not for me. They look actually pretty comfortable though. I don't like when you try to. That's where I feel like that's a situation where somebody might say, well, now sneakers would look a little too casual here. I'm going to go with these ridiculously looking little dainty shoes, like I'm a 17th century aristocrat or something. I don't like it. I don't like it.
I just love dainty is such a great word to use to describe it. It just makes it sound so bad. People said, or another text said, people in the 80s said the same about T-shirts with a suit and rolling up the jacket sleeves. Now we all still do that, right? Right? Yeah. Like the Don Johnson Miami Vice look. Yeah, same thing. You look back on that and think, like, what was that guy thinking. I see the sneakers with suits look years from now.
Okay, so pretty much fashion from any era looks dumb when you look at it a decade or two later.
That is true, yes.
And then 3 decades later, it looks really, really cool. But, I mean, some of the stuff that's how it was with the 70s. You know, you used to look at some of the clothes and the suits and everything that people would wear in the 70s, and you're like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. And then it kind of came back, and you're like, oh, it's cool. I kind of see the flair with all of that. And then it'll look stupid again. So, yeah, never think that you're doing anything that isn't going to look stupid in future years.
That's
if you're doing
true.
anything that's remotely, like, outside just like the very standard fashion.
That's fair.
So wear your sneakers with suits. Don't let Luke Morrow shame you.
No.
You got too
Be
many
shamed.
people. You got too many people on Instagram and TikTok shaming you for how you look and how you need to be more alpha this and all that. Nah, do what you like.
Yeah, I do get embarrassed when I look back at photos from the early 2000s with how baggy the clothes were, especially for athletes. You look back at the basketball jerseys of like the 2005 range. 2005, 2010, it was the pants, the jersey, everything was so baggy. It looks so weird now, but that was the look back then.
But that's what's coming back now though too.
Yeah, which is weird to me.
Like these super oversized pants and everything. You got a lot of grown men in their 20s looking like skater kids. We're like that. See, like what I told you, just now when you look back and you think, oh wow, that looks so stupid. It's coming right back into vogue.
No, it's true. And I will agree with this texter from the 832. They said you, Seth, nailed it. As long as that's the big reason, especially if you have a former athlete whose feet probably hurt from playing sports.
Yeah.
And that's fair because this all started with the Ross Tucker conversation, and he obviously was an NFL lineman. So I do get that if it is an issue where you got banged up feet or whatever, you need more comfortable shoes, I understand. But in general, I just don't like the look.
The most impressive people to me are always just the people that genuinely do not give a single damn about what your fashion norms are. And sometimes those are super artsy people that are just wearing whatever the hell they feel like wearing that day. And it's impressive. But then on the flip side, it is the guy that just is totally comfortable looking like a bum wherever he goes. And it helps if you're super rich. You can get away with that more. Like you see a guy in a restaurant that's got a dress code, but there's one guy in there in flip-flops and a T-shirt. Like, okay, that guy like either owns the place or knows people or something, and he just does not give a single damn.
Yeah, I said that yesterday about Adam Sandler. Like, that's how I want to be. If I ever came into a lot of money, I would dress like a total bum too, just so people think like, wow, what a bum, and then you're
because with Sandler, it's not even like it's not just that he's wearing unimpressive clothes or whatever. He just genuinely doesn't care how it looks. Like there's nothing about like the clothes that he's wearing where it's like, oh, okay, he doesn't want to spend a lot of money on clothes, but he looks good. Like no, he genuinely does not care.
Yeah, it
one
doesn't
bit.
match.
He just looks like a college kid that just woke up late and had to make it to chemistry on time.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Somebody else, another texter said. Now they're saying these are the trendsetters. These are the athletes doing this. Why don't you get in line? Yeah. Also, Jenko jeans was once a trend as well, and the chained wallets and whatnot. Like we already laid out, not all trends are great or certainly stay in style.
Plus, I wouldn't put NFL football players in the trendsetter category. Fashion-wise, we're the dorkiest of sports, partly because of just body type. It's just harder for guys to –
That's true.
And then you know what happens with a lot of guys is they kind of get sucked into like some custom tailor early in their career. And a lot of times those guys are just – they suck. They're just like they're selling guys on crap that doesn't look good, but they've got their athlete and they're designing custom clothes for him and everything. But it's not anything that Italian Vogue isn't picking it up for tips.
By the way, multiple texters said the dainty shoes you're referring to are called driver loafers.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't like the driver loafers. I don't think it's a good look for men. Even if I'm sitting here and acting like I don't give a damn what people wear or whatever, there's something about those driver loafers that rub me the wrong way. They just look a little. You know what I can do? I could see my grandfather looking at a guy in those loafers and just kind of sneering at him because this guy obviously doesn't know how to do anything manual. Like it just that's what I'm letting my grandfather's biases creep into it.
And somebody else said, tell Seth he's right on. Those velvet-looking, slim, glorified smoking jacket-type house slippers look weird with shorts.
They're too dainty.
Dainty is a great word. So there you go. There's the fashion tips from your morning show. Last text I'll read. Somebody said sneakers and suits do not go together. It is tacky looking. Thank you. That's what I'm saying.
You know, the thing is, though, what if I think there's a time you can pull it off, but it's got to be with like a super casual suit, right?
Yeah, right.
I think, like, as far as, and my stance is I don't really care because a lot of times it's just for comfort, but you can pull it off sometimes, right? If it's like it's just got to be a certain look or something.
Yeah, I do agree, and I think they've created that happy medium where they are. I'm wearing some right now where they are like sneakers, but they look dressy. They're not Jordans. That's the like when you're wearing high top Jordans and it bundles up the bottom of your pants at the top of the shoes. It looks silly. But there are plenty of sneakers out there that are sneakers that look dressy. And I think those look really good with suits.
I can't wait to castigate Ross Tucker the next time he comes on over his shoe wear.
I know. I wish it's Tuesday. I wish it was the NFL season. He'd be joining us today. We could talk about the wedding. We could talk about his.
I don't think has anybody talked about the wedding? I feel like there were a bunch of NDAs signed.
I'm sure. I haven't heard anything. Bill Simmons I saw somebody, it went viral. Bill Simmons did a funny bit where he pretended he was at the wedding on his podcast and his producers were asking him questions. Yeah. And he was answering the questions and they were like, I guess, believing and going along with it. And then at the end, he was like, yeah, I didn't go to the wedding. I was just trying to make you believe. So, no, that's the closest thing we got. No, I don't think anyone has spoken on it. And to your point, I don't think anyone can.
Yeah, I don't think Ross is going to tell us anything.
No,
he doesn't have the resources to fight Taylor's.
I don't know.
She took on Apple, for Christ. Yeah, no, there's not a chance in hell he's going to say a thing about it.
Yeah. Hey, coming up a little bit later on, we'll get to David Montgomery top running back list. But when we come back, are we being unfair to Cam Smith? I sort of just defended C.J. Stroud. I guess I'll defend Cam Smith next. Are we being unfair to the young outfielder? We'll talk about it next on Payne and Pendergast.
We've got a kinder, gentler Luke Morrow in this morning. It's kind of shocking to me. Be kinder and gentler to yourself with Trajan Wealth.
Studio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Are we being unfair to Cam Smith? It's Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow, in for Sean, alongside Seth Payne. You can always text the show, 713-572-4610, to join the conversation on the text line, where we did hear from somebody who tailors suits for professional athletes here in Houston. So we got everybody out there listening. Join the conversation on YouTube and Twitch as well. Are we being unfair to Cam Smith?
Wait, you said somebody texted in who does tailor suits for professional athletes? What's he say? He's probably one of the good ones.
He said, we do all the suits for Houston pro athletes, including many of the Astros. Tapered and somewhat form-fitting. We tailor suits, yada, yada, yada. Anyways, they said sneakers can work as long as they are clean and fit with the event.
Yeah.
Oh, and then they also said, we'd love to have you stop by. All right, I got a wedding, going to a wedding later this month, so, hey, hook me up. I'll be there. Adam Ross Custom. Appreciate you listening. I won't be wearing sneakers, but I'll take the suit. Are we being unfair to Cam Smith? I had this realization the other day, and he had a good night last night, like the whole back half of the lineup did for the Astros. But I had this realization of, like he's going to be he's like a goal. Last I checked, which might have been maybe 2 weeks ago, he was towards the top of the league in like defensive runs saved for outfielders.
Yeah.
And he's on pace to hit 20 homers. And his batting average, obviously, is not there. He's a career .230 hitter, which is not good, but we're grading on a curve when it comes to batting average these days. That's almost like a .260 hitter 25 years ago. Not terrible, which sounds crazy to say. But my point being, Gold Glove, 20-homer guy, wouldn't you sign up for that each year to have a very good right fielder who's going to have some pop in the lineup? That's almost like Andrew Jones had a Hall of Fame career by just playing good outfield, hitting homers. I think he had a career like .250 average. Was never a great hitter, but he's a Hall of Famer because he played good defense and had some pop. Cam Smith can do that for you. I think Cam Smith is almost a what's the word I'm looking for? I think he's been hurt by the expectations that have been bestowed upon him.
Well, I think, I guess the only issue I have with that is that you're also, like, if you're going to say, okay, this is what he's going to be, I'd be kind of alarmed if a guy who probably came up into the majors too early, and he was fast-tracked as this shiny new toy that you need to get him into the majors, he can learn on the fly as much as possible, that in his second year, this is going to be what he is for the rest of his career. Like, he's still very, very young. He has been, like, I did an extreme cherry pick where I went down, I went back 43 games to May 9th. But, like, okay, since May 9th, he's got a 756 OPS. So he's an above average or just right around average, a little bit above average as at the plate, while also being really, really good in the outfield. He's got for whatever it's worth, his WAR is 1/10 above Kyle Tucker's overall WAR right now.
Yeah, how about that?
If you want to go for BREF's WAR, that's where he is. And this is all anchored by defense. It never feels. I hate taking somebody's overall WAR and acting like that tells the whole picture, because like having a guy who's a drain in your lineup isn't offset by his defensive contributions. But I think for where he is right now and what your expectations should be reasonably, there's just no reason for me, at least, that I can think of that, oh yeah, this is what he's going to be for the rest of his career, and like he's already sealed his fate in terms of not being a plus player at the plate.
I would normally agree with you, but I did this exercise a few weeks back when I was on a different show, and I looked into it, and I asked, again, going back to AI, I didn't do the legwork, but I asked AI, I said, give me players that hit 230 or worse through the first 1,000 plate appearances. And I wanted to see if they ever did turn it around. And the only guy, there was one, I think it was Mike Schmidt, was the only guy that turned into like a great baseball player after struggling that mightily early on. Cam Smith is now over 800 plate appearances, so he's not at 1,000 yet, but I think he's a career like 229 hitter. Historically, and again, batting average, we have to look at it on a curve now, but historically, guys that don't hit well, average through the first 1,000 plate appearances, they don't turn it around enough to at least become like a perennial all-star or Hall of Fame.
I guess. Wait, did you say Mike Schmidt?
I think Mike Schmidt was the one.
I guess
could
that's
be wrong.
like a pretty high bar. It's weird that Mike Schmidt would be the only. So that's a. If you're saying, okay, he's not going to be Mike Schmidt, I'm not going to cry into my pillow at night over that necessarily. Was that the only notably good guy that became an all-star, et cetera,
right.
at any point in his career?
The only notable guy that was batting .230 or worse through their first 1,000 career plate appearances and then really turned it on.
It's hard, though, because it is batting average is such an afterthought now in terms of what guys are even worried about or concerned about. The power is what intrigues people, with Cam Smith more than anything.
Right, and to your point, and look, WAR, like you laid out, it's not a perfect stat. Take it with a grain of salt. What is it good for? But I had to take the low-hanging fruit. But it shows that what he does overall, all-encompassing, when you factor in the defense, that to this point, statistically, he's been more valuable than even a Kyle Tucker, even though he's batting only .229. He doesn't draw a ton of walks, but he hits homers. He plays really good defense, and that adds something to a team. So I think there's two things at play for Cam Smith. Number one, he's part of the worst outfield in the MLB right now, and one of the worst in Astros history. So I think he gets grouped into that when the people next to him look so bad, we can be guilty of associating Cam with the Myers and the Joey Loperfido, in the minors. I don't think it helps that the outfield just overall, we have such negative thoughts about the outfield because it's been so bad, and Cam Smith's part of the outfield. Yeah,
and then, it doesn't help when you've got both of your, the guys that you've put all your faith into, including Bryce Matthews, who's new to the outfield himself and also isn't providing anything either. We've gone from back in the day waiting for, oh boy, when's Springer going to come up? When's Carlos Correa going to come up? When is Alex Bregman coming up? We've gone to oh no, you don't have to wait for those guys to come up. We're just going to throw them out there, and they're going to disappoint you. I feel like it's a double whammy that we don't even get we don't get as much of an anticipation for their arrivals, and then it's been a very underwhelming appearance when they do show up.
And then the other thing, though, to me is, like I said, the expectations where it's not Cam Smith's fault. They labeled him as the number one prospect and this can't-miss guy. It's almost like the preseason rankings in college sports where when a team doesn't live up to that ranking, it's oh, what a disappointment. This team stinks. And it's well, they didn't put that ranking on themselves. Maybe just all of the college football writers had it wrong and overrated or overvalued this team. Similar at Cam Smith, where people are going to say, oh, what a bust. He was the number one prospect. Well, he didn't assign himself as that. Maybe it was the evaluators who were wrong, put these lofty expectations on him. But if you were to remove those expectations and say he was a no-name minor leaguer, but just hypothetically speaking, say he's your right fielder for 10 years, winning Gold Glove 20 homes a year, I think a lot of teams would sign up for that. But because he's supposed to be...
Well, it's for the trade and being able to claim victory in that trade, which I think they already can, just by virtue of the number of guys that you brought in that are actual contributors. And we'll see about Wisniewski when he comes back. That part of it, the expectations and him being a five-tool player and everything else that goes along with it. Yeah, I don't. Have you sensed a whole lot of frustration about Cam Smith specifically? I don't feel like the fan base is done with Cam Smith or something, but maybe I don't spend enough time on social media.
Honestly, I think they moved. I think it was a lot of Cam Smith early on, the second half of last year and early this season. And then this kind of goes against the point I made a few moments ago, but I think people have moved on to Joey Loperfido, Jake Meyer, the other disappointments, even though they don't have as high of a profile as Cam Smith. But I think there's other guys that are doing worse. Mike Burrows, Ime, that they're the ones drawing the ire, and you let Cam Smith slide because he's not the worst guy on the team right now. So we'll see. On the text line, somebody said if Cam Smith was still at second base, he would be considered top 25% of second basemen. Yeah, maybe. And I like this other text. Coming up next, are we being too hard on Reed Shepherd? Yeah, I guess maybe.
I know. Let's do that.
Maybe I'm being too positive.
Let's all pause in early July here and figure out who we're being too tough on.
Yeah.
I was a little mean about that Pulisic character earlier on. I got to give him another decade, see if he can figure it out. Yeah.
I guess been too back. Let's flip the bill here and get to the petty cast. Who's being petty in the sports world? We'll bring you the audio next. Payne and Pendergast.
Sports Radio 610 listener. KFM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Cast.
Time to get petty here on Payne and Pendergast. We got the Petty Cast coming up here in just a moment. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean alongside Seth Payne.
Thanks for remembering that it's Petty Cast today. I don't. That's Sean's. I don't know if Parker tells the guys who come in and fill in for Sean just how much, just how little idea I have what's going on in the world. If you ask me, like, hey, when do we do the Petty Cast? I might be like, Sunday mornings. I don't know. So thanks. Good job. Your first job is remembering which segments go where.
Yeah,
and you've done well with that.
Well, I appreciate it. It's I have to do my research to make sure I'm on top of things. But yeah, hey, I've noticed. I think it was like the first time I had worked with you, and you're like, I don't know, ask Ben, and I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Ask Ben how this
Ben
goes.
Ben will take care of it. Ben and Sean are the guys that know what is actually going on around here. I'm just along for the ride. And
shout out to Ben. I haven't mentioned his name. I haven't introed him at the start of the shows the last 2 days, but holding it down, as always, on the other side of the glass. Time for the Petty Cast, though, nonetheless. It does happen every Tuesday here at this time at 8 a.m. So let's get petty. Let's get to some audio. This first one is Jeff Teague, former NBA player, and I'm trying to pull up the source of where he was. This was on the Volume Network. That's Colin Cowherd's podcast network.
Yeah.
And so Jeff Teague was talking about Larry Bird has one rule when building a team. Here's that rule for Larry Bird.
And he was talking about how good LeBron was. And I was like, LeBron better than you? He said, LeBron's the greatest player besides Michael. I was like, damn. He was like, I'll never pay anybody who played with LeBron. I would never pick him up on my team.
Damn.
And I said, why? He said, because he make them all look good. They all really sad. Poor guy. Exact words. He said, you go get them, and they're not going to be the same player you wanted.
That's is that petty by? You know what? That's impressive because it made the Petty Cast. It's petty towards pretty much everybody who ever played with LeBron, and yet at the same time, it's Larry Bird saying that, oh no, I'm not in that category. LeBron's way better than me. You don't necessarily hear that out of some of the guys that are in all-time great conversations, just casually giving up a spot on the list.
Especially Bird, who's always very, at least confident. I was going to say arrogant. He was very confident, probably arrogant too. So I'm surprised that Larry Bird said that. But, yeah, that stood out to me as well. Props to him.
He's also, that was before the current age. I don't think you could ever back in the day, I don't know if you would have caught most NBA players dead, power ranking themselves or anything or getting into that debate. Things have just changed so much. And now, guys that are actually, still in the media and everything will talk about it, and it's more standard. But I feel like it's hard to imagine a lot of the guys from the 70s, 80s, in maybe early 90s or 90s talking all that much about it.
By the way, is it petty? My favorite Larry Bird story was when he decided to play with only his left hand against the Trailblazers in 1986, and I think scored 40 points in the game.
Yeah, that's petty. Larry Bird with a Twitter account, it might feel a little bit like a young Alex Bregman. He would just, like a young Larry Bird, I think would have been warring with people on Twitter. So I'm not saying that, he's any different than modern athletes or anything other than the era that he grew up in. As far as not signing anybody that played with LeBron because you get an inaccurate gauge of how good they are, I guess that's always the question is, all right, how do you account for that? And it's not it's an exaggeration hearing it through Jeff Teague. I'm guessing that Larry Bird would more think, you got to be really careful about. It's like in football when you sign a guy who just won a Super Bowl and had was the MVP of the Super Bowl or went through a really good playoff run. All right, what's he look like on a normal team in normal circumstances? Let's go with his career average more so than that. For me, for a long time, I didn't want an offensive coordinator who had worked with Tom Brady because I felt like in the case of Bill O'Brien, it becomes too easy for those offensive coordinators to think that they had more to do with Tom Brady's success than they actually did. Or that anybody, because Tom Brady doesn't look all that impressive physically, I think there's a temptation for people to believe that, all we have to do is teach this guy the system, and he's got more impressive physical traits than Tom Brady, so he can be just as good as long as he just learns the system, without recognizing that, okay, Tom Brady's ability to learn and execute that system is a skill unto it. It's just because you can't see it or measure it. Sometimes people delude themselves into thinking Brian Hoyer can do it, or Ryan Fitzpatrick can do it, or somebody else can do it. It's kind of an insult to Tom Brady.
I'm with you. Like, look, for any coordinators working with good quarterbacks. Adam Gase got head coaching jobs because he was Peyton Manning's offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
I think, as we found out, it was more about Peyton Manning than it was Adam Gase. Nathaniel Hackett is another one who's gotten opportunities because, like, he was Aaron Rodgers' quarterback coach or whatever. I think it was more about the quarterback than it was the coach.
Well, like Bruce Arians being the quarterback whisperer, I mean, like, all right. I mean, it kind of helps when you work with Roethlisberger and Andrew Luck and ultimately Tom Brady.
Yeah, right.
Like, there's a little bit of the skill of the actual quarterback there. The guys that were good without Bruce Arians as well. But that's part of where Bruce Arians is really smart. Choosing the tools you have to work with is part of being a good coach.
Absolutely, yeah. By the way, last thing on this, I actually ran into Larry Bird while we were talking about pettiness. I ran into Larry Bird in Boston years ago. This was like 20 years ago, and he was a jerk. So
was he? What'd he do?
He just blew us off. And it was in Boston. It's the city that made him.
You ran into him just on the street?
No, so it's a whole story. So we were actually there for the Celtics Indiana Pacers playoff game. And at the time, Bird was running he was with the Pacers. He was in the front office of the Pacers. So he was the quote-unquote enemy, but still, it was Boston. And we just happened to be walking down the street during the day, and we stumbled upon the Pacers team hotel. And so we saw the players just hanging out in the lobby. They had security, but we, snuck in, and my mother claimed she had to use the bathroom. She just, stood in the bathroom for, 20 minutes. And I got to...
thinking, Mrs. Morrow.
That's right.
Yeah.
And we met Jermaine O'Neal, Jamal Tinsley. I hung out with Scott Pollard for a while. Great guy. Reggie Miller was on that team. All the guys, they were just in the lobby. And Larry Bird was there, and I get it. It's a quote-unquote business trip, whatever. But he gave us the cold shoulder. He was a jerk. He walked off. He was a jerk.
You might have never known. He might have been running away from his daughter or something too. It's who knows what's going on in his life at that point.
Yeah, that's right. Anytime somebody, you never know what they have going on, and I'm probably the obnoxious one. But anytime somebody doesn't reciprocate my excitement, I just call him a jerk. Like Larry.
Was he wearing sneakers with his suit?
He might have been.
That's what really pissed you off?
I could see that being a Larry Bird thing before it's become cool. He was wearing Skechers with a suit back then. Classic Bird. This next one, God bless the text line, but here's the president reading to kids and couldn't help himself but to take shots at another former president.
Others, like President William Taft, throw out the first pitch of baseball. He was a large man, very large, and he loved baseball. He'd go to baseball games, loved the hot dogs at the baseball games. He was our heaviest president, and I have to be careful because I don't want to supersede his record. And a thing like that would be possible if I allowed it to happen. For all of you out there watching, keep yourself in good shape, right? Like you. You're in such good shape.
Okay. It was a chubby kid. Like you got to watch it. Then, you know what? I didn't. I hadn't heard or seen that, and I got to give him credit for conceding that. Hey, whoa! I gotta, I'm not gonna throw this out. I gotta let's address the elephant in the room here. I could have some tendencies too.
Yeah, at least acknowledge that. But
Taft knew he was fat, Taft saw the political cartoonist back in the day. This wouldn't be some news or anything that he was pointing out that he had some weight troubles.
I think he was reading a baseball book, though. It was just the idea, I think he went out of his way to talk about how fat Taft is, and then even mentioned, not just that he was a baseball fan, but he loved eating hot dogs and popcorn at the baseball game. It was just he was just catching strays. It was great.
Taft weighed around 330 to 350, according to my quick Google search.
And that was the early 1900s, right? Guys weren't as big back then, I think.
You had asked about the bathtub story. I think there was a massive. They had to bring in a custom bathtub to handle his massive frame. Which, I mean, let's be fair. Back in the day, 330 or 350 was something that was pretty rare. You had to be a rich man to get that fat. Where nowadays that's probably a standard bathtub. It's probably the bathtub that remains in the White House today, because they're like, oh yeah, this is the standard American bathtub now.
He was an innovator.
We call it the Taft.
Yeah, he was ahead of his time. The story is a myth that he got stuck in the bathtub. That part's the myth.
Oh, okay.
But it does stink that he was a president, and that's his legacy. Whenever I hear Howard I don't know what he did in office, but I do know this now made-up story, I guess, that he got stuck in a bathtub. It stinks that's your legacy 100 years after you pass away, that people are laughing about how you got stuck in a bathtub because you were so fat.
The heaviest president, according to Statista, was William Howard Taft, followed by Grover Cleveland.
Oh, yeah. He was a big boy.
Grover Cleveland is the best. I always think of him when I think of overweight presidents, just because he like Grover. That sounds like a big fella, doesn't it?
Right.
And Cleveland, not a very glamorous last name. And then tied at 237, Donald Trump and Theodore Roosevelt. I was surprised because Theodore Roosevelt wasn't as tall as Trump. That's I'm surprised that Roosevelt was that heavy by his later years, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, and Grover Cleveland also has the Andy Reid like walrus mustache, so it just fits. That fits the big guys. It makes him look even bigger or heftier. And that was the late 1800s.
Bill Clinton's sixth on the list, just behind Zachary Taylor.
Bill Clinton. I didn't realize he was.
The 20th, it feels like you know what, I got to give it credit. I thought this would be more heavily weighted into the 20th century, in the 21st century. But I guess part of it, too, is that even though Americans have gotten bigger, how your appearances mattered more, I guess, as we've got. So maybe back in the day, it didn't hurt you as much to be a William McKinley or something, or James Garfield, like a portly fella by the day.
That's true. Hey, on the Twitter line, the text line, I should say, says they weren't called fat cats for no reason. So maybe it was, like you said, like only the rich people were fat. It was almost a positive.
No, we're living in a crazy time in human history. Like, this is the first time where obesity has been an issue for the poor. You know, like mass starvation tends to be the problem more so throughout history. And now we're in an era where like it's actually the exact opposite, which I mean, I don't know if we should be somehow grateful for that. It doesn't feel like the appropriate feel, but maybe a little attaboy to ourselves. You know, like all these other countries make fun of how fat we are. Like, yeah, we got excess calories floating around all over the place. What do you expect us to do?
Yeah, everyone from the World Cup, well, everyone's finding out why and how.
They're getting pretty fat in other countries, too. It's a lot of these countries. You seen an Englishman lately? Some portly fellas over there. They're still wearing their tiny little T-shirts and everything. Bill Burr does a good bit on this when he's over in England. He's like, wait, you guys are fat like us. I'm sitting there like, I'm not going to sit around and get shamed for being fat when you guys are just as chubby. Little James Corden-looking bloated pigs. Yeah.
Well, that's because they're most known for like fried fish and French fries. Hey, as we continue on the Pettycast, Bill Simmons was reading some fan mail on his podcast. He got this email from a Charlotte Hornets fan describing what it's like to be a Hornets fan. Here's Bill Simmons.
Imagine you're dating an absolute smoke show in college who is tons of fun but completely insane. She's amazing in bed and at parties, but she also goes to her phone when you're not looking. Also, she's a horrible driver. You know it's not going to last. And that she isn't the kind of girl to introduce to your parents, so you break up. Deep down, you know she was a long-term solution, but when she's gone, you just feel alone, and that sucks. That's how it feels to be a Hornets fan right now. Josh really went deep.
I was wondering,
almost tied in obsession.
I was trying to figure out where that was going.
And then you figured it out.
It landed in a good NBA place, actually. Good email.
Zach Lowe was that second voice that, I don't know, wasn't really having fun with it. But that's an email from a Hornets fan describing what it's like to be a Hornets fan right now.
Is that, what's the closest team in recent Houston memory that's felt like that? Would it be the 2020 Texans? Just because they did have so much talent on paper, and you had Deshaun Watson, and that was before we knew anything about the allegations that would come. It was just such a mess in so many ways, and they had made a bunch of crazy offseason moves. They'd kind of operated like a psycho, and it was all unraveling right in front of us.
Yeah, I think that's the best one because, it crumbled. And similar to the Hornets where they were a playoff team and won like one of the play-in games last year or this past season, there was excitement. And then this offseason they just go and trade away like their two best players. And it's like, well, what the heck? I thought we were a playoff team. The fact that like you had that excitement and then it quickly comes apart, I think your Texans example probably is the best.
I'm going to go to the roster rankings because right now that's what we get is a whole bunch of stuff about, roster rankings and everything headed into the season. The Texans are, okay, so going into that year, the Texans were the 23rd ranked roster. So not as much of a, I was thinking might be mid-ranked more so, but they had issues all over the place.
Wow, would you say 23rd? I'm surprised.
Yeah, going into that season.
Yeah, I'm surprised by that. Here's on.
Well, they had collapsed defensively in the playoffs the year before, and they did nothing about it other than let DJ Reader go and sign Eric Murray and pay him like a starting cornerback in the league. That was their solution on defense going into 2020.
Yeah, for sure. This other piece of audio here on the Pettycast. This is former, when they were called the Redskins, former Redskins GM. Scott McLuhan. Yeah, that's how he says it. Thank you. This was McLuhan making a radio appearance in the D.C. area over the weekend. And the reason why I put this on here, he's talking about Ty Simpson, but a couple other guys also get hit with strays, which is why we included it. Here's the former GM.
Is there a player in that first round that you thought was overdrafted?
I think the quarterback from Alabama was overdrafted.
Okay, Ty Simpson.
But it's the position alone. I think not being a guru, but he's like J.J. McCarthy. He's like Mac Jones. He's a career backup. Ideally, he might start with that because of where his pick was, and they want to prove everybody right type of thing. And that's not the way you should build a roster. Not at all.
Yeah, so J.J. McCarthy, is 100% that guy where it just feels like, man, especially because of the Sam Darnold scenario. Like when you had Sam Darnold in the building, and it's so weird to talk about this like this, but that, all right, he's a viable NFL quarterback. No matter what he does in his career afterwards, like you can't take away what he did last year. And that you just so casually tossed him aside to the point now where you're trying to do with Kyler Murray what maybe you could have done with Sam Darnold. That's a big misstep. Scott McLuhan was the one that was alleged by his ex-wife or his wife at the time to have been having an affair with Rossini, right?
Yeah, it was his wife at the time. I don't know if they're still together or not.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's the one that put it out there. That was really, I think, the first rumblings of Rossini, doing some of this nefarious stuff. But yeah, he was the one. So that's what, I guess it's just a coincidence, but it is funny that last week we had the Rossini video where she's taking a shot at J.J. McCarthy while talking to the police. And then we get this audio where now Scott's taking a shot at J.J. McCarthy. And as you mentioned, there's that connection from the past between Scott and Rossini. Not saying, just saying. But also, I feel bad for J.J. McCarthy. He's just trying to, enjoy his offseason. And everywhere he looks, people are just making a hard time telling him he sucks. And he's like, man, it's the offseason. I'm just trying to get better and enjoy my off time.
He's just going to add fuel to the fire for Nine to do what Nine does, man. That's what Nine does. He takes all the haters' energy and turns it into really mediocre football.
Yeah, I guess so. There's no audio, but we talked about it yesterday. Maybe on the Pettycast we can include Mike Vrabel's wife dragging him to the Taylor Swift wedding on Friday. I don't know if that counts because we also got the video that came out from over the weekend of Diana Rossini and her family on a cruise for July 4th.
We did have that. The one thing that Vrabel does have, though, now, it's kind of nice, is that he's got for the rest of his life, he won't have to explain why he brought his wife with him, Like guys' camping trip or whatever. Guys, I'm bringing my wife. And they're like, yeah, get it, yep. Okay, cool. There's always a guy who's always got his wife with him, and that you kind of realize there's a reason for it. It's not necessarily that she's not controlling naturally. It's just that it got to a point in the relationship where it's okay. You're not allowed out out of your wife's sight, and I kind of get it. All right, we understand the situation.
Yeah, it's the case with Vrabel now. They're a joint deal from here on out. That's the Pettycast here on this Tuesday. Coming up, how serious or how improved really is the Texans' running back situation? We'll talk about that next. Payne and Pendergast.
And I want to tell you guys about West Point Lincoln, Katy Freeway, exit Kirkwood.
Studio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
How well did the Texans actually address the running back situation? It's Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean alongside Seth Payne. You can always get to us on the YouTube and Twitch chats or join the conversation on the text line, 713-572-4610. Seth, it's list time of the year as we get ready for training camp, and there's not much else going on in the NFL. Everyone loves to put out their different lists and rankings of different position groups and teams and whatnot, anything you could think of. And admittedly, I like to take the bait, especially this one. I do like ESPN does this every year where they ask executives, coaches, scouts to rank. They only do the top 10, but they always add the receiving votes section as well. And so you get a ranking of the top at each position group. And they've started, I think this running backs list is the first one, and then they'll go through all the different position groups here for the next week or so. And I do always like looking at this each year. But anyways, they just put out the running backs list here in the last 24 hours. So I was looking at it, and I didn't expect to be in the top 10. Bijan Robinson's number 1 for those interested. Actually, Jahmyr Gibbs, the other Lions running back from a year ago, is number 2. But then you scroll down and you get to honorable mention, not there. Okay, you get to also receiving votes. Oh, not there. And there's 20 different running backs on this list that receive some sort of votes from executives, coaches, scouts in the league.
Yeah.
So I don't know where he would rank exactly, but I do know David Montgomery is not in the top 20. And maybe that shouldn't be a surprise.
I guess, you know what I would say is that since they're asked to rank the top 10, were they asked to rank the top 20 or were they asked to rank the top 10? They were asked to rank the top 10. So if everybody, I could totally 100% see nobody ranking David Montgomery in the top 10. Yet at the same time, if they were asked to rank the top 20, he might squeeze in there with a few of these guys. But like when they're looking at some of the names that made it for the top 10, people like somebody put Ashton Genty, where I think a lot of people look at Ashton Genty as a guy that was in a really bad circumstance. If he had been on a good team, he actually would have been a much better performing player. So that's my rose-colored glasses way of looking at that.
Yeah, and that is certainly fair. So I guess we shouldn't expect him to be in the top 10, but it's just the idea that 20 different running backs did get a vote or were mentioned, and Montgomery was not one of those 20. So, ipso facto, whatever, I'm going to make the case that amongst these minds, he wouldn't be considered in the top 20 overall. Some would disagree.
And it really, regardless, that's it's still kind of a depressing thing to argue about, whether they're like, no, he'd be 18th if they did it with a different methodology. Damn you, Morrow. The methodology's all off on this. I think that with Montgomery, I don't know. I don't recall hearing people excited because they expect Montgomery to be a 2,000-yard back or anything.
Right.
I think that for the most part, what people really want to see is just a credible rushing attack, not an incredible rushing attack. Just can you be a functioning rushing attack? And when you look at David Montgomery paired up with Woody Marks and then whatever happens after that, whether it's Jawar Jordan or somebody else, I think it just feels like it's a more solidly formidable rushing attack, if not a scary rushing attack. And what I want out of David Montgomery more than anything is just that they can convert in these short yardage situations, or on first down that they're gaining 4 yards instead of gaining 2 yards. It's not. I don't have dreams or aspirations of being the number 1 rushing offense in the NFL. So I'm not overly rankled by this. It would be awesome if a bunch of unnamed anonymous executives said, yeah, who really got screwed over last year was Montgomery, and he's actually one of the best 5 backs in the league. He's not, but really what he needs to be for this team is somebody that just steadily grinds out yardage, and then especially in short yardage situations, and in the more of a hammer than what you had last year with either an aging Nick Chubb or a young and undersized Woody Marks.
Yeah, which is totally fair. You mentioned the red zone. That's the big thing for me. One of my favorite stats about David Montgomery is in C.J. Stroud's career, Montgomery has more red zone touchdowns than all Texan running backs during that time do combined.
Oh,
so,
jeez.
Yeah. So.
Well, yeah, he was amongst running backs. He had the 12th. He was tied for 12th with 8 touchdowns last year. There were a few guys that had 8 touchdowns last year as running backs. But yeah, 716 yards rushing. That was 30th in the league. And Jahmyr Gibbs became the guy. The one little tidbit about that was interesting is that Gibbs had a great year, and he's very much up there. I don't know where he finished in these rankings. But the success rate, success rate for rushing is just how many yards, what percentage closer did you get to the first down marker on any given down based on down and situation? So like on first down, I think it's 4 yards. On second down and 6, you got to get a certain percentage to the guy. Montgomery and Gibbs both took a big step backwards last year in terms of their success rate. That speaks to the issues that they were having on the offensive line with the Lions last year. So like I remember looking at Montgomery and seeing that his success rate was lower last year. And how much of that is because of the offensive line? How much is it because David Montgomery took a step backwards? The fact that Montgomery's success rate went down by about the same amount makes me feel better about some of Montgomery's drop last year was more about the offensive line and injuries and Jahmyr Gibbs becoming more of the guy than it is that, David Montgomery is just approaching that precipice where he falls off a cliff.
Yeah, that's interesting. I would not guess that they were both down that low and in that same category.
And it was still respectable, but they had been like 50% success in the couple years prior, and now they're down. Last year they were down around 44% or so, or something like that.
And this is just a quick sidebar. That was my whole thing for the Lions and Jared Goff and whatnot, that they just had such a great offensive line. If you look at the numbers, no quarterback has a bigger disparity in their numbers between when they're pressured and when they're not pressured than Jared Goff. And we saw, like you said, the whole offense took a step back last year because, A, you lose Ben Johnson, but B, they also lost at least two starting linemen, including their center. Offensive line wasn't as good last year in Detroit, and the whole offense suffered, including the running backs a little bit as well.
Yeah, so David Montgomery, in 2024, he had been 55.1% success rate. He went down to 46.2% just in 1 year, which sounds alarming until you realize that, okay, Jahmyr Gibbs, even, despite the year he had, wasn't as consistently successful as he'd been in his previous years. Those 2 years prior to that, he had been at the year before he was at 53.6%. Last year he dropped down to 46.5%.
What would you expect the carry be between Montgomery and Woody Marks? Do you think it's going to be kind of like a 55-45, close to even, or do you think Montgomery's going to get the vast majority of the carries in the backfield?
I think that he's probably initially gonna get 2/3 of the carries.
Okay.
And some of that depends on what they're doing on third downs and in passing downs when you're more likely to see Woody Marks. But I think with Woody, part of it is that, man, we saw last year, look, in bad circumstances, but still he was getting injured a lot. I mean, it felt like every game he was leaving with an injury at some point. And I think as for young running backs especially, some of that is learning just how to handle the wear and tear of the week-to-week grind that is the NFL and what you do with your recovery and all of that. But I'm guessing they're going to want to just try to keep him as much as possible successful, but also still adapting to playing in the NFL as a smaller guy and being used hopefully more as a receiver than as a first down running back as much as you can.
So with that said, before we hit the break here, I've been wondering about this, and so I would love your thoughts on it. Montgomery hasn't been like that lead back in a couple of years. Do you think that helps or hurts? Do you think that helps the body, that it's not he's not your normal 29-year-old, or do you think that could almost lead to more wear down as the season goes along if he's getting more carries than he's been used to?
It's just going to be a shock to his system that all of a sudden he's back up to.
Yeah, he's not used to getting that many touches and that many hits, week to week, whatever.
Yeah. He's in a huge, heavy workload guy, but he's down to he only had 158 carries last year, 185 the year before. It's a fair point to bring up. I think anytime you're a 29-year-old running back, I think everything everything. It's fair to worry about everything in terms of wear and tear on the body.
Yeah, it's true.
No, I don't think. I think it was Cody Stutes. Cody said that he thinks this is the best running backs room they've had in a long time. And I guess my initial knee-jerk reaction to that would be, man, I don't know if you can say that when, depending on how far back he went. I didn't look at his article yet. But, like, in terms of what's the peak ability of your running back compared to, okay, I feel good about David Montgomery and Woody Marks, but I don't think either of those guys is necessarily a Joe Mixon, in his first year with the Texans in terms of what his overall potential is. So I still have a lot of concerns about who the third running back is going to be if one of those guys, realistically, either Woody Marks or David Montgomery is going to miss some time due to injury this year. I'm not just 100% slam dunk confident in any of the backups at this point.
Yeah, which I think is fair. I'm with you on that. You can find the list, by the way, the full rundown for those interested on ESPN.com. I imagine they'll come out with another position group today, their top 10 rankings. Hey, when we come back, Julian Edelman had some potential interesting insight on this Texans offense. We'll talk about that next. Payne and Pendergast.
Camp is 3 weeks. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Julian Edelman offers up some maybe interesting insight on the Texans offense here in for 2026. It's Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean alongside Seth Payne. 713-572-4610 to join the conversation on the text line. Also can jump in on the YouTube and Twitch chats as well. Julian Edelman obviously played for the Patriots, played in that Patriots offense. He was on a podcast here recently and was talking about, again, I'm trying to find the source here, games with names, right?
Yeah,
it's his own podcast. Okay,
yeah.
I got to be honest with you. I'm bad at. Everyone's got podcasts. I can't keep up with all these podcasts and who's doing what and who's talking where.
I would tell you to just not give a damn. I appreciate your. I appreciate you trying to. Sean does the same thing. He's very concerned with being sure that proper credit is given. Screw him. It's on the internet. It's everybody's.
I usually don't, and I don't give credit. But then I've been around here long enough where not only other people do, like Sean will, and then I feel bad, or even if I'll say on air like, it's from some podcast, and then somebody else will jump in and be like, hey, it was this podcast. So I'm always guilted into it now. Shamed into it to give this credit out. So anyways, here's Julian Edelman on his own podcast, whatever it's called, talking about the Patriots offense.
When it was you and Dolan and Gronk and JoJo and it was just clicking and you guys could go no huddle so often. Oh, that was the best.
That was like the strength of, with Chris Hogan and Malcolm Mitchell and Dola. Like, we weren't like the most explosive group, but the strength of that team was the smart, like the
everyone's on the same page.
Everyone was smart.
It's the beauty of the Earhart Perkins is when everyone's got it.
Everyone was on the same page at all times.
Yeah, and I think that's that echoes everything that anybody's ever said about the Patriots. They have all these versatile players that are super smart and they know the system. And then like with the casual little detail that Tom Brady was the guy that was running the show.
Yeah,
it's the beauty of the Earhart Perkins system. So whenever you hear somebody say Earhart Perkins, they're basically just talking about the system that in all those years, which is it has a lot to do with the pass protection first and foremost, but then also the concepts that they use in their play calling in the pass game. But like a lot of it, and being able to get the most out of all of those guys, it does start with having a quarterback who's one of the smartest quarterbacks who's played the game in the history of football. This is where, and we're back in that same old boat now where we're trying to replicate a lot of the things that they did in New England. When Caserio first got here, people were hypersensitive about any notion that, okay, we're just going to try to copy New England. And now we've kind of just slid into like, oh, well, look at that. All these offensive coaches seem to have come out of New England at some point. And like lo and behold, we're trying to replicate what they did with Tom Brady. I think that where you get too nervous about that sometimes is in thinking that other teams don't do a lot of those same types of elements when they have veteran quarterbacks. It's usually a process of bringing young quarterbacks along till they get to the point when they're in their 30s that they can actually just control the game from behind a line of scrimmage, regardless of whatever you call the system. But that it's the most important thing is that you've got a coordinator that knows how much your quarterback can handle and when to work some of these things in that are above and beyond and the higher level mental functioning type of stuff. And I think that's where Caley probably last year was trying to feel a lot of that out of like, okay, what is capable of doing? What's the offense at large capable of doing? And it's a lot all at once. This year, by the reports out from OTAs and minicamp and everything else, it seems like they're a lot further along in that process, but you just don't know until you get out there and play.
And that's what I'm trying to take solace in. That's what I liked from this clip is I've had concerns, and you referenced Brandon Scott earlier. I know he's had concerns. We've talked about it, of the lack of explosiveness for this Texans offense. Yeah. So I did like at least Edelman said or pointed out like, hey, we weren't very explosive as an offense, but we got over that by just being smart. And so at least for me, that offers up hope of, you know what, it might not be the most explosive offense, but they can make up for that if, like you were laying out, they are all on the same page, or they are more comfortable and familiar with this offense here in year two, that can make up for maybe some of the lack of explosiveness that they're going to be dealing with offensively.
It works really well if you've got one of the best quarterbacks of all time. Also, that's I mean, it's boy, it's almost. That's where I get annoyed sometimes, where people will talk about the system excessively to the point where you're like, it's like telling somebody, oh, just use calculus to figure that problem out. Like, all right, if I don't know calculus, I know there's not much I can do. I mean, like, unless I can go run off to my chat GPT. That the biggest confidence stoker that maybe you can give yourself as a Texans fan is that, man, honestly, everything that Bill O'Brien was teaching Deshaun Watson and what they're trying to accomplish really was starting to come to a head in real ways for Deshaun Watson in 2020. And ironically enough, it was also the same year in which Bill O'Brien was fired, and that Deshaun would end up having all these other issues off the field. But by that point, Deshaun came out of a much more simplistic college system than C.J. Stroud did. By that point, Deshaun really had command of everything that Bill O'Brien was trying to teach him and wanted to accomplish, to the point where, he had the playbook at his disposal when he got up to the line of scrimmage. It was too little too late, and all of the GM decisions and roster decisions and everything led up to that perfect storm of just nonsense. But it's not like it's the impossible thing to learn. And if you don't, nobody's sitting here promising New England Patriots type results. We just want to get to an AFC Championship game first and foremost. I'm not overly daunted by the fact that it's not like Tom Brady's the only guy that can run that system.
By the way,
it's just he's the one who's run it the best.
Yeah. So good luck trying to duplicate that exactly. By the way, we haven't mentioned it yet. Did you see the Deshaun? Since you mentioned Deshaun Watson, did you see the Browns thing?
What's the latest?
The news yesterday is that records show the Browns are receiving more than $88 million in salary cap credits due to insurance purchased for Deshaun Watson's injuries.
Oh, okay, all right. So it's not hurting them as much. Is credited this season, or they just, they're getting back their cash. Yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with the cap, right? Or does it?
So I guess it goes from 2024 to 2029. So I guess they do get cash, but I think also some cap space for future years, I guess, for the next couple of years. I don't know. Well, no, that's only if he's in. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. Pro Football Talk had it. They said cash and cap space, but I'm not smart enough to understand how it helps with cap space. I don't know. But yeah. It kind of takes some of the fun away from it, though. Like, I want the Browns to be in ruins or be punished for giving all that money and the guaranteed contract and everything, and having the unmitigated gall to go all in on the guy after all that.
Yeah.
And now they're getting some of the money back because of insurance. That takes away some of the fun for me.
So there's like a $4.9 million credit in 2026. So it's nothing like that immediately is bailing them out from that quagmire or anything. It's enough for me that Mike Florio says he was really confused by all of it and then wrote 2,000 words about it. I'm not going to read that article. I'm just going to tell you, when all of a sudden this is the big boon that it turns things around for the Browns this year, then I'll pay attention. But until then, I'm not digging into that, man.
Yeah, I'm surprised Florio even admitted that he was confused by it.
The injury insurance, that's an interesting one, because I never had it when I was a player because it's expensive. To the point where you can see, your risk of getting a pretty bad injury as an NFL player is a lot higher than the average person. And I can't remember what the premium was enough that I was like, I'll just go ahead and take my chances on this one.
I don't blame you. That stuff's tough for some of these guys. Insurance in general, honestly, and I come from an insurance family, but there's a lot of things.
Your dad's not out there selling Lloyd's of London, disability, NFL disability insurance, is he? I'll buy some now. I bet I'm dirt cheap on that.
Yeah. Sorry to break it. Yeah, I should have connected you guys decades ago. Yeah, could have helped you. Hey, coming up, I made the case yesterday. We talked through it yesterday. The idea that the Texans, maybe they should be the favored in the AFC. Anyways, there's one national pundit who seems to agree with me. We'll hear from him next on the Texans. We'll do it after this Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land. If you are down in that Sugar Land area, if you're in the market for a brand new luxury vehicle, effortless.
At West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Are the Texans the best team in the AFC? I tried to make the case yesterday, and then we had this audio that somebody might agree. We'll get to that here on Payne and Pendergast. We got a few pieces of audio to try to get to here, including from Aaron Schatz of Football Outsiders. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean alongside Seth Payne. You can always text the show, 713-572-4610, or get to us also on the Twitch and YouTube chats as well. If you
I told you not to worry about giving guys credit as much as possible. Aaron Schatz is with FTN Fantasy now.
Oh, is that what he's doing now?
Yeah. He used to be Football Outsiders. Now he's with.
Oh, okay.
Which is kind of a big deal because he invented DVOA, which was a Football Outsiders thing. But he moved on and now he's with. He still does DVOA, but it's behind a paywall at FTN Fantasy.
Oh, I don't like that. To be honest with you, I actually thought he started Football Outsiders as well. I know he came up with DVOA.
I think he did.
Did he? Yeah.
Yeah, I might be wrong on that, but I think that was his baby. But.
Yeah, I've talked to him before, but obviously I don't know him well enough to know these things. Anyways, we seem to be in line, though, with the idea of the Texans. Maybe they're the best team in the AFC. Here was Aaron Schatz talking about those Texans.
Yeah, I think, first of all, that we all think too much about those playoff games and not about the regular season. In the regular season, C.J. Stroud was an average quarterback on a team that had no running game. Now, they should have improved the offensive line. They now have David Montgomery to be the lead running back. They should be getting Tank Dell back for their passing game. And I think that all of that combines to mean that Houston is very likely to be a slightly above average offense, like 13th, 14th. When you put that with the defense that they put on the field, that is the best team in the AFC.
Yeah, so I mean that's not like huge, just gushing praise or anything. I think it's more respect for the defense, if anything else at all. But I do think that there is an element of wherever the Texans' offense ranks or what they need to do. Are we reading too much into last year's AFC, where a lot of the better quarterback by the Final Four, and that you just like it? It was the perfect year with Lamar Jackson and Pat Mahomes out of the playoffs that you might be able to it's enough to get to the Super Bowl with an average or a slightly above average quarterback and a really, really good defense. Patriots made it to the Super Bowl with a guy that was, I don't know, Drake May in the regular season was an incredible quarterback. In the postseason, he was just a kind of a, whatever quarterback, except for a few key, critical, awesome plays that he made at times. So I think that I agree with him that I think the Texans are a lot closer to being an above-average offense than it feels, but I don't know if in any given year that's enough. Because Sam Darnold – and let's remember the Seahawks had a really good offense last year too. Yeah. That it's not just as simple as, okay, in this day and age, all you have to have is an above-average offense. I feel like you should be greedier than that and want more than that.
Yeah, I do agree with you on that idea of falling into the trap of last year is the new norm in the NFL. And I don't know if that's the case. And so maybe I'm the one that's relying on hopium, as I made the case yesterday, that with that said, though, I do think there are some big questions or concerns for the top contenders in the AFC. And we went through them yesterday, but whether it's new coaches, first-time coaches, or quarterback injuries or coordinator changes, I know that stuff happens every year in the NFL, but I think each of the top contender in the AFC specifically does have a big question or concern to try to figure out.
Yeah.
So I do agree with your overall point, but I think still it remains to be seen or until otherwise maybe. I feel like the AFC is still up for grabs or open for the taking. But I do love what Aaron said. I like the idea of like the bar is so low that he's like, well, if this happens, they might have an average offense. And it's like, all right, we could be average. But it also, to your point, like he said, that's how good the defense is, that if the Texans are just average, he said 13th or 14th offense in the league, that could be good enough to be the best team in the AFC, that bar is low because of how good the defense is. And if they were just that last year, they should have been in the Super Bowl if they only had an average offense in the playoffs.
They were the 13th scoring offense in the league last year. At least 13th scoring team. You add in a couple of the defensive touchdowns, whatever. But I think so much of that was heavily weighted by a couple of huge games against bad teams, and then also, against the Ravens and against the 49ers defense and the state of affairs that it was in, et cetera. But then also, the benefit of getting short fields at times from the defense, the turnover ratio, all of that. They might have been the 13th scoring offense, but it was still average at best offense, and probably a little bit below average. I think the big thing for me, though, is that if you could just if you weren't the worst red zone offense in the league, what does that number end up looking like? And I don't think, to their credit, I think they lifted themselves up to like 29th in red zone offense. But it was one of the worst red zone offenses in the league. If you just convert a few of those opportunities, and if you can be able to do that without CJ playing any different, but by having offensive line that's capable of doing those things, then A, CJ looks like the same performance gets you better stats out of CJ. But B, you're a more complete and well-rounded team without making extreme changes necessarily.
Well, speaking of CJ, here's more Aaron shots of talking about how Stroud has been an above-average quarterback.
There's guys who have never gotten over the hump until the year that they finally get over the hump. I think when you look at Stroud's performance overall, he is a above-average quarterback, and that if you can give him an average offensive line, and we know Nico Collins is great, and there's good receivers there, and if Tank Dell comes back and everything, that can be an above-average offense. Not a really good offense, but at least above average.
Now I'm offended by him saying they can't be a really good offense. But no, he was laying out the parameters of, okay, if you just do all of those things, and it's everything that we've been talking about this entire time. I think the biggest thing I think the disconnect for a lot of people right now is that it's impossible to wash those playoffs out of your brain.
Yeah.
And I think there's people that when they hear somebody say that Aaron shot, or there's somebody that C.J. Stroud over the course of 3 years has been an above-average quarterback, they just don't believe it. And it's like, and I get that, I understand it, but with the sum total of it all, if you look at it and you include that rookie year, and especially the second half of his rookie year, there's far worse situations to be in, but that's not a guarantee that it's just going to be that much better in the future.
How much I'm trying to come up with a way to phrase this. How much value do you put into a playoff game? Like, how many regular season games would you say a playoff game is worth? So, like, 2 bad playoff games, does that undo just, let's say, 8 regular season performances? Like, can you put a value on how impactful or important playoff games are?
I think 2 bad playoff performances undid 12 regular season performances by CJ this year. Yeah. Or 13 and a quarter, or however many games he actually played. I think that you know what it did undo, though? I think the playoffs especially, it undid all of the things that you wanted to compliment CJ for last year. Despite it being a lackluster season offensively, I was genuinely impressed by CJ's growth and maturity in knowing exactly how to handle game situations. Like, to be, when a quarterback, no matter who you are, like Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, anybody, they have to be game managers of a sort. It doesn't mean they're game manager quarterbacks, but you got to manage the game. You got to know when you can and can't take risks. You got to know what to do when you've got a lead in the second half, all of those things. And you got to know when to throw the ball away, when to take the easy receptions on first down. I thought CJ did a great job of growing and developing in that regard as the season went along. And that's why it was such a huge shock that he was the exact opposite guy in the playoffs. That instead of managing bad situations, he made bad situations even worse. You know, that the pick six, I don't care that the tight end fell down on the route, on the pick six in the eat the ball, take the sack. You know, there's just certain things that he was going above and beyond in making a bad situation even worse. It undid for me a lot of that maturity I wanted to credit him with during the regular season, because when the screws were really turned, it all just got flushed out the toilet. And I don't think until you see him come back and operate the way he was operating mentally, during the regular season last year. I need to see him operate that way for a few games before I can say that the playoffs didn't mean anything.
Yeah, that's a good point. They say a bad first impression, that it takes then 7 good impressions to remove that bad impression. So I guess it's similar, and those are really bad impressions in the playoffs.
Last impressions matter too, though. Yeah,
it's true.
So
Right.
It's kind of if you have an awesome life, but then the last 10 years of your life are just absolute misery. Like you go bankrupt, you've got some kind of illness that's just lingering on and everything. It kind of changes. Like if you live 80 years, but the last 10 years are really, really miserable, it's harder to say, like, it's hard to remember those first 70 years as awesome as they were.
Yeah, it's true.
I'm told. I don't know. I'm going out in a blaze of glory before that ever happens. Yeah.
That's why I hate seeing these videos that will go viral online of like the 80-year-old working at Walmart, and people are asking him, like, what happened? How come you're working here? And it's usually, unfortunately, like healthcare stuff that put through their savings because the wife got sick or something. And yeah, it's
Wait,
very
people
sad.
do that? People go and interview people that are working at Walmart and like shame them for it?
Yeah, if it's like a senior,
What the hell? You're trying to... Okay, that bothers me because I feel like whoever makes those videos is like trying to make a heartfelt video of it touching, when in reality they're just shaming some old guy that I don't know, had some bad financial luck or something.
Yeah, it's true. But I will say the positive that usually comes from those is that then people will start a GoFundMe and like donate money to try to help that person. So
they're just gonna blow it again. Give that money to a 40-year-old or something, or a 20-something. I don't know.
That's also fair. I have thought about that too.
I'm taking up base jumping when I turn 70. That's how I'm going to handle the last 10 years.
Yeah, there you go. Really going out with a blaze. By the way, how did he start that clip? Guys don't get over the hump until they get over the hump. Is that what he said?
That's what he said. They don't get over the hump until they get over the hump. We talked about Eli Manning earlier. Eli Manning, I'm not so sure Eli Manning ever actually got over the hump in the regular season, but he was a bad quarterback. His first 4 years, including the year he won a Super Bowl, right up until the playoffs, he wasn't a good quarterback, man. But things just kind of all of a sudden clicked for him.
Yeah, but what is that? Of course.
Sam Darnold didn't get over the hump until he got to Minnesota later in his career. Geno Smith, it took forever for him to get over the hump. I feel like Baker Mayfield gets thrown into that group sometimes, and I don't think it's fair to Baker Mayfield because he was a guy people were having the debate about whether they should pay him after his third year, and then he had that really bad shoulder separation that kind of just derailed his entire career. So I don't put him in that same boat as late bloomer. I think he just had a little bit of a bumpy road.
Right. But yeah, I don't understand the phrasing in the sense of, of course no one gets over the hill until they get over the hill. It's like I don't get home until I get home. Like obviously, you know what I mean? Like you can't. It seems just like the most obvious statement.
But you know what he's saying. Apply your Yogi Berra logic to it. Don't think too hard about it. It's a Yogi Berra-ism where, I know exactly what he's talking about.
That's right. Also, what stood out from that clip, and this is what everyone does, whenever people talk about the Texans' offense and how it might improve this year, everyone always references Tank Dell and his return.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up.
Do you feel like we're relying too much, or the national pundits are relying too much on this idea of like Tank Dell and what he's going to bring to the offense?
I do, because even on the ESPN did their article, they ranked all the rosters in the NFL, and they ranked the Texans as the 9th best overall roster. And I think there was a blurb in there about how they've got Tank Dell coming back, which, it would be awesome if we knew that Tank Dell was going to come back and be as physically the same guy that he was before his catastrophic knee injury. But we just don't know that. Like, we know he's going to be there in training camp in some capacity, but I'm kind of... That is a huge found money scenario for me. I'm not banking on it unless it comes to fruition and wow, okay, now this is one more guy that can really threaten the defense that and you add. But I saw it was in that ESPN write-up where they said that, watch Jalen Noel, but if Tank Dell comes back, then that might affect Jalen Noel's usage in the slot. And that annoyed me because Tank Dell's not a slot receiver.
Right.
But people look at him, and because he's small, they think, he must be the slot receiver. And then that just devalues the entire positive blurb that you've just written about the Texans. Now, wait a second. You're hinging your argument on the return of Tank Dell and him being used in the slot. You got two big issues right there.
Yeah, right. And everyone's doing it. Everyone brings up Tank Dell of why the offense. And I'm with you. I've said it since the injury occurred. Anything you get from him to me is just icing on the cake at this point, or it's gravy. You'll take it, but you shouldn't expect it.
Yeah.
Last Aaron Schatz audio of this is him talking about the Texans' defense.
You know, we talk a lot in our books about defense being harder to predict than offense. And the way we show that is that our projections are really the average of a range of possibilities, and the projections for defense are all closer to average than the ones for offense are, because you can feel better that a good offense is going to be good. That being said, you can feel about as good that the Houston Texans defense is going to be good as you can about any defense in the league in any year. I mean, they're just consistently good. It's not built on turnovers. It's not built on third downs. It's just built on stopping the other team. We know the talent is good. They didn't lose anybody. The defense just looks fantastic, like it should be really good again this year. So if you're talking about a serious Super Bowl contender.
You know, and some of that goes back to we had the listener yesterday say, hey, we were talking about how you got to be careful about just running it back, especially if you're not elite already. And somebody said, well, isn't that what they're doing on defense, just running it back? And I said, no, they're not. They added Caden McDonald. They added Reed Blankenship. But the other part of it, too, is even if they were just running it back, it is still dicey that, you got to account that some guys are going to take a step backwards or whatever. But they were already elite. And running it back when you're elite, you can have a little bit more confidence in than running it back. Like with the Jaguars last year had an impressive second half of the season offensively. But is that enough to just say, oh, yeah, we're running it back with these guys minus Travis Achan, and that we're going to be just fine? I think that's a completely different world. With the Texans' defense, it is rare that you're a top two defense in the league and you don't lose any of your impact playmakers, and that they were able to kind of fill in the margins and some of the weaknesses from last year to boot. That injuries can destroy any of your best laid plans, but it's really hard to look at that defense and say, if they have the same injury luck that they had last year, yeah, I think they're going to be an elite defense. Which is dicey when you try to predict defenses.
That's Aaron Schatz and his thoughts on this Texans team. As he said, they might be the best in the AFC. Coming up, will we continue to squander opportunities? Is this the Truman Show's be the ones to save us? We'll talk about it next year on Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, boy. You guys know I'm traveling this week, and one of the things that I am
Studio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Well, Houston sports continue to squander opportunities. It's Payne and Pendergast. I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean alongside Seth Payne. You can always join the conversation, 713-572-4610 on the text line or YouTube and Twitch as well. If you are watching on YouTube and Twitch, I did wear, I don't even think you can see it because of how I'm sitting, but I did wear my Hartford Whalers shirt today in honor of Sean as I sit in his seat for him. And the security guard here was actually very off the elevator in the lobby, and he yelled out. It was almost startling because it was 5 a.m.
Yeah.
Hartford Whalers. And I said, yeah.
Is he an old Whalers fan himself?
I don't think so.
Just excited to see the logo.
I think he was just excited. And I said, yeah, I'm from Hartford originally. And he said, oh, the land of Moby Dick. And honestly, I've never heard, I don't know what that means. I've never heard that. I'm going to have to Google it. I don't know if Moby Dick has a connection to Connecticut or what. I got to be honest. I have no idea.
That's probably, it was like a little whaling town. It was Moby Dickfordson, Connecticut. That was that's the little whaling town. I have no idea.
Yeah. So, that was how the morning started.
Do we have a name? If Houston lands an NHL team, there's going to be a lot of controversy over whichever name they select. And
that's going to be a big deal.
Houston, the Texans is not the most popular name amongst people that grade names of teams. I think it works perfectly. I would have advised against it just from a branding perspective. I think there's a lot of people out there with like kind of red and blue logos where they call themselves like Texans Plumbing or something, where they kind of skirt the intellectual property laws.
Right.
And it's tough to you can't just slam. You can't claim that a really generic term is definitely linked to the football team. But still, I would just I don't think it's gonna. They're not gonna go old school and name the hockey team the same name as like the football team or the baseball team to just try to get a little bit of that extra shine off of it.
Yeah, ChatGPT gives their top choices. Number 1, Houston Apollos. Number 2, Houston Outlaws. Number 3, Houston Cyclones.
Okay.
And number 4, Houston Wranglers. Do any of those do it for you?
No, none of them really do it. You know what the problem is? I don't like it when they lean too far into the Texas stereotypes. I don't know if stereotypes are like kind of like the Texas caricatures because Houston's so much of a different city than it was even 40 or 50 years ago. I'm cool with leaning into the space program.
Yeah.
The Outlaws, I feel like anything you do that's got any kind of edge to it whatsoever is going to just get annoying backlash for no good reason, and yet that makes me really want it. So that if they do something with Outlaws or, I don't know, just anything, I'd be cool. I'll sign on for whatever passes for edgy these days.
AI says Houston Outlaws would be aggressive without sounding gimmicky. So there's the pitch.
Feels a little gimmicky.
It does. It feels very gimmicky, actually. And they said the colors would be black, red, and silver, and that would look fantastic.
Yeah.
So ChatGPT has the whole plan laid out. They already got the uniforms going and everything. And then when they become the Outlaws, we'll take credit for it.
We gotta beat Austin out for getting the NHL franchise.
Yes.
The problem is I looked at a list of pros and cons for Houston versus Austin, and it felt like whoever was making the list was operating off of like the demographics from Austin in the year 2002. It was traffic. Houston's got horrible traffic. Have you talked to anybody who lives in Austin lately?
Right.
Ask them about the traffic in Austin. They're in their daily commute. Their average daily commute isn't that far off from Houston's average daily commute.
Yeah.
They've caught up. A lot of the problems that plague Austin are now just your normal run of the mill. Oh, we're a big city now. We got those same problems. They ain't weird no more. They're just like the rest of us.
Yeah, it's true. Absolutely. And the YouTube chat says AI is gimmicky. So take that, ChatGPT. So. I was thinking about this. I think the teams here in this city have been offered up great opportunities here in the last really just 12 months, and they certainly haven't taken advantage. Not even 12 months, really. This just 2026, the last 7 months here, 6 months. But when you look back on it, like the Texans, everyone will point to the path that they had in the playoffs. We talked about it earlier. You don't have to deal with Mahomes and Burrow and Lamar And instead, you just got to get through Drake May and then the Broncos' backup quarterback, and it's like, what could have been? The Texans should have been in the Super Bowl. And to this point, that was probably their best chance to reach a Super Bowl. And then you have the Rockets, where in the NBA, we have more parity now than ever before, since the 1970s at least, where 8 straight different champions without a repeat, 8 unique champions in the last 8 years. And the Rockets still haven't been able to get out of the first round. And then you have the Astros, who right now the American League has the worst winning percentage of either the American League or National League for any season in MLB history. The worst league in Major League Baseball history, the AL currently this year. And you're getting an MVP season from Yordan, and yet the Astros are still 3 games under 500, not in first place, in what is also a very bad division. It's like, man, we're getting these opportunities right now, just not so far not taking advantage.
So it's the worst AL in the history of the AL?
Yeah, based off of total winning percentage of all the teams in the league, yeah.
Which, you know what, I guess that's a little bit unfair just because interleague play's only been a thing for a few decades now.
Since 97.
So I mean, it was, like before that, it was a sum total of 500 for both leagues. So in the last however many years, suffice it to say, it's a bad AL. What made me feel better about it is that sometimes every now and then I like to just go back and look at where the farm systems are ranked, and you think, okay, well, Dana Brown's been here a few years now, so clearly the guy who's brought in to restock the farm system has done a lot of great work since then, and he really has, because in 2024 they were 27th ranked, and now, headed into this year, they're the 29th ranked farm system. And at that pace, I mean, we're looking at 15 years from now having the best damn farm system in all the land, okay? I don't care how the AL's doing at that point. We're going to be ready to take them by storm.
That's right. It's like planting a tree. Where it's like, 15 years from now, it's finally going to give us shade in the backyard.
Dana Brown is mature enough to know that he's planting a tree that he will never he's setting up at some point here. The Astros are going to get up into like the third quartile of farm system rankings.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And that's another reason why I haven't been a Dana Brown guy. And we actually talked about this during the Radiothon, but it's the old Office Space line of like, what do you do here? Because they brought him in to improve the farm system. Hasn't done that. The big league team's gotten worse. It's like, okay, what do you bring into the table? Why are you still around here?
Right. No, at some point it gets past I gave everybody, including Click, the benefit of the doubt when it comes to, man, it's a whole different scenario trying to maintain something like this, as opposed to building it up. We never got to see Jeff Luhnow really go through the really difficult part of maintaining something, and who knows how he would have done. I'm guessing good chance he would have been good at it. But they just, since then, it's just been a steady, it's not a plunge or anything, but it's a steady march down back towards exactly where they are right now, which is a haphazard farm system and a mediocre performance on the field. And I know that I rarely will get up and act like firing somebody in the middle of a baseball season is the go-to answer, because that's just not the way the sport works.
Yeah.
But to try to create some kind of impassioned plea that you got to keep a spot or you got to keep Dana Brown at the end of the season, I can't go down that route. I've got no appetite for that.
Yeah, it's hard to defend Dana Brown. That is weird about baseball. I also brought this up last week. Like, they don't want to, and some NFL teams do this as well, depending on the time of year. It's just there's so much time between the end of the NFL season and the draft. But baseball, like, they don't want to disrupt all the prep they did for the draft or even the trade deadline. That teams don't want to fire their GMs. I know the Angels did it, but most teams don't want to fire their GMs this time of the year and have some random person now handle the draft. They want that GM who did all the work and they did all the scouting to handle the draft, handle the deadline, and then fire them, which to me almost seems too late. Like, you let them make more bad decisions.
It is, yeah. It's almost like, we got to let this drunk driver see this thing out before he gets. We don't want to screw up his concentration while he's trying to get home. Right. Let's just see if he can get home, and then we'll pull him over. We'll arrest him in his driveway.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, the other thing that stood out to me, not only the AL is so bad, but as I referenced, Jordan's having this incredible year, and to this point, the Astros are wasting it. The Astros have 2 MVPs in their history. Altuve, when they won the World Series, was 9 years ago, and then Jeff Bagwell in 1994, which was the year they had the strike, and they couldn't finish the season, but the Astros, who were in the NL at the time, of course, had the 3rd best record in the NL. So typically, when you have an MVP type of player, you also have good team success. It would be a shame to waste Jordan's, great season so far. But the main reason why I wanted to bring this all up is because I looked back on that Jeff Bagwell season, and honestly, I don't recall this, but he only played 110 games because, again, strike shortened season. Mm-hmm. I didn't even know they gave out awards for that year, to be honest with you. But he played 100. He did 16 runs in 110 games. If they played a full year, he might have had 180 RBIs, which would be so absurd. What a year, Jeff Bagwell.
Yeah. Oh no, yeah. And that's where you give him a little bit of a break when he's on the broadcast talking about RBIs and whatnot. The focus was on different things back then. The one thing that's weird about this team this year has been how good they've been with 2 outs. Like where it feels like, it might just be random chance or random luck or whatever, but they do some things that feel clutch, and then there's other things that they do that feel like the exact opposite of clutch. Paredes, this is my one weird complaint. If I were to complain about something good, it's that Paredes has only challenged 9 times with the ABS. And he's perfect on it.
Yeah.
Where meanwhile, Cam Smith is challenging anything and everything all the time, and he's awful at it. I feel like with Paredes, and I would say Jordan too, because Jordan's been very judicious with his challenges. Those guys, hey man, like we gotta help. We gotta get every little bit we can here, and you guys have a really good eye. Just go ahead and challenge a few more times. They're the best in the league at batter challenges, and that's with their best guys not challenging as much as they probably could.
Yeah, I think all teams, obviously they have their own rules. I think some teams or some players, like you said, Cam Smith, like way too liberal with it. But I think obviously it's the situation, but also if it's egregious, then you watch some of these games where like that's clearly not a strike, but they're afraid to use a challenge, like say in the 3rd or 4th innings. If you know it's a ball, like correct the call and take your chance with the challenge, especially when you have an eye like Paredes. And yet some guys still are hesitant to use a challenge if it's not like men on base or, whatever, 7th inning. Use it whenever you can correct the call, no doubt. Coming up, speaking of those Astros, they lost last night. Mike Burrows got knocked around. Do the Astros actually have a better option at this point? Who would you trust more right now? We'll talk about it next. Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, we are in July now. We're in July. And do you know how much your electricity bill is?
Presents live from the West Point Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Yes, sir. Wrapping up Tuesday morning, getting ready to hand things off to the fellas of In the Loop, which today is Reggie. He has returned, and B. Scott in with him, who you heard yesterday. So Brandon Scott in for Lopez, and he'll be with Reggie coming up here in just a few moments. We'll catch up with them, find out the question of the day, and chit-chat with those guys in just a little bit. But, by the way, I'm Luke Morrow in for Sean. And
where'd Reginald go? Where was he yesterday? Did he go to Greece again? Or Italy or wherever the hell he went?
Yeah, it was Italy for the weddings. I don't know, but I think after doing, 12 hours on Friday, both him and Ron were off yesterday. I feel like that's just like a baked-in vocal maintenance day or something. Just take the day off.
Our boss makes Sean take the day. If there's like a Monday night game, where, Sean and I on Monday will do our show, and then we do the pregame show, but then Sean does the postgame also. Parker makes Sean take the second to next day off. So, like Tuesday, we got to be in and do the postgame because that's when the fields are fertile. But then that next day after that, he has to take a break just to be sure that he physically recovers from getting 2 hours of sleep and all that stuff.
Makes sense. Well, I mean, it does seem, I don't know if there's science behind it, but it does always seem like it's that second day. Like if you wake up after only a couple of hours of sleep, you could get through that day okay. I feel like it really catches up to you the following day.
You know what? Yeah, you can do anything on zero sleep for one day. Right. When you get into that third day, everything really, really starts to fall apart. The adrenaline's all spent.
Yes.
Like whatever pharmaceuticals you might be using are all spent. Your bank account's bereft because of the pharmaceuticals, and that's time to just settle down and just regroup.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I remember the game when they played the Seahawks this past year. It was the second game of a doubleheader on Monday Night Football. Yeah. And so that was late enough where Sean was forced to take the next day off, and I was in with you after that Seahawks game this past year. So, yeah, it's tough.
I always make Sean feel like a wimp about it. I totally get it, and I think I might have been the one who recommended it initially, but now I make him I give him a guilt trip over it every single time.
Hey, it's tough. Like, I know we're not digging ditches here. We were just sitting talking about sports, but yeah, man.
Your brain just stops working, though.
Right.
It's not like Sean would gladly do it, but at just some point your brain just stops functioning properly.
Yeah.
But somehow doctors are cool with it, Yeah, there's the resident who gets 3 hours of sleep every 36 hours. He'll make all the right decisions. Don't worry about it.
I know. I never got that. And they do like the 12-hour shifts as well.
Yeah, they screw up a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
they make a lot of brain farts.
Right.
Okay,
that's a
Don't worry,
long
it's just
time.
Your pancreas.
Yeah, the nurses in the hospital, I think, right? Aren't they 12-hour shifts? That by the end of that, after you've been working for 10 hours, like you're bound to be worn out a little bit, make some mistakes. Doesn't seem ideal. It's always the classic in the old movies from like the 70s and the 80s. They just always give the doctors coffee, and they're drinking a bunch of coffee, and then they go into and do surgery. That's all.
You know what? I mean, the craziest, if you think about, the military knows all of this really, really well, like exactly how many more mistakes you start making, as many hours as you've been without sleep. But there's times in war where, you have to make life and death decisions as an officer, and that because you've seen all the research that you've had 1 hour of sleep in the last 48 hours, that it gets dicey, man. That's why I chose never to be a colonel in the Marines.
Makes sense.
I said, you know what? I don't operate well on no sleep.
Yeah.
I wrote that on the questionnaire. I was like, no, I don't. Is sleep deprivation going to be a thing here with the Marine Corps? And they're like, yeah, it's sometimes kind of a thing. I was like, I don't know. I don't know if I'm the guy for you.
Yeah, for that reason and only that reason. I'm deciding against it. Yeah. On the text line, someone says, I work 12 to 16 hours a day in oil and gas, 5 to 7 days a week. No mercy.
Yeah. No, again, I'm not saying I'm not sitting here asking for any sympathy or anything. It's just that it's you're you sound more and more like a dullard the longer you go.
For sure.
When trying to do it. It's not even a real job. but the performance suffers.
Right, but they weren't saying, in the texter's defense, I didn't finish the text, they weren't saying that, like, boo-hoo, I work harder. He was saying, I listen to 610 wire to wire. I love you guys. So,
no, thanks, man.
So I appreciate you, and appreciate your hard work out there. Take a day off every once in a while. Will you? Working 16-hour days all week? That's crazy.
16-hour day. So you can't...
You can't do anything. Then you sleep the rest.
You're not going to get more than... How many days are 16-hour day?
Well, he said 12 to 16 hours, 5 to 7 days a week. I mean, you're just working the whole week. You have no downtime.
You got a pension plan?
Yeah, I hope so.
That was like those lines, the linemen that work on the utilities and everything, they tend to have pretty good pensions, but it's a brutal job. They have to do that. Like when the storms come around, they're working 3 days straight with no break a lot of the time.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, you're cool, the overtime's great, but I got to sleep for 3 days to recover from this.
Right.
Yeah,
it's fair. Yeah, certainly. Well, we'll see. I'm somebody who I'm not used to getting up so early, so even just doing this all week, getting up at 4 a.m. all week, we'll see how I'm faring by Friday.
I failed the lineman exam because I said I didn't like heights. That was the big barrier for me. I was like, can I only work on low-hanging wires? And I said, no, sorry, Seth, that's not. It's a disqualifier. It's a no for us.
I like this bit where there's just one thing, like one
minor detail that keeps you out of jobs
of everything. Yeah, I like that. Hey, texter also made me aware that today's National Rock and Roll Day. So throw on a record this afternoon. After you're done listening to 610. We did, actually, a few weeks back, Figgy got the list of the top 10 rock bands according to Ben, and we went through it on In the Loop. Ben, what did you say? What's the number one rock band?
This is according to just Ben and Ben's opinion?
Yeah. Right?
Oh.
I think I said it was Metallica.
Okay. He said Metallica. Good band, but I wouldn't put number one.
Who would be your number one rock band?
Well, so... I've had this conversation or this debate with Lopez before because he says they're pop. They can't count. It's still the Beatles.
Oh, okay. Well, no, it's rock and roll, though.
Right? I thought so.
They achieved pop success, but it's still rock and roll.
And that's the low-hanging fruit, but I got to go with the Beatles. And then probably Rolling Stones. Personally, I like the Rolling Stones more than the Beatles, but I think the Beatles have to be one, and then I do Rolling Stones, too.
Did he say that the Rolling Stones weren't pop, but that the Beatles were?
Beatles were, yeah. Beatles were excluded. Rolling Stones counted.
Okay. That's interesting.
I forget.
I'd like to hear actual people that actually know something weigh in on that.
I forget. Lopez did a list too. I think after we did Ben's top 10, Lopez made his own top 10, and I forget who he had number one, but he didn't even have the Beatles on the top 10. And when I asked why, he said, they're pop. They don't count for rock and roll. So, but I've always considered them number one. Led Zeppelin would be right there too, and the Rolling Stones I think are the top three in whatever order you want to put them in, but those should probably be the three best rock and roll bands.
If it's got a guitar and it's got a backbeat, it's rock and roll.
Yeah,
Let's not overthink this, all right?
By the way, in the Beatles, yes, some of their stuff was poppy, but if you listen to some of the later stuff, like Don't Let Me Down or Heavy, I'm trying to think of that last album especially. I'm trying to think of songs off the top of my head. They had some harder stuff in their later years. So happy National Rock and Roll Day. Hey, the Astros lost the opener last night to the Nationals 12-11, and they'll play tonight, Game 2, 5:45 first pitch with Ime on the mound. We opened the show talking about the Astros loss last night and Mike Burrows and how this just doesn't seem to be sustainable, where Burrows now ERA, Ime's ERA is over 6 himself. It's hard when you're already 3 games under 500 trying to battle back, and you have 2 starters in your rotation with ERAs at 6 or higher. It's hard to come back from. But I guess my question would be, at this point, what internal options do you trust more to try to fill those voids and help this team the rest of the way? Right.
Okay. So, with Burrows, I'm waiting for the guy to emerge, and maybe it's Christian Javier. Maybe it's I can't. Lance could come in and pitch 3 no-hitters, and you're still going to be nervous about exactly what's going to happen. So then you've got Blanco and Hayden Wisniewski, that maybe one of those guys can come in and be a revelation. I think Ime is the one that I'm still just hoping that, man, if he can just iron out these last little, remember the minor details that keep you out of a job, like the Marine Corps. I don't like not getting enough sleep. Being a linesman, I don't like heights. I feel like with Ime, if you want to be taken seriously as a starting pitcher, you have to more consistently make it out of the first or second inning. It's just one of my little perfectionist traits. I like my starting pitchers to go more than 2 innings more regularly than Imai does. If he could just iron that part of it, I'm excited about Imai.
Yeah, that's all. If he could just get that one thing under control. And we'll see. Tonight's a big test because, we just saw it for Burroughs last night. But this is a Nationals team that, as we've discussed the last 36 hours, they're one of the best offenses in baseball park tonight. So this is a real test for him, especially after what we saw from Burroughs. He'd like a nice bounce-back start tonight.
That's you know what, and I'll credit Burroughs at least. When Burroughs has these horrendous early innings, he does at least try to fight through it, and at times has in the past. With Imai, I just just getting the boot that early in these games, and I understand just the adjustment and everything else that goes with it. There is an element of like, all right, yeah, well, welcome to the big leagues, man. You're just going to have to sit here and deal with it for the next couple of innings at least, and we're not going to screw over our entire bullpen for you struggling in the first couple of innings.
Yeah, which is one of my pet peeves in baseball. I know it's a long season. You don't want to burn guys out, but I hate how often managers might throw in the towel on certain games.
You don't like that as much, yeah.
No.
Yeah.
You got to play to win.
Lance McCullers in the Phillies World Series, just sitting out there and taking it for the team, and that was one of the most important things that anybody did in that. That was one of the most important things that had to happen. I don't want to heap a whole bunch of praise on him for having a bad performance, but Lance just kind of understood, yep, I'm going to just sit out here and I'm going to eat as many innings as possible and keep the rest of the pitchers healthy because that's our big advantage in this series right now.
Yeah, I get it more so in a playoff series, but like in July, you can send somebody down, call up somebody else tomorrow for that bullpen spot. Like, let's try to win ball games, especially when you're 3 games under 500 still. By the way, I said this earlier, but only one team in the wild card era has made the playoffs with 2 ERAs over 5. And it was the Cardinals who actually went on to win the World Series that year. Or actually, that was over 6, I think, was the parameters. Over 6 ERAs. The Cardinals did it. But Mark Mulder got pulled from the starting rotation around this time of the year after allowing 10 runs in a game. Mike Burroughs just allowed 10 runs last night. We'll see if he gets pulled from the rotation here at the All-Star break.
When they made the trade, who to the Cardinals, which was the trade?
And then they brought in, Jeff Weaver, who, funny enough, he had over a 5 ERA in the regular season with the Cardinals, but then pitched really well in the playoffs for him.
Yeah. So Weaver could be like, for us, it's not trade guys as much as, okay, maybe Blanco ends up being that guy.
Yeah.
This is the second year in a row I've been saying, hey, guys, let's just treat these guys returning from the IL like those are our big trade deadline moves.
That's right.
Woo!
Maybe it'll work out this year. Yeah, 4 out of 6 starters for the Cardinals that year had ERAs over 5, and they won the World Series. It's crazy. With that, let's welcome in the fellas from In the Loop. Reggie's back in the house today.
Wait, you're telling me we're not getting Tarek Skubal?
No, I don't think so.
Come on, guys.
Not even Sonny Gray.
We were this close.
Yeah.
Thought we had him right where we wanted
We've worked our way up to being the 27th farm system in baseball, man. We don't need to hold on to these prospects
Got to use it immediately.
Yeah.
It's better than 28th.
Start trading these guys away before we, the getting's good.
Seth, you exist as an anomaly, at least in my brain, so much so that obviously you can be very level-headed and reasonable, but also you can seem very impulsive. Have you ever been the dude who immediately got his check in and then spent it on the dollar? Like, have you ever been that person in your life?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was going to say. I mean, this guy's got a lot of checks in his life.
I had a lot of credit card debt when I got drafted. In the NFL. Because I was going all in on everything that summer. Like, I didn't, usually in the summers I worked a summer job and everything. That was the first year that I was like, nope, I'm not working this summer because I didn't have a scholarship or anything. So I was all in on making it to the NFL, and I lived off a credit card for a good chunk of the year, and thank God I got drafted.
Yeah.
Then I would have been in the Marines, and you know how I hate missing sleep.
That's right. As we just heard, Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. Also, you've already heard the voice, but Brandon Scott in for John Lopez today. Guys, before we get to the question of the day, I mean, I guess we were just talking about it with the Astros. Oh, I don't know if this is going too far, but I did ask earlier, who would you trust more than Mike Burrows? And somebody on the text line said Helen Keller trying to play the piano backwards.
Hey.
So
there's a good chance she was actually able to do that. So I was
going to say Ray Charles driving as my Uber driver.
I would go with Stevie Wonder because, as we all know, he's not.
That's cheating.
That is correct.
Right. That's cheating.
Yeah,
because he's not blind.
Yeah. Which guy would you most prefer to be in the rotation over Burrows at this point if you were to make a change for the Astros?
Yeah,
who would you trust most?
It feels weird to say, but Javier. And I don't have any justification for it. I don't feel like there's a real argument for it except for history, pedigree, and just a trust as a fan and as somebody that's watched him. Javier pitching before his injury earlier this year does not justify that answer, but I just don't. It's more about Burrows than it is Javier. I think the Javier piece of it is just, again, that background trust. But tell me, what would be the justification for Mike Burrows at this point in the rotation? Like earlier in the season when it wasn't good, I guess.
That's it. No, that is it. Like, he'll get you to 5 or 6 regardless.
Yeah, and so put him in the bullpen, make him a long relief guy, and he can be an innings eater of some sort, low leverage. Maybe he's your new Nate Pearson. I don't know. But earlier in the season when he was unlucky, y'all remember that? When he was, it's not so bad. It's just that he's having real bad luck.
Yeah.
Well, we're so far past that to where I just don't know what the logical justification would be to keep him around in the rotation, that is.
Right. Yeah, I'm with you. And that one strength, the innings eating, he can just do in the bullpen, like you said.
Yeah, I'll take Javier.
Okay, fair enough. Christian Javier. I got the questions about the Javier, as you mentioned, right? The way he pitched earlier in this year, so on and so forth. In a weird way, and he is seeming like he's on the precipice of returning. It might be Ronald Blanco for me. And I realize that this is entirely vibes-based, but, Lance McCullers Jr., even though they as a team seem to be continuing to operate as if that's a serious way of going about this, I don't think anybody outside of the organization for the Astros is taking that particularly seriously. And so Christian Javier, I don't know, for some reason I am skeptical on the return, even though I am hopeful. Ronald Blanco feels like there's still upside there for some reason in my brain. And so I would like to see what that upside potentially is, even
Blanco, because in 2024, Blanco had a 2.8
right
ERA 7 innings, and then it was in 2025 it wasn't as good a year, but it was he still finished with a better ERA, both ERA and expected ERA, than Mike Burrows has right now. So he's had a heavier workload in his career than Mike Burrows has had, and in his best season he's a 2.80 ERA. In 2025, in only 48 innings, he had a 4.1 ERA, which isn't atrocious or anything. That's just about an average Major League Baseball pitcher.
The atrocious thing in that season was that he walked everybody in sight. And so that's the thing where is it cool to just have the same issue that you had previously had and hope that he can join in with the fix that seemingly everybody has of just throwing strikes, right? That's the thing that I'm, hanging my hat on, so to say.
Yeah. No, I don't think I don't feel rock solid confident in any of the potential options right now.
No, that's the problem.
But all of them, though, I feel better than I do Mike Burrows.
Yeah.
Like I could have lived with any answer that any of us gave just now over the one that they have right now.
Yeah.
And we'll get to that more so here at 1020.
I'm sure. They got to go find their Jeff Weaver. Let me get this out of the way. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. To keep with tradition, what's the question of the day today?
Yeah, the question of the day inspired by that ass whooping that the United States men's national team took in the World Cup round of 16, jettisoning them for the tournament. What's another time that you were embarrassed in front of company? Because that's what that was, right? We as Americans, especially those of us that had the audacity to get a little excited about this team, got to sit up there and watch the entire of the world go, damn, this is what y'all thought? Like, this is what y'all thought was going to win?
One thing, I was very loud after the Steelers playoff victory and saying that this isn't CJ Stroud is not a guy who's careless with the football, and I would never expect that somehow he would be careless with the football 2 weeks in a row.
Yeah.
Even in fact, in his career, he'd rebounded from being careless with the football pretty well, and learned lessons. And I could not have been any more wrong on anything I've ever said than that.
Yeah.
So that was embarrassing for me personally.
Yeah, I'm right there with Seth. I did that. I did the exact same thing. Defended C.J. Stroud all the way down. And look, it's not up to it's not up to him to defend my honor or anything. It's just that I believed it wholeheartedly and could not have been more wrong, as Seth says.
Yeah, I've been trying to think. I think I just block out all my embarrassingly bad memories.
I do.
So
I usually do too. But this has been an opportunity for you to dredge that up and relive them.
I know.
Hopefully, maybe settle them in a better way, mentally and emotionally.
Yeah,
Who knows?
I've been trying to think. Yeah.
The most embarrassing for me personally, it wasn't like people had high expectations for me or anything, but I was wrestling when I had to wrestle varsity as a freshman in high school. You guys have to realize I was 5'7", 132 pounds. And I was wrestling up a weight class at 138 against, kids that were like basically like at their adult maximum height and weight. And I got my ass kicked so badly. And there's nothing worse than just getting your butt kicked in front of all of your classmates and their parents at a high school wrestling match. Like England, and it's rough, man. You're trying to bridge out of a half Nelson, and you're looking at all your friends upside down. It's some of them that don't look all that unhappy for you. It's embarrassing, man. It's a character builder.
Yeah, I could imagine. I'm sure I have plenty of sports ones. I was no athlete, so anytime I was out there.
Neither was 5'7", 132 pound Seth Payne.
And look
at wrestler.
Yeah, well, look how you got the last laugh. Look how you turned
That's right.
out. Yeah. So I don't know.
Scariest thing ever was, man, I was some kid. I was weighing in next to this kid, and this guy was at his max adult height. Most of those guys would suck down like 20 pounds, to make weight. But he had tattoos, and this was before everybody had tattoos. But he looked like he just got out of the Merchant Marine or something. And boy, he just beat the crap out of me. I'm gonna go find that guy. I'm going to go find whichever halfway house he's living in and destroy his world.
Yeah, I was like, in what way? Are we enacting violence, or are you going to like go for mental warfare? I'm very curious.
I'm going to beat him up in front of his wife.
Excellent. Good stuff.
That's been the theme. Yesterday was somebody you punched at like a Pee-wee football game you wanted to find. Now today this kid, so.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm going to find that kid. That kid might be able to have grounds to sue me or something many years later.
The Seth Revenge Tour sounds like something I very much want to be a part of somehow.
Except yesterday's was not Seth revenge. It would have to be revenge from the other guy.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
It was doubling down.
Yeah. It was
going back for more.
Exactly.
All these years later. Well, I look forward to finding out what tomorrow brings. Seth, appreciate it always. Good to hang with you. We'll do it again.
Did I cut your embarrassing moment?
No, I don't. I honestly
think of one.
I'm trying to. I'm
He dodged
kinda,
it, and I
I'm
appreciate
copping
that.
out. I don't.
You didn't brick a free throw in 7th grade that cost your team a game like I did.
Yes, thank you very much. That's the reminder right there. My brother played college basketball, and I grew up in Connecticut, and they played UConn, so that was a big deal. And so it was at the Civic Center in Hartford, Connecticut. And we had friends and family, and we had a big crowd. And, it's the only show in town. So I was in high school. The high school teachers were there. Everyone was there. And I happened to get picked with a friend of mine to do the free throw shooting competition during one of the timeouts. And, yeah, I didn't make a single one.
Oh, no.
We were both on the high school basketball team, too. He was better than me. He beat me 1-0, though. We both were bricking that. I didn't make a single foul shot in whatever they give you, 30 seconds. And
you're the dude that I absolutely hate. Where I'm like, hey man, you didn't work on this at all.
I know it was bad, and I was mid-season. I was on the high school team. I just choked. I choked in the moment.
Did they tell people that you were on the high school team?
No.
Okay, good, because that would have sucked if coming up. Oh yeah, from the local high school team, these guys, and then they're just missing.
But that's even more embarrassing that based off of your free throw shooting, that nobody could watch you and even be able to tell that you were on the team.
Yeah, I completely choked. And again, friends, family, high school, everyone was there because my brother was in town and whatnot and everything. And yeah, it was bad. So I blocked that out until just now. So thank you for the reminder.
You're welcome.
Yeah,
You're welcome.
it's
You're
like Frank Reynolds in It's Always Sunny, where he says, "You cracked me open," and then all these terrible memories come back.
Hey, I'm just glad we did it to somebody else, because I've told Reg and John that too many times the question of the day is like a little strikes a nerve, and I'm like, you know what? I didn't want to consider this thing today, and I'll be stuck with the question of the day, way too deep into it in my head. Oh, thanks a lot, guys.
Yeah, exactly.
Appreciate it.
Well, that's today. I look forward to 10:40 to hear more.
Tomorrow we'll list the 10 people we have most disappointed in our lives.
Yes,
that's right. Yeah. Look forward to that as well.
Sorry, Dad.
Seth, I'll talk to you tomorrow morning. Appreciate you.
Antibodies, enjoy being curled up in the shower all afternoon as you try to wash away those memories.
Yeah, exactly. Sounds good. Crosstalk, sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. B. Scott in for Lopez. Rest of the gang here as In the Loop starts now.
That's right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Tuesday to you. I'm back. I'm back from.
It's good to have you back, brother.
I appreciate it. I really am appreciative of the people of Houston coming through for myself and Ron and the Reggie and Ron Radiothon. And I say for us because our name is on the marquee during that event. But more than anything, coming through for the people of Houston and Houston Food Bank. That was really cool. And so I just took my 4th of July observance yesterday, and now we back in action, right? We back ready to do this here radio, and very happy to have, if J-Lo is going to be out, to have the man from Hiram Clark himself, B. Scott, sitting in for a majority of the week.
Yeah, man, I'm glad to keep the seat warm. I wish it was under better circumstances today. I wish we were bringing you back from your 4th of July weekend and all of that, and the radiothon and the energy, all of that. I wish it was a little bit better, but at the very least, we can do this together.
We can indeed do this together with the help of the great Figgy Fig on the ones and twos and his kids' meals apron, putting on for the people. Just a very focused and a very philanthropic focused show we got here.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, it's great to have it, and you rolling with us in the various different ways that you can get involved. The text line is 713-572-4610. Also, appreciation to the Mo Caramangel lawyers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube page is Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat is 610 in Houston. And damn it, what the hell was that?
Yo.
What the hell was that last night in the United States?
In front of the whole world,
in
bro?
In front of the entirety of the world in the World Cup as the host, or at least, I guess, one of the host nations. But let's be honest, right? Canada has already hosted their last match. I'm pretty sure Mexico might have one more, but it seems like they've hosted a majority. This is the U.S.'s World Cup, right? This is the first time since '94, and you needed to come out and demonstrate yourself, solid at the very least. And honestly, this is one of those. Have you seen Uncut Gems?
Yeah, of course.
There's a particular scene in which Kevin Garnett, as he's plying his trade as an actor, says, "Why the hell would you show me something if I can't have it?"
Yeah.
And that's how I felt watching the U.S. men's national team yesterday.
That's a good
right?
way to put it.
In the group stages, because I came in before I even get to the group stages. I came into this tournament, and myself and J-Lo have talked about it. If you listen to this program, you might have heard it. Right? This is a team that I had questions about. Right? Under Mauricio Pochettino, were they capable of playing the style that you saw for some moments, but could they be consistent to put it all together? And I knew the back line, a little dicey. You don't have a number one keeper. You got probably a couple of number two keepers. But, I came in with kind of tepid expectations. Then they came out against Paraguay and looked like an opposing force. And I was like, all right, cool. Then they came out in the second match versus Australia and again looked like that same imposing force. And I was like, oh, we might be cooking with something here. Right? We might be doing something here around a 32 game. They also look like a team that has a serious head on their shoulders. And I'm like, okay, we're in this. This is a team that can compete. And yesterday they came out and they looked like they were scared. They looked shook. They looked like they had the lemon booty and that they were urinating down their leg, and that is unacceptable.
They look overwhelmed. They look outmatched. And I'm talking about from start to finish. Like, we were trying to figure out, this didn't necessarily feel like a talent discrepancy thing going in, but it looked like one. Like, if you were to guess which team was favored to win this match, which team was playing the way that you just described, the way the U.S. had been playing going into this match, you would have thought that it was the other way around. Not Belgium or not the U.S., that it was Belgium that was playing that way. And as we talked about before the show, like, it's not even like Belgium had been playing all that great going into this game, and they made them look like rock stars. And so I wondered, Reg, the whole time, like, where was all of that we had seen leading up to this match? Where was the fight? Where was, like, the toughness? Where was the readiness? Like, they didn't seem ready to play, motivated to play, and they seemed outmatched on top of that. Like, it was an outright thrashing to me, and really embarrassing from start to finish.
Yeah, and maybe this is an inaccurate way of talking about it, man. You again, text line 713-572-4610. But the thing that I was trying to figure out, right? Because we came into this match, and shout out to Ron Hughley, who in some of our crosstalks and asking questions as somebody who's uninitiated in soccer, trying to get a better feeling of where the U.S. is, kind of helped me establish that. Yeah, man, this is a U.S. team that is playing better, in that I identified this game last night as the one that was going to be some level of litmus test on whether or not they had the quality to be at least on the periphery, if not in that top two kind of tiers of teams, right? The top tier is clearly the teams that are they are out and out the best in the world, and they're obviously going to be contenders to win it. And that's France, that's Argentina, that's probably Spain. I don't know how I felt about their match this weekend. That's neither here nor there. And then outside of that, it's like, who are the teams that very well could step into that space in any given time? And Belgium is one of those types of teams. And the U.S. was looking like maybe, just maybe, they could be that. And this game was supposed to be, at least for me, an opportunity to see if they could be that. And I don't think I got an answer last night. And I know someone will be saying, Reggie, it was a 4-1 ass whooping. How could you say that? I don't know what the actual quality difference is between the U.S. and Belgium, because they came out and looked so damn scared that I don't know if that was them, right? And maybe the answer is your quality also is part of how you show up in big moments. And that would be a fair thing to say. But I'm talking about basic passing, right? One guy to another, straight line passing where both guys are open. They're missing it by yards. I don't know that I can say that that is who they are. That is just them being scared in the moment, which honestly is deeply concerning, because you can't, some commentators trying to do where they go, yeah, well, at least this team got the U.S. Excited about soccer. You can't say that after a match like that, right? Like, if you're going to, like, Cape Verde can say that, right? They went out on their shield, and they were just not capable of handling the team that they were up against. But all the way start to finish, Cape Verde looked like a team that was up for the challenge and putting their absolute best foot forward and dying for their country. I can't say that about the U.S. on the way they went out. And you're not going to tell me that people were like, oh, I was so interested, and then look at that last game and not think that doesn't turn people off.
But see, I don't get that, though, because what is the source of that fear? Where is that fear of the moment? Where is that scaredness coming from? They had come in playing as well as they played, as you described earlier. They get this relief as the president of their country steps in and has a word with the president of FIFA. They get their best player. I would ask you this too, like, yeah, so scared. I'm curious, why is that lemon booty there? Where's that fear coming from? And then also I'm curious, like, who do you think looked the most scared, or who would you blame what we saw last night on most? Because nobody covered themselves in glory from the front end to the back end. I don't think their stars up front played particularly well, and obviously the goalkeeper and that back line was not great either. So, like, how would you even, in the Payne and Pendergast, or in the the Sean Pendergast radio speak, how would you even power rank the blame on this squad?
That's the beauty of it. There was so much that it's hard to meet it out. Yeah. I think for me, one of the egregious, I don't know if it's absolutely the most, I guess the one that carries the most blame, but the one that's most egregious to me is the captain of your side being Tim Ream. And he absolutely got dog walked in this game, man. Yeah. He gets dunked on at one point, and I know you're saying, Reggie, there wasn't no dunking. I don't know. Did you see the second goal for Belgium? Yeah. Looked like he got dunked on, right? So there's that, on top of the fact that, like, he is an elder statesman, and he's definitely going to age out. I thought that he would have aged out before this World Cup, but your center backs just aren't that great. But I was like, at the very least, he brings a level of experience, because he's 30-some years old. I think he's 37, 38, right? Like, he is very, very experienced in playing soccer. And it's not, I know he's in MLS right now, but he played in the Premier League. He's played in big moments. I would have imagined that him, at least being a captain, would have had some portion of this settled, right? He would have been able to have his guys, hey, man, let's settle in. Let's make sure that, and he couldn't do that on top of his play not being that great. Christian Pulisic is not going to escape my ire. I do think it's kind of interesting, though, because everybody's going, man, Christian Pulisic is terrible. And look, this is an agenda that I would be usually more up for the challenge of jumping in on than I am right now. I think that you have seen the difference that he makes for this team, especially like against the Turkey match. And I know we're not talking about playing against Turkey, but you can see the quality that he brings. Like, maybe you can say that he disappeared in this one, and that's fair. And he ultimately gets injured. This one didn't feel like a damn Christian Pulisic did not get this thing going, so nobody got it going. It felt like they were just, and to your larger question, I don't know what the answer would be for being scared, right? Maybe they felt like they were in their heads with Belgium sitting three of their best players, Lukaku, Kevin De Bruyne, and Jeremy Doku. But wouldn't that give you even more confidence to come out and play with confidence? They looked like they didn't have confidence on the field right from the start, and I don't understand that one bit.
Yeah, but on the Pulisic point, though, I do want to say, and you obviously watch far more soccer than I do, but the point has been made that this particular tournament has been one of stars stepping up to the moment. That's one of the things that's made it as compelling as it has been, and this was an example of at least the star that's supposed to be for the U.S., kind of just didn't do that.
Yeah.
Right. On top of all of the other issues that are real and valid, and maybe even more of a factor to why they lost last night than just that. But that part of it stood out. Was like you look around and everybody's stars are showing up, and this was not the World Cup that I think Christian Pulisic saw for himself, and certainly not that the U.S. saw for him, on top of those other things that we
No,
talked
for sure.
about.
And I would have hesitated in coming into this particular World Cup trying to paint Christian Pulisic as he's on par with Kylian Mbappe and Messi and Erling Haaland and all those cats. Like, I would have never painted him on that. But I guess in the way that he is supposed to be the U.S.'s best player, he did not feel like the best player on the field yesterday. Not that that was a very high bar, right? That again, my most frustrating thing is, like, I don't really feel like I have a good gauge of the quality of this team after that game, and that is the most egregious part of this. At the very least, if you went out there and Belgium got you, and you were like, we could say, damn, the U.S. just isn't there yet, but they still at least are playing with that heart. You ain't even see heart out there, and that is the thing that is the most unforgivable of this.
Yeah. Felt like there's because it was just such a colossal whole failure on their part, right? To where you can't even just like single out. You can single out everybody if you want, or anybody if you want.
Well, Malik Tillman, he might be good. He might be good.
Tillman's good.
Like
Tillman's good.
Tillman might be able to get past this.
You saw the look on his face when he passed it to my man, and was like, "Look, I don't know what else." Just kind of to your point, when they couldn't even just complete basic passes and basic opportunities and chances that were blown. He's like, man, I don't know what else you want me to do. And he does get your lone goal. So shout out to him. Everybody else not named Tillman, for the most part, can take a little bit of blame.
Yeah, no, it was very, very disgusting. And shout out to Belgium for doing what they did, man. They actually, this is the thing, and we'll talk more about this. They started stunting on you.
They did.
And that is one thing that's just completely unacceptable.
It's kind of earned, though.
On your home field. It's
kind of earned.
You got punked to the point where they was stunting on you. The striker who came on late scored a goal and told the fans bleep you.
Yeah.
And he was completely justified in doing that.
Yeah, fair is fair.
Real nasty. Yeah. Real nasty work from the U.S. men's national team. I can tell you, the women would never do us like this. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. From one injustice to another. Is there anything to do with Mike Burrows? We'll talk about that next on Sports Radio 610.
Texans training camp is 3 weeks away.
Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Labor from the baby.
Don't tell me about the waves. Just bring the ship in.
Okay, that's a different one.
What did you say about a baby?
You've said that one specifically. Don't get out. Figgy, help me out.
I have not said
He's
that
gaslighting me right now.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 on a Tuesday in the greatest city in the world. I'm Reginald Atatula alongside Brandon Scott in for J-Lo. We got Figgy Fig on the ones and twos and you rolling with us on as we get through this thing that we like to call life in order to put a little honor on Prince Rogers Nelson for no good reason. Other than I can, right?
Yeah.
Got a microphone in front of my face.
Why not?
I will force myself to stop talking about this soccer because if you can tell, it's a thing that I have a lot of opinions about and a lot of frustrations about, and I think that we all do, and we all will, because
it was embarrassing.
It was.
I don't know if there's a better word for humiliation, embarrassment, disappointment, frustration.
Yeah.
But it was a combination of all of these things, overlapping combination of all of these things.
And it did feel like this had the alchemy to be one of those moments for the U.S. when it comes to soccer. And I do think that there is some of that stirred up, but I think that this was one of the, if not the absolute worst case finishes that you could have to help land that plane, right? The landing the plane on, man, we're excited about this, also needs to have a level of hope for your team. I hate that this is how a lot of sports fans are, and I will say I really and truly do hate this, but it's the fact that people have a level of interest is multiplied by a lot depending on what their team does, right? I saw someone who said that my team's not in and I'm not paying attention. And I'm not that type of sports fan. I am a glutton for sports. But there's a lot of people that if their team does not perform, does not have hope, they check out, right? There's enough things in life to do. And so it feels like with the possibility of soccer, the men's national team might have taken a pretty strong machete to some of the growth that this World Cup seemed to provide.
Well, so put this in perspective, because you were tapped in before this tournament. You didn't just kind of drop in on this. So how did your opinion change about the team from the start of the tournament through the group stage till now? Because I feel like there was a skepticism, and then they came and kind of, I think, exceeded the expectation, and then they took a step back. You see what I'm saying? It felt like a one step forward, two step back kind of situation. Correct me if I'm wrong.
But it's not even quite linear because the talent is clearly one of the best assortments of talent that the U.S. men's national team has ever had.
You still feel good about the talent?
I do feel pretty good about the talent now. Keeper is a whole other thing that we'll talk about. Defense. There's certain places where I would like to see some growth continue. The problem is the mentality was awful. And that's one of those, if I'm starting to question your heart, buddy, right? We've all, no matter what sport we talk about, when we start questioning the heart, we get to a real bad place. And that was the thing, is you opened up a lot of criticism there. And I don't know if this feels the same way. Do you feel the same way, shifting gears to, I don't know if you had the situation that I had where I have multiple TVs going and I'm watching the U.S., afterwards, I'm watching Mike Burrows get absolutely shellacked in our nation's capital.
Yeah, I got the U.S. up on the big screen. I did this in my movie room last night. So I got the projector on, watching soccer, and then I just put the Astros on my phone. So I didn't have the sound on or anything. I just got them on my phone, which is actually how I watch a lot. I consume way much more on my phone than I like to admit. But I watched this on my phone, and I just watched the back and forth. And honestly, when they were up 6-1, I'm like, okay, so not even Mike Burrows is going to mess this up. They were up 6-1 for 15 minutes, if that. So, yeah, no, I was definitely double screening this one on a much smaller screen. Shout out to the Astros for scoring 11 runs. The problem is they gave up 12.
Yeah. The math just does not particularly work on that one.
Not even the simple math.
No, it does not. And a large part of that, obviously you had some of your relievers that were not there, but you gave up, your starter gave up 10 runs. Is
that bad?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I don't know what the exact statistics are, but Level with me, I'm going to get some rough estimates. I think that 97% of the time you give up 10 runs, you're going to lose a baseball game. I don't think that I have not gone and done the research, but I'd argue that is probably correct within a plus or minus 5%, error margin of error. Like there's just not a way to win baseball games when you are absolutely getting hammered like that in Mike Burrows. And the problem is Mike Burrows after this game is talking about this as if this was an off game. And yes, I guess technically it was, but your standard is giving up a handful of runs, namely a couple of home runs, getting to 4, 5, 6 innings. At this point, this is the type of game that feels like it is a changing point for Mike Burrows. And the question is it going to be that? And what is there to do with Mike Burrows? Mind you, a guy that you went and acquired because he is a young pitcher with control, and it feels like we are reaching the end of the road with him.
So before we get to what do you do with him, because I think that is the ultimate question, I just want to, and this is not to beat up on the guy, but we got to be real on what we saw last night. Everything was getting hit by this guy. Like, he gave up a run or an RBI on pretty much everything. The first one is in the first inning. It's on the four-seam fastball, which has been an issue for him pretty much all season. He gives up to Garcia the double that's on. So he pretty much gives up something on everything. It's all
his different types of pitch.
Whether it's the fastball, the changeup, the slider, the cutter, pretty much there was not a pitch that he had that did not get tattooed last night. So you can pretty much go down the list. For a while, the theme was, hey, that four-seam fastball is just a meatball fastball.
Correct.
He's leaving it up in the zone, and it's batting practice out there. It's got no spin on it. There's no imagination to it. You see ball, hit ball. It doesn't even take a whole lot to do what the damage that's being done to this guy up to this point. This was everything again, the sinker, the changeup, the fastball. There was just no answer, nothing that he could really go to without. That brings us to the question that you asked. What do you do with a guy who does not have answers? Okay, so what is the answer for the guy who doesn't have answers? I don't feel like there's a great one, and I don't feel like there is a spot in a rotation for a guy who you can't even rely on to just execute his basic arsenal of pitches. There's not even a go-to pitch that he's got at this point. Everything is gettable. So I thought that last night in particular was different from other nights where it's the meatball four-seamer that they're tattooing, and that's the issue. It's the fastball, it's the slider, it's the changeup. It's everything with Mike Burrows last night, on top of the fact that you've got this history leading up to it to begin with. Like, I was thinking, what is the leeway, what is the rope that you would have to be allowed to give up 10 runs? Like, what kind of established equity would you have to have built up at that point to be like, oh, you know what, this was just a blip on the radar?
Right.
He does not have that.
Especially,
my point.
Yeah, because you're talking about it, and it's the quality of the way that he pitches, right? You were talking about how all these pitches are getting beat, and or rather getting hit. And the thing that I would typically think is, okay, what are the simple fixes that maybe get you back to it? And the simple fixes on some of these are like, all right, throw pitches in the zone, or like focus on the pitches that you do well. None of those are in the case because he has been throwing pitches in the zone. It's one of the things that he's pretty consistent about is putting pitches in the zone. And, like you mentioned, none of the arsenal has been particularly great in getting over, right? This is the reason why it's looked the way that it has all season long. It almost feels like you would have to rebuild him, which I guess that is in your interest considering you have all this control of him, and I don't know how appealing he would be as somebody you try and turn over somewhere else. Yeah, no, this feels like a big old L on Dana Brown's ledger, and that sucks because you gave up a couple of prospects, one of whom was Jacob Melton, an outfielder that it feels like you need right now in order to make this happen. And this was supposed to be the low floor, maybe decently sized ceiling acquisition, right? Mike Burrows, who is young, throws pitches in the zones, gives you depth, and probably has an opportunity to, just be a solid middle, maybe back end of the rotation starter, and possibly could step up. And he has been a dude that it feels like you can't put out there anymore.
Well, every time we talk about the outfield issues, it kind of comes back to Dana Brown. And certainly when we talk about Mike Burrows as one of his key acquisitions of the offseason, we have to put the spotlight on Dana Brown. I don't know how I don't know if there's another way to do it. Like, this was supposed to be one of his ways of adding to the team, supplementing the team. Mike Burrows was supposed to be a key part of what they were going to be accomplishing this year. And right now, he seems to be the one that's bringing the property value down. And we were having a conversation in the crosstalk of, well, who do you replace him with at this point? That's how bad it is, that we don't even really feel like he's a viable option.
Yeah, and it feels like with you getting guys back, whether it's Javier in the pen or obviously Blue Ball has been able to eat some innings and stuff. It feels like, and then also Miguel Loyola feels like a dude who you got some pen options.
Yeah.
I just feel need for depth was more of an earlier season need. I feel like that has diminished a little bit, which again goes further to point to the idea that I don't want to see Mike Burrows out here for the foreseeable future. It's one of those things, though, that's uncomfortable because I don't know if this is just a get him out of my face and off of my team type circumstance, but at the very least, it's get him out of my face right now.
Well, the depth thing is an eye roll for me because it looks like we're just trying to find a way to shoehorn him into a spot, like trying to justify his existence by like using depth to justify his place in the rotation, to me, is annoying, and I don't want any parts of that.
Yeah, so it feels like this should be the end of the line for him, and it sucks because you look at the Astros, and they got so damn close in contention to the AL West. They were sitting in a place where they had the wild card, and they still are like, well, they're within that reach.
It's such a weird season.
It really is because the AL is so bad. It feels like, though, with all the things that you've done to scratch and claw and all the ups and downs, like you have to get right with these circumstances, and I don't think you can wait on making that decision.
Yeah, it's a weird season in that you feel like it's not a good team, but a not so good team has a chance to actually do something and make a run. So you can't quit on them.
And you talk about not a good team, they put up 11 runs. Like your lineup came up and tried to help you out, whether it was giving you a little bit of leeway on the front end, giving you those first 6 runs, or then coming and getting the runs back to try and make it this a game. You just can't have a guy out there that's capable of giving up 7 earned runs, 10 runs total so easily. And it feels like Mike Burrows absolutely exists as that.
PC says this. Patrick Creighton of Area 45, our night show, says that the Astros are the best at getting off the mat. And this will see where you really cannot count them out. You really have to watch the game until the end because it's just not over with this team. And that's for better and or worse because they can crawl back in a game and they can give it up.
Yeah, man. So, you got to at least give your guys a puncher's chance, and that was not last night, and it feels like that needs to stop being the case with Mike Burrows. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to the question of the day. Going back to that U.S. men's national team game versus Belgium, we were all embarrassed in front of company, and the company was the world, and so that got me thinking, what's another time that you were embarrassed in front of company? 713-572-4610 is the number to text. Let us know, and we'll talk about it next.
The Drive with Stoerner.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Reginald Atatula, it's B. Scott in for J-Lo, Figgy Fig on the ones and twos, and you rolling in on the text line 713-572-4610, where I ask you to get involved on this one. Inspired by the U.S. men's national team really looking like they ain't had no heart. Right, like, which is honestly the worst diplomacy that you could possibly have for Americans, and at least the way that we see ourselves. If there's one thing we got, it's heart.
Yeah.
Right? Like, we can talk about a lot of other things that we believe that we have, but when we get out here, we talk about how we operate with a level of heart. And them boys did not. And that was deeply embarrassing on a global stage. And I was like, well, let's go ahead and live in it then. Let's think about the other times that we were embarrassed in front of company. 713-572-4610.
Yeah, they were U.S. men's national team. They were the 10-man in the Wiz or the Wizard of Oz, depending on which one.
I love
you
that
like.
that's the way that you went, the place that you went first.
Yeah, I like them both.
Fair. I mean, they're both good.
They're both very good. They're both very good, but they didn't have no heart. An example of this for me, embarrassed in front of company. I mean, the most recent example has to be the divisional game in Foxborough.
Easy answer.
Definitely embarrassed in front of company on that one. Like, that was just a game, and Seth was talking about this in the cross earlier, where I was just sure that the previous game where C.J. Stroud's turning the ball over, but they're able to overcome it, they beat a flawed Pittsburgh Steelers team. I'm like, oh, that's not going to happen again. They're not going to play like that again.
Yep.
C.J. Stroud certainly is not going to play like
Right.
that again. And then it was worse somehow, and they lost the game, of course. That would be because I was loud and proud and boisterous on the internet and really just kind of taking it. I don't know if part of it was like a bit, but I believed everything that I was saying wholeheartedly. I think I had just leaned into it at that point. But that's definitely one for me. That's definitely the most recent one that comes to mind, being embarrassed in front of company.
It is a huge one, not just because it's the in-company part that made it bigger, right?
Yeah.
Because C.J. Stroud, the season had been all right, but not incredible. But the Texans, we're kind of used to not having that national attention.
Yes.
And even when we get to the national stage in the playoffs, they've been fine. But even then, like, stashed on Saturdays and stuff.
Yeah.
This was a game that people were watching, and this was a time where, because of the defense, people were like, wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Let's see what's happening over here. And coming off of that previous game where I was with you, right? I was like, okay, that happened, but that was an anomaly. For it to happen a second time, there was people watching, and then people jumped in after seeing how bad of a game C.J. Stroud had. Like, what the hell happened there? So, like, this was one of those, did it in front of company, and then the way that you did and the thing that you did brought more company to come around and look at it, Yeah. And that I've been answering questions about C.J. Stroud that I did not anticipate having to answer this summer from people outside of the, like, hey, so what's happening there? And I'm like, I wish this was not the context under which you had interest in the Texans.
It is one of those games. Funny, though, because I actually did not watch this game in front of company because I was at the watch party at the stadium at, I guess, then NRG, now Reliant. I was at the stadium with a bunch of Texans fans watching this on the big screen with my daughter and my son, no less. So I actually wasn't with company, but I knew company was watching. I knew the world was watching.
Yeah.
I got one more Texans bonus one before I throw it to anybody else because I don't want anybody to take this one. This was definitely an embarrassment in front of company. It's also Texans. Christmas Day.
Yep.
Almost 2 years ago.
Beyonce Bowl.
The Beyonce Bowl.
Because Beyonce folks was watching. People were watching on Netflix and watching because Beyonce was here. And this was the late game, too. So this was set up.
31-2. I mean,
it was people that never went to a game that was in NRG.
And those are the worst because they ask you questions entirely genuinely that feel like they're trying to, like, needle you.
Yeah.
Right? Like, are they usually like this?
Yeah.
And you're like, no, they're not usually like this. Thank you for asking.
That was the conversation I was hearing as I was in the concourse. I kept hearing like some pretty young things too.
Yes.
Like, man, this game is over.
Yes.
I had
some pretty young things that if the game had gone a different way would be interested in you and you trying to have a little Texas
what's
day.
next? Yeah, what's after the game?
It literally looked like a Beyonce kind of stuff. You had the ladies dressed in all black, like leather black and all this other stuff. So you knew they wasn't Texans fans. They were going for the obviously for the Beyonce Bowl.
How many people do you think had their plans ruined by that game?
Oh, I'm sure Countless. I mean, my plans were pretty secure. I had sweet guests.
Yes.
So I had my girlfriend and I had her parents brought in because her mom's a big Beyonce fan. So we got to, and this was like kind of like a quasi Christmas gift, right? I was kind of really looking cool this day.
Yeah.
You know, I was kind of feeling myself. I'm like, oh man, I didn't kill two birds with one stone. I got them sweet tickets. I got them essentially a live Beyonce concert.
Right.
Kind of on the free 99 here situation.
And at least the Beyonce delivered.
That delivered.
But also it was ruined because the energy in the building was only so good because them boys was getting just absolutely smoked on the field.
I think they left the game early. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, people after the Beyonce?
Yeah.
Yeah, I obviously stayed in the building. I would have loved to just go and see what the doors looked like right when Beyonce was done.
I mean, it's not like the football was keeping you. It's not like it was keeping you, whether you were a casual fan or a real one. It did not matter. It's not like the football was keeping you. So that was definitely one where I was embarrassed in front of company because I actually did bring company to that game.
Yes, I had this one because there's a lot of people getting in with like the active Houston sports ones. 27-3 still hurts. Ginobili blocking Harden from behind is one of those where
I blocked that one out.
Especially during that time period, there was a lot of trying to convince folks like, no, you don't get it. James Harden is better than you're giving him credit for.
Yeah. How you block by Ginobili, man?
I mean, Ginobili's a good player. Don't get me wrong.
Bro,
it was more hey man, how are you not aware right now?
Yeah.
Nah, you can't get blocked by Ginobili from behind like that.
This is one of the reasons why I can't win the argument with Lopez that James Harden is the best left-handed basketball player of all time because he insists that it's Manu Ginobili, and we all know that James Harden is better than Manu Ginobili.
Correct.
But that example kind of hurts me.
Manu Ginobili never won an MVP.
Oh, he's not as good as James Harden, just flat out, period. He never has done half the things that James Harden did on an individual level, but it is a team game.
But it do not matter, right?
Yeah, and I was arguing with Lopez, the Spurs stand.
Yeah.
But I get where he's coming from.
No, for sure. So in order to get, this is still sports related, but it is not Houston sports related per se. So I was in 8th grade.
All right.
And this is 8th grade football, right? And I was a pretty solid wide receiver. I'm not going to try and toot my own horn too much, but I was a solid receiver.
Randy Moss over here, man.
I wish. Actually, I think I did I wore 80 because I was like, I wanted to be like Jerry.
All right. Andre Johnson?
Yeah. Well, at that time, it was like the Jerry Rice circumstance, but Andre obviously is not a bad circumstance either. I just wasn't big enough to fancy myself any level of Andre Johnson.
I was trying to pump you up.
I appreciate it.
I'm giving you Jerry. I'm giving you Andre.
Thank you. It makes the landing spot of this even funnier.
There you go.
Because we had, sometimes middle school football ain't the most high flying. And so our team was a little bit more of a run team, but we did have a little bit of passing. We had a specific play, and I remember the name. It was called Kitty Hawk, right? It was specifically a little bit of a trick play to get one particular wide receiver open. And all that was me, right? It was just basically everybody on the team knew that this play is for Reggie, right? And so this is one that we practiced a decent amount during the season, but you never came out until this one game. I can't remember at what point in the season this game was. I don't think it was the last one, but it was nearer to the latter portions of the season. Play gets called, and everybody knows. Reggie's time to shine. Here we go. Play goes off without a hitch. I'm running my route flawlessly. I am open. Ball comes to me. Just drop it. I just dropped it. And this is the thing. I was not a drops guy. Some dudes are drops guy. I had pretty solid hands.
And you knew this one was coming, right?
Knew it was coming. And I don't even think I was nervous. Now, maybe this is me just in the period of time afterwards forgetting. Just absentmindedly dropped the football. And this is one of those things. Again, you don't throw the football a lot as a team. This play is called specifically for you. We all know what time it is. Drop the opportunity that I had on a play. I don't remember if it was scored a touchdown, but it was going to be a big play.
Did you feel like it was one of those because you knew it was for you and specifically for you and you weren't known for drops? Was it almost like it was too easy?
I would
you ever see that like a fly ball comes to a baseball player and he doesn't see it through the glove? It kind of sounds like that.
I would love to say that was the case. And maybe that was I don't remember examining it that much because I was in middle school, and now I don't have enough of the memory of all the circumstances to be able to accurately describe it. I just know that was deeply embarrassing on a football team where we ain't throw. Everybody knew that this play it'd be a different thing also if it was just we're running a pass play and you happen to be the person. This play is for you.
Yeah.
You know what time it is. There's not even I'm surprised you threw me the football. No, this was the play. This was it. Dropped it. Embarrassed in front of everybody. In front of everybody. Somebody said the Letterman jacket game. Absolutely one of those.
Yeah.
Absolutely one of those.
Yeah, even though I actually like the Letterman jackets themselves, not a good look.
Yeah, that's a great point. The jackets themselves get a lot of hate just off of the strength of the circumstance under which they were deployed.
They should have just not worn them at a game. Like, they should have worn them at an event or something like that. Charity event, maybe. Social event.
Yeah, that would have been cool if they were doing like we are visiting the Texas Children's.
Yeah, a low leverage situation.
That would, yes. 832 said they were playing the Katy Tigers on ESPNU with Rodney Anderson in the backfield. 42-0 at the half.
Yeah.
Yikes! You're like, hey, baby, we about to be on TV.
I mean, but what can you do?
Not get 42-0.
Yeah,
That's probably it.
I guess so.
Somebody said, Reggie, tell the truth. You heard ghost footsteps. I don't even think anybody was by me. I think that this play worked to perfection. Boy just dropped it.
Yeah, it's one of those that meme where you look at your hands.
Like, how could you betray me in this moment?
Yeah.
I was looking at my hands, and I you know what? I do think I felt watching Matt Freeze yesterday. Like, what the hell are you doing right now?
Are you really my hands?
How could you do this?
Yikes.
Yep. Definitely embarrassing. Keep those coming in. 713-572-4610. And I knew that Joy Taylor's name would be evoked at some point during this segment. I'm surprised it took this long. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 6 Tech. Coming up next, first match of today's World Cup action is about to start between Argentina and Egypt. We'll keep you up to date with that as we go. But also, we go around the NFL where we have gotten a detailed accounting of the circumstances and the most eye-catching details of the weekend that derailed Terrion Arnold's NFL future. I'll take you through that next.
Sports Radio. WLT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. A lot of people still on the text line talking about the other times they've been embarrassed in front of company, and I always forget this, man. Houston, somebody said that when their Bills play in Houston and they're watching games with friends that are Texans fans, I had not even thought about the situation that you would be in if you were a Buffalo Bills fan that lives in Houston over the last 3 or 4 seasons.
Yeah, if you're a Buffalo Bills fan, if you're a holdover Oilers fan who went with the
Titans,
with the Titans, that's probably not a great feeling.
Shout out to T. Millie's pops.
But definitely the Bills, though, especially if you're used to having success against the Houston Pro Football team.
Or just being a successful team. Because this is the thing.
That too.
Right? I can imagine that he'd been walking around Houston with his chest out for the last 3-4 years on, we're a better team in the AFC.
Yep.
And every time they come to Houston, he's like, all right, it's time to go see them. And they get dog walked, right? I guess dog walked is not fair, but at least it feels like Josh Allen is getting dog walked by that defensive line. And it's to the point where I understand it because every time, and I say this like it's happened a crazy amount of times, but it's happened enough here, they come in, I go, there's no way that this is just the way that it is, right? He's so good of a quarterback that it should not be that this team just absolutely has his number like that. And yet still, it feels like that is the way that this goes.
Well, it's happened twice over the last couple of years, and then it's the scene of the crime from, now we're talking 7 years ago, from before Josh Allen became the superhero Josh Allen, when he was still kind of the upside guy with the big arm who they were trying to figure it out, and they come in here in 2019, and he has that god-awful playoff game. So there's that from a different era of Texans football, and then you fast forward to now, and it seems like he's hit right here in the city of Houston. And then otherwise, I think that's part of it too, though. The embarrassment is like they're such a better overall outfit over the last, or just call it during the Josh Allen era. They've been so much more successful, yet when they come here, none of that matters.
Yep. Got to be embarrassing. So I do feel for you. Did not mean to say that in such a way where it sounded patronizing, yet here we are. Let's go around the NFL, though. And I guess I should not chuckle-headed into this one because this is some pretty dour news, B. Scott. As I don't know if you recall last season, the Cowboys had a player that took his own life, Marshawn Kneeland, a pretty recent draft pick, I believe. And last year, November of 25, he died by suicide at the age of 24 years old. Very, very young.
He had just scored a touchdown the Sunday or in the game, but maybe it was a Monday night. I can't remember.
Right.
But the game before, just a few days before this unfortunate loss of his life, he had just scored a touchdown. Felt like maybe the moment of his life and of his career. And so it was really, really, really sad.
Well, Boston University, who is the leader in our space of chronic traumatic encephalopathy, known widely as CTE, has diagnosed the fact that Marshawn Kneeland posthumously was diagnosed with stage 1 CTE. So he did indeed suffer from CTE, and I don't know that you can do the direct causal thing, but I mean it feels safe to say that this had some level of impact in him taking his. And so again, just the continued link between football players and CTE grows stronger and stronger every day.
Yeah, it is not a stretch to say, and I hate to even do this because we love football so much at this station and as a sports community, but it is probably not I don't think it's a too far of a logical leap to say that if he did not have CTE, he'd still be alive, and if he did not play football, he might not have CTE. Right, so like all of that, I don't think that's too far to go. So that just makes all of it even more sad.
No, it is, and this is the thing, right? This is where I will come back to the image of the safer cigarette. It's just how do you fix this? Because as much as we continue to get, I know that people talk about the Guardian caps. It's funny because the Guardian caps are in a way, or I guess I should say it this way: any technology that you see on the field is kind of in a way a step behind because the NFL has a rigorous testing schedule before they allow players to use it. And there's stuff out there that probably is better towards head injuries, helmet-wise, technology-wise, that are already being developed and have been developed that the NFL needs to test in order to implement. And even with all of those, I don't think any of those fix CTE. CTE is a byproduct of the successive concussive hits, subconcussive hits. So it's not like you got a concussion and that sets you towards CTE. It is every time you hit and your brain rattles around your skull. It is the accumulation of those that gets you to this point. And I just don't know how we do this. Like, obviously, football means so much to us as an industry, as a people, as a society. But this is something where it's just like, it's very clear that this is problematic when it happens, and I don't cut this out of the inherent danger in there.
Yeah, to call it the cost of doing business feels really cold.
Yeah.
And I hate to say that, but it also kind of feels accurate at the same time. And maybe we don't have to say it like that, but that does sort of seem to summarize it up. Like, this is the trade-off with playing the game.
No. So it's a really sad thing to hear, but it is indeed probably what your worst nightmare was with him.
The potential trade. I want to be careful with that. The potential trade, because not everybody gets CTE.
At least not that we know, because this is something that we only find out until people are passed. So it requires a family, one, someone to pass first and foremost, but two, a family to feel like they are willing to donate their family member's brain to be researched in that way. Because there's probably people that have passed who had it, who's lived a relatively long life, or at least died from something else, and were not examined to find the CTE in there.
But certainly not everyone takes their own life. Sure. Certainly not in their 20s or at all, or takes others' lives or anything like that. So I want to be clear when I say the cost of doing business. This is the potential cost of doing business, and I want to make it sound like just because you play football definitely means you're going to get CTE or something tragic is going to happen to you. But this is a tragic story.
Again, condolences to the Nealon family. Not an easy thing to deal with. And then also, like, I can't imagine what the family feels like, because obviously they sent and they allowed for this examination to happen. But there's a lot of different things in our lives where you go and do the test, and then you get the result, and you're like, damn, kind of knew this was a possibility, and yet getting the answer makes me feel in a way that I did not anticipate having, you know?
Yeah. It's one of those, you want to do the test, but do you really want the answer? You know?
Yeah.
I say, don't know.
I was about to move on from this, but I see a text that comes in, and I think in reading it, before I read it, it can sound cavalier, but I think there's a little bit of a point to this from the 713. Football needs to go back to the old leather helmets and no face masks. It would make an MFer think twice about going head first. And there's actually a little bit of psychology to that, right? With the more comfortable that we feel, think about our cars as they've gotten bigger and I guess safer, the way that we could drive more and more reckless. There is something to be said about the possibility that as safe as we are trying to make it, the more that we feel safe, the more reckless that we can have players maybe play at times that probably puts them in dangerous situations.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it is way too far. We're way too far gone, way too late, and trying to put that toothpaste back in the tube, so to speak. But I do get the thought process behind that. I get the thought process behind that of, hey, I wouldn't have tried to run through somebody's face. Like the helmet, I think, empowered the idea of, hey, we're going to go head to head.
Yeah.
I'm just going to ram my helmet into your helmet because after all, we're both wearing helmets. Whereas if neither of you were doing that, then you probably wouldn't think like that.
No, for sure. And so that point is interesting. I don't think it's pursuant to what we're actually talking about here. Obviously, I think the CT and the subconcussion hits, as I said, kind of inherent to this, because I think rugby has also dealt with some of this, and they actually have a much stronger tackling culture and everything without their helmets. We continue around the NFL. B. Scott, you will now take the place, or I guess you've been taking the place of J-Lo, but particularly as the person that I annoy the NFL Top 100, and as you know,
brother,
there's a number of your heart wasn't in that. I'm gonna be honest, your heart wasn't in that one. But I tried. There's a few of them that we haven't gotten. Whether it was, I don't know if you guys did this yesterday. We definitely didn't do them on Friday during the radiothon, so I wanted to catch us up. But I do think there's an interesting point that we have to sit down on, because as we've been going through this, there's been a particular circumstance and name that we've been waiting to hear. To that end, coming in at 82 of the NFL players' top 100 for 2026. Pittsburgh cornerback Jalen Ramsey at 81. Bobby Wagner, the linebacker for the Commanders, which I am kind of surprised that he still gets this amount of love. He is a very good player, but you see the decline in his play.
Yeah, but the respect is that. I mean, that is mad respect to put him on this list, because he probably has no business on this list at this point. But this is just, I mean, this is the the name recognition and the respect for the player and the legacy that is.
Which is funny because right next to him, New England wide receiver A.J. Brown. And A.J. Brown, if you talk about earning it, he has. Now, last year wasn't a great year for him, in part because of, waves hands widely. You see what happened there. I'd be interested to see what the change, in coming back in 2027, what the numbers are on this, because I can imagine that in this offense, he could jump up. I mean, A.J. Brown is one of the better wide receivers that we have in this league.
Yeah, easily. I think this is a product of a down year, and not just specifically for A.J. Brown, but for the offense. And I think for him, too, I think, it wore on – you could see it wearing on him as well, to where it kind of affected his play a little bit. But I think that all of that is going to be – I think, if I'm just being real, and I love Jalen Hurts, shout out to the East Side Channel View, but I think he's got a better quarterback that he's going to be playing with this year.
And a better offensive system.
System. Literally everything about it, I think, is better, except for maybe, if you want to look at the Eagles' overall roster, maybe we could quibble with that. But by and large, I think, all things considered, for A.J. Brown and his purposes, he is in a much better circumstance. I think he'll have a much better year.
Keep this context in mind. I remember who he's sandwiched by. Bobby Wagner on one end, and then coming in at 79, Kansas City Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce. So he's got a couple of old guys sandwiching him. Travis Kelce still doing this at a decent level, but we've seen the step down or the ramp down in his capabilities now.
I'm not mad at seeing the guys who are roundabout roughly my age being still on this list.
Okay, fair. That's a great way of
looking at we got this. Guys born to me, we're at a point where the athlete born in the 1980s is no longer, at least no longer on lists like this. And Bobby Wagner is kind of squeezing. He's born in 1990s technically, but Travis Kelce born in 89, just like me. We are a dying breed.
Oh, you're just like you are Team 80s baby.
Hey, how long can we stay on lists like this?
Team 80s. So you're waiting for LeBron to find his next team so he can keep rocking.
Man, I'm so much so to where I'm allowing Bobby Wagner, born in 1990, to be in the 80s with the rest of us. Because you're close enough.
You're spiritually an 80s baby, is what you're saying.
I'm telling you.
You relate more to us than that 97 stuff happening over there.
I am not mad at
That's hilarious. I say that as a 90s baby, mind you. And then 78, Josh Sweat, and this is where it got interesting. Number 77 on the NFL's Top 100, we have another Bryce Young came in already, and I believe in 98.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy came in having only played, 9 games or started 9 games in this past year. Number 77, Tampa Bay quarterback Baker Mayfield.
How do we feel?
I don't know. I was the dude who came in and said that I am, what was the number I gave? Figgy, do you remember? It was 95, 98% sure that C.J. Stroud would be on this list.
105%.
Did I say? Oh, no, I did say 110. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Or 102% was what it was, just to be exact. But yeah, man, I looked at Bryce Young coming on this list, and I was like, nah, you're not going to tell me that C.J. Stroud, but amongst his peers, is going to be rated below Bryce Young. Baker Mayfield is a little bit more difficult because of who we believe he is. Now, it is worth noting, Baker Mayfield's season last year was not a particular good one, and I'm still leaning on the idea that players are able to see this at a level that we do not, quite literally at ground level. I think that they are capable of looking at C.J. Stroud's full season and probably see a solid quarterback that was dealing with circumstances and maybe put him above Baker Mayfield. But we're getting to the point where this is starting to scare me just a little bit on whether or not C.J. Stroud makes this list.
Let's do this exercise and make it plain, both of y'all. Is C.J. Stroud better than Baker Mayfield or Brock Purdy right now today?
I would say Baker Mayfield for sure.
Okay.
I'm kind of up in the air with Brock Purdy. I know Brock was hurt last year, but if I had to pick a quarterback, I would pick C.J. over Brock.
So you would pick him over Brock and Baker Mayfield?
Yes.
Okay.
This is the thing that I'll try and do to get myself a little bit easier. If I flip the circumstances of Brock Purdy and C.J. Stroud, I think C.J. Stroud looks like a better quarterback. Brock Purdy.
Fair enough. I think the 49ers are a Super Bowl favorite with C.J. Stroud. Maybe I'm not as sure. Maybe this year, but last year I think they would be a Super Bowl favorite with C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, and so. Now, that's not the world that we live in. That's not the way that we have to gauge these things. And Brock Purdy has demonstrated the capability of running that offense that needs to be applauded. Like, he does incredibly well when he does that. Yeah, it gets a little tougher. Like, Brock Purdy's track record as of right now, which feels weird to say because C.J. Stroud has almost carried a team.
Yeah.
When we talk about the way that it has looked early on for him, in a way that Brock Purdy hasn't quite. But Brock Purdy has put up a better, I guess, run of form than C.J. Stroud.
Would you say Baker? I wouldn't say Baker has carried the team either, but there have been moments where he has carried them on his back. Like, he hasn't carried them throughout a season yet.
I mean, it's hard to say that even when he was playing really, really well. You're looking at the wide receiving core of not just Mike Evans, Chris Godwin.
Right, no, I understand.
And, the wide receiving core that they have had has been one that makes you go, not bad.
Yeah, I only bring it up to say that, to kind of make the point that C.J. Stroud has kind of been asked to do more individually than either one of those two in their current situations.
Yeah, I think Baker with Baker, I think like he never really carried the whole team, but he do have his moments where towards the end of the game he could keep you in the game, and he can either win you a game or lose you a game. So I think that's kind of the difference. I don't think we really saw it with CJ. We saw it early on, but I would take CJ over both of them, but I just think, just as far as NFL seasons, I think I wouldn't be surprised if people lean more Brock.
And mind you, if we're talking about QBR this past season, now again, Brock Purdy only played 9 games, so this puts him in a weird place, but he was second in QBR. CJ Stroud was 11th in QBR this last year, in ESPN's metric quarterback-wise. Baker Mayfield was 12th. So we're getting around that point. Who do you think would be the name that when you see it quarterback-wise, you go, oh, CJ Stroud is not on this list?
Ooh, is
it Bo Nix, or is that too high?
Yeah, I feel like Bo Nix is too high because he was the quarterback on a top seed. Ooh, is it
Dan Jones?
Well, there's no way Dan Jones is on the list.
Oh, you think Dan Jones is not on the list? Oh, well, the injuries that he sustained. Well, he played 13.
If we get to Dan Jones and haven't gotten to C.J. Stroud, then he's not. Then C.J. Stroud's not.
Okay. How would y'all feel if Jared Goff?
Jared Goff, I'm okay with.
Yeah, Jared Goff should be on the list.
Well, Jared Goff didn't have a great year this year.
Now I'm talking about if we get to Jared Goff and no C.J. Stroud.
That wouldn't strike me as weird as much because now we've already gotten to Baker Mayfield, and I feel like.
Would y'all feel confident that CJ is still on this list?
If Jared Goff is up there,
I will probably lose a little bit of confidence.
Yeah, that might be a name to look at. We're getting to that point, and honestly, I thought that CJ Stroud would probably be in this realm of like the mid 70s, and we're reaching that. This week, I think will be a real big tell on whether or not CJ Stroud amongst his peers is viewed as a top after last season.
Yeah, I think I said that backwards, that if Dan Jones is on the list, then C.J. Stroud is not on it. I just can't imagine getting far enough through the list and then finally getting to his name, and we haven't gotten to C.J. Stroud yet. But that would also still mean that he has a chance to be on the list. But yeah, so we're probably at that. I think Figgy's Jared Goff one is a good one. Is a good one because if he's on there and you haven't heard C.J. Stroud yet, I would expect Jared Goff to be above C.J. Stroud on a list like this.
Interesting. All right. We'll keep an eye out on that with Top 100. I will save and I'll return to the details and the eye-catching details, mind you, from the weekend that derailed Terrion Arnold's NFL future. We'll get to that a little later. But you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Speaking of Detroit, not the Lions, though, the Pistons, there's a lot of talk in the NBA world amongst the Pistons and Kevin Durant. What's to be made of this? We'll talk about it next.
Yordan Alvarez is in. world stage. Stop in and join the party with us all tournament long at Shell Energy Stadium.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. If you are still interested in the World Cup, which I am, I am still interested, but I understand why some people aren't. The thing that you might be interested in is seeing these big names show up. Argentina is down 1-0 to Egypt. Right, Lionel Messi, the big name, who has been good about showing up, already has a little bit of a. If Argentina loses here, he will have a little bit of a step to the podium energy happening here. Egypt scores off of a pretty solid header where good strength kind of boxes out the defender, scores. They go up. Argentina is given a penalty that honestly I didn't think that it should have been ruled a penalty. It felt to me like this is deference to Argentina for the sake of Lionel Messi and the sake of all these things as we've seen FIFA is willing to do sometimes. Messi steps into the penalty spot and clanks it off of the post. So this would be the second time, if memory serves me correctly, that Lionel Messi in this particular World Cup has squandered a penalty, and that's not a good look for the GOAT.
The great philosopher Rasheed Wallace once said that the ball don't lie. And the ball didn't lie in this case, or at least according to you, of that not being a legitimate penalty. And also, so much for my all the stars stepping up narrative. Now, Lionel Messi, we're talking about a totally different thing here.
And there's still a lot of minutes in this match.
Exactly. But at least that was a moment. Shout out to you, Christian Pulisic, who's getting all of the slander today. But you're not the only moment, apparently.
Yep. So 1-0 in favor of Argentina right now. They just had the hydration break there in the 27th minute. All right, let's talk about this though, B. Scott, as I know you are deep in the basketball space, and I am a basketball sicko myself. So much so that I have already had Summer League on my TVs.
Yes. Shout out to Darren Peterson out there, validating everything that I said about
I wish I could have paid more attention to that game because it sounded like Darren Peterson and Cameron Boozer were out there hooping.
Man, they said Darren Peterson couldn't pass. My boy goes out there with like 12 assists and 1 turnover or something ridiculous like that. He has no business out there with these Summer League cats.
I kept seeing everybody say, wrap him up. It's over.
It's a wrap,
honestly, we don't need to see him again.
That is
the regular season.
That is the best thing about Summer League is having a star drop in as a rookie and going, I need to see that you are not, that this level is well beneath you. And that's what it's supposed to be. Like the first game, we're supposed to see that, okay, you are well above what this is, and we can go ahead and graduate you to the next level.
That first game, he had something like 28 and 24 minutes, and I didn't feel like he was going full speed. I just thought he was kind of out there it almost looked like Kansas Darren Peters. Like I still, as high as I am on dude, I have still yet to really see him hit that extra gear. And maybe this is just his style, but he feel like he out there just kind of coasting and just hooping everybody up.
Yeah,
like at 80%.
Yep. So that's what's happening there. Another young talent that did pretty well in Summer League, but now is helming his team is Cade Cunningham in Detroit. And I could understand why a person would want to play with him. So this is not wildly surprising, but I do need to figure out what we make of it. There was weekend, Scott, that Kevin Durant, notably a Houston Rocket, would be interested in playing with Cade Cunningham and the Detroit Pistons. And I would like to, usually when I'm setting up for J-Law, I'd set up some thoughts. I just kind of want to throw this up. What went through your mind when you saw this kind of reporting?
Now, just like all of a sudden out of nowhere, now you want to play with Cade Cunningham. I understand that they were the number 1 seed last year and that it does seem like they are a piece away. Like, let's be real about it. The thing that the Pistons are missing is a something or somebody like a Kevin Durant, like a second scorer, somebody else they can give the ball to, not named Cade Cunningham, so they are not overly reliant on Cade the way the Rockets say are overly reliant on Kevin Durant. Like I could see Kevin Durant looking over there at Cade's situation and saying, you know what, you're way younger than me, but I'm in a similar situation where I got a bunch of guys around me who can't really shoot. They got heart, but they can't really shoot, and that doesn't really work for me. But still, like, you had a chance to kind of pick your destination a year ago. And it's not like anything was really revealed about Cade Cunningham that we didn't know about him last year. Now, maybe you can make the case that the deal wouldn't have been as easy to facilitate last year for the Pistons, or as obvious of a deal to make as, say, now a deal for maybe like a Jalen Duren, or, maybe they are clearer on what their roster trajectory looks like.
And remember, Jalen Duren is out for them. He is headed to somewhere on the West Coast. I can't remember which team is specific.
Yeah, but I just mean the roster turnover aspect of it. Like I would imagine that if Kevin Durant was interested in playing for the Pistons, had that interest before there was a Jalen Duren deal, or at the very least, this goes back to before we actually get the reporting. But I don't love it. Obviously, because I prefer that Kevin Durant will be on the team, but it also makes me a little bit squeamish because it validates a lot of the things. It would validate. I'm not sure how much I buy into this.
That was the question I was going to ask you. Is like, all right, I'm going to do the thing that's kind of unfair. Can you put a percentage on how much you believe this? Like, what is the belief level on a percentage scale?
I'm going to give it 25%.
Okay.
Which I think is still relatively low, but I got to give it something because it's out there, and it would be pretty. I think it would be pretty salacious to just kind of make this up for no reason.
Sure.
Not to say that would be beneath anybody or that anybody is above that. I think that these things might happen more often than we suspect. But I don't 100% buy it. But to whatever degree that it is true, it would be really disappointing because it would validate a lot of the things that people have said about Kevin Durant being nomadic and not really being committed to a place. And to his credit, I thought that he was committed at least to like the process. I know Burnergate happened and that was not a good look, but it did seem like, especially early on, that Kevin Durant was committed to this journey of figuring out what it looked like trying to play with these young players who he had never played with before.
Right, yeah, and that's the thing that's interesting. And the context of this reporting is kind of talked about as Kevin Durant is interested in playing with Cade Cunningham as one of the aggregators. But I thought that I had seen it kind of put this. Cade, he'd be interested if that was a move. But ultimately, the thing that I came to was the same one that you started speaking on is, if this is indeed true, what does this say about his belief in the project?
Yeah.
Right? Because, again, I don't know if this is true. I don't even know if this could be facilitated. But what would it say? Not just the idea that this information would make its way to some level of media, which again I think it also only reaches a particular media person or a level of media person that would make me question it, because I feel like if this is the case, it wouldn't be, with all due respect to Brent Siegel, it wouldn't be him or just him.
Right. Certainly not just him. Like once
Kevin Durant is mainstream enough and he has enough contacts within the upper crust of NBA reporting where I think we would get this from somewhere else to some degree.
Not just that, but if there's legs, like he's mainstream enough, but like his situation with the Rockets, I think, became at least a hot button enough topic. You could even call it volatile enough to where other reporters would try to track this down.
Yeah.
Like there would be some, let's say if Brett Siegel was the one to actually break this news, there would be enough follow-up to where we could sense a little bit more smoke here. It does say something that he's the only one reporting this.
And I'm going to preface this as such so that we can make sure that we understand that this is kind of a thought experiment situation. But let's go ahead and assume that this is the truth, just for the opportunity to think about it. What would that say about the experiment that's happening here? Because I think he came into the season expecting Fred VanVleet to be out for a majority of the season, so that was not a crazy change. By the time he was acquired, that was before we found out Fred was out, right?
It was before Fred was injured. Yeah, no, Fred gets hurt like a week or two before training camp.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
So
but to your point, what would it say about like his belief? It would take me back to my earlier question. Is like, really now? Why now? What's the difference between now and last year? And I think I can't answer my own question. It's that Cade, to his credit, and the Pistons
took a leap
and validated. Cade was validated by last year, whereas on the other end, the Rockets were somewhat invalidated or exposed, at least the young core, through Fred's injury and how they played in the playoffs, especially without Kevin Durant for the bulk of it. I think exposed, and I think a lot of us in the Rockets community can admit this, that the young core, quote unquote, and I'm using that in heavy air quotes at this point, the young core is either not as close as you wanted them to be, or just simply not as good, not as talented, not as high ceiling as you thought it was. And it makes you wonder, how does Kevin Durant, like if we see that, if we view that from a non-expert view, how does he view it from an insider view as somebody that played with these guys?
Yeah, but I think that is a case, but I think that the understanding coming in was that you are with a developing team, that there's going to be the possibility of some knocks. Now, of course, as you mentioned, they were kind of exposed as being further off from that. I think that for me, I wonder how much, assuming that this is true, which again, I think we already kind of feel like it's probably not as truthful as we'd probably want to believe just reading it. I think it would speak a little bit more to what Ime Udoka came in with some level of understanding and belief in Ime. And Ime is here to be a developer. I think that you could still see the challenges that were happening, and I think he would understand those challenges pretty upfront, seeing as he had to take on a lot of that playmaking responsibility and go, all right, that was a decent stifler of the quote-unquote young core. This would, for me, make me look very much at Ime Udoka and go, your boy who came in here, and in large part came because he felt confident in what you were doing here, is already ready to go. This would make me look at Ime very questionably as the man running this, more so than I already kind of am, at least just with the offensive side of things.
You could see Kevin Durant arriving at a place where he says, hey, I need more help both on the court and from the sideline, and I'm not getting that. And at least if I go to Detroit, I've got the help on the court with Cade, who's going to have the ball in his hand for the bulk of the time. Like, I don't have to worry about being double teamed from three-quarters court anymore, or having to make those sorts of business decisions on the court, because Cade is going to be the main attraction. And then even on the sideline, which, funny enough, the Rockets at one point had Bickerstaff, but to think that, hey, I like what they've got going on over there versus Ime Udoka and these young guys that don't necessarily fit properly. My two next best players, neither of which can shoot, right? Like that. And then I also feel like it would validate some of what he said in Burnergate, right? Like the idea that he doesn't believe in some of these players, either their basketball intellect or their inability, whatever the case may be. Like, you could see him at least validating those opinions by leaving after 1 year.
So this came up like 2 days ago in the morning. At what point do we need to have somebody else substantiating this before we can go, all right, we can write this off?
Oh, I mean,
Are you already at that
I'm
place?
not going anywhere further than 25%, and I'm just trying to give a little respect to Brett Siegel here. But
Right. That's what I'm saying, is I feel like if this has some level of validity, I would hear something else in like 3 days' time. Somebody else, going and finding out and being like, yeah, I kind of confirm that this is kind of the way that it feels.
Honestly, I would have expected that by now, because it's not like this takes some deep level of reporting. This is just a phone call or a text message. If you're tapped into Kevin Durant's inner circle, you could easily confirm or deny, or perhaps even just shrug your shoulders and kind of not even pay it attention, which I wonder if that's what the somewhat more well-known insiders are doing, or just saying, hey, this is so unserious, I'm not going to even give it oxygen.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, where the Astros tried very, very hard to make up for Mike Burrows' outing. And also, shout out to another accolade coming to a dude who feels like he is the best in the league. We'll talk about that more next.
Texans train.
my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here right now on Sports Radio 610. The biggest story of yesterday was the U.S. men's national team flaming out in pretty magnificent fashion from the World Cup that they are hosting. 4-1 loss versus Belgium, who, mind you, coming into the game had a little bit of a, I don't know if this was spicy from them. I don't know what they were going with, but they decided to sit three of their better players going into this match, putting them on the bench. Romelu Lukaku, one of their best strikers, a lot of golden generation guys, Kevin De Bruyne, probably their best playmaker, and then Jeremy Doku, just a really great player as well. All three of them sat, did not make a lick of difference. They were on your ass. Well, I guess this is the thing that I keep coming back to. They were pretty good in this game. I don't want to make it seem like Belgium didn't show up. But a lot of this was just the U.S. men's national team came out there and looked poor. They looked really poor, not up for the circumstance, not up for the job, and they end up losing 4-1 and flaming out.
But this is what I wanted to ask you earlier. I'm glad you brought it up again. How much of that, and again, I'm not trying to make excuses for the team. I'm curious of what your answer to this is. Mm-hmm. How much of them looking so poor, so outmatched, so overwhelmed, so much of these things that we all agree that they look like, how much did Belgium have to do with that?
A little bit, right? Belgium represented a clear step up from the talents that U.S. had played against. They were clean and crisp in their pressing. They knew exactly. They'd done some good scouting, right? They were sitting on. Who was it? Serginho Dest was trying to get in on his left foot. Or was it Serginho? There was a couple of instances where one of the people on the right side for the U.S. was trying to get in on his left foot. And you just looked at him going, hey, buddy, that's not working here. They know what you're trying to get to. Turn the corner. And so there was some of this where clearly they were just well prepared and well planned, Belgium was. But I don't think that explains some of the – because you saw once the U.S. found a little bit of settle in. They never got all the way settled in, but at least after their goal, they found – or was it after the goal? Because that was such a short period before they gave up another goal. But there was a period of time.
60 seconds.
There was a period of time, maybe it was after the hydration break, where they found a little bit of settle into them. And you're like, okay, there you go. That looks a little bit more like the U.S. men's national team that you were expecting to show up there. They did look like they were the lesser team still. But again, that is something that I could have lived with. If you came in and was like, no, Belgium's still better than you. Still got work to do. That is something I could have lived with. What I can't live with is y'all getting out here looking like y'all ain't got no heart, looking like y'all ain't got no temerity, looking like y'all don't have any level of pride in the way that y'all played. And that was what showed up in Seattle yesterday.
Yeah, it was just so bad, man. And again, so the second goal felt like dunked on. And then the third goal, like I don't know how much we've talked about the goalkeeper yet.
Matt Freese, we have not.
But all of that, like that sequence, like I would say the only having that 60 seconds of, hey, you're right back in this thing before they immediately basically take the lead back. And then that third goal where it just looks like a complete breakdown, meltdown, inexcusable type of stuff. Like it's just, oh man, it's just so disappointing. So disappointing when there was so much buildup going into that match, especially with everything else that surrounded it that was, I guess, not necessarily soccer related. But that was all part of it. And then that becomes something that shows up at the end when they're able to celebrate and sort of stun on you and dance on your grave.
They were literally doing the Donald Trump dance after one of these goals, Belgium was. They clearly relished the opportunity. Because remember, the Belgian Federation tried to get at FIFA, trying to be like, hey, we would like a better explanation into why that red card suspension was overturned. And FIFA was like, hey, man, y'all not even involved in this. This is an A and B conversation. Y'all not involved. Y'all don't get to be privy to this. And so Belgium really took this opportunity. And I understand I am invested in the U.S. side of things. If I could divest myself, kind of love it. Kind of love it. They was out here. Not only did y'all did all this to get y'all best player out here, or best goal scorer at the very least, and y'all still got stunning on. That's tough.
It does.
That's tough.
It does kind of feel like justice. And I hate to be like I'm on the wrong side of this because I'm on the U.S. side. And so it does suck to be on the wrong side of that. But this does feel like justice served. All don't lie. Reap what you sow sort of thing. So can't be too mad at it, even if I'm a little sour.
Worth noting, because we're trying to, when it comes to the U.S., obviously they're out of this World Cup. You begin the cycle towards the next World Cup in 4 years in Spain and Portugal and Morocco. And you don't know who your manager is going to be. Remember, Mauricio Pochettino, the manager for this cycle, he is out of a contract, and he basically said, we're going to wait to see whether U.S. wants me back or whatever. And there's thoughts that he might want to go back and get back into coaching clubs and stuff. So you might be under a whole different manager when this next thing comes around.
Do you want him back, or do you think they need?
I have no idea. Because if you had asked me before this tournament, I'd be like, probably not. When I saw this tournament, I was like, oh, maybe his style actually benefits and works for this particular situation, and his gruffness with some of the dudes in the team, maybe that was useful. And then I saw the way that this ended, and I go, I don't know. I have no idea, really and truly. So we'll see how that one goes.
I just know that
over time.
I just know that Freeze needed to take his technique when he kicked that water cooler on the side. I was like, man, he nailed it. He hit his target. Damn it.
Yeah, the Matt Freeze putting his cleat in the dirt and somehow missing a soccer ball is boy, he convulsed. It would have made more sense if you told me he got struck by lightning in that moment.
Yeah. What did the kids say? He glitched.
Yes, he did.
He
really
glitched.
did.
He literally glitched right there in the World Cup.
He really did. Some other things that are indeed popping. Cristiano Ronaldo will be, this is his final World Cup, and now he is done with international play. Some other things, though. Shout out to the Astros, who, at least when it comes to the non-Mike Burrows Astros, put up a crazy fight in D.C. They went up 6-1 with Jose Altuve going yard at one point. Yainer Diaz goes yard at one point. Mike Burrows just gives up way too many runs. And they fight to the bitter end, getting 11 runs total, just not enough to win versus the Nationals 12-11. And so they lose the first game of a 3-game set in D.C.
I feel like we're just at a point where time is just so valuable that we cannot afford to really waste anymore with Mike Burrows. Like every game is, I understand, 101-62, but every game the race is so tight. They're already working from behind because of how they played early in the season. And shout out to them for playing much better than 500 baseball over the last 6+ weeks or so. That's great. But because of the hole that they were already in and because of how tight the races are, whether you're talking about the division or for the wild card, I just don't feel like they can afford to have this kind of hole in the rotation. Like they just have to make a tough decision. I don't even think this decision should be that tough, but they got to do something with this Burrows guy.
Yeah, well, I imagine that these couple of things will help it be a little bit easier. Today, Ronel Blanco and Lance McCullers Jr. are pitching today at AAA Sugarland. It feels like those guys are both going to soon be on the horizon of returning for the Astros. And at the very least, there's options. Now, will the people that are making the decision make the right ones? I don't know how confident I am in this moment, but I would be interested to see at the very least get some opportunities. Obviously, Christian Javier is a calf injury, but he is, seemingly moving towards that statement of him being a short IL stint being true, because he's already supposed to be back on the baseball diamond here this week.
How many trips to the IL does he have to make before we just come to expect that every 3 to 5 weeks or so something is going to come up with Jeremy Pena? Like, I don't know if that's the difference in them being what they are now and what all Astros fans want them to be, but it would certainly help if you couldn't just bank Jeremy Pena going on a brief IL stint every 3 to 5 weeks or so.
One more, and I'm at that place. I think that this one, I am. He did say that he was playing through it, which did make me a little queasy. But one more, and I'm like, all right. So this is just the lot that we have to live with.
Yeah, I appreciate and respect him playing through it. I don't know if I want him to.
Correct. That was the thing that really got me, is when he said that he was dealing with this for a while, and I was like, so we didn't put an end to this. We didn't figure this out.
What happened to that return to play policy we was talking about, man?
Buddy, I don't know.
I thought we had done something about that.
No idea, brother.
Come on now.
No idea whatsoever. So that's what's happening there. And then one more Astros thing, and I wanted to leave this on a positive note. Shell play of the week, none other than Yordan Alvarez. I mean, he has just been phenomenal. He is chasing a triple crown. It feels like he's the best hitter in at least the American League, but maybe all of baseball.
Yeah, the saving grace for the Astros right now, the appointment viewing, the reason to watch them, aside from just loving the squad or loving the club, you want to watch Yordan Alvarez because it is special. It is historic. It is going to go down as one of the better individual Astros seasons that we're going to find, and it would be a shame if the team does not live up to that performance. So if for no other reason, you want to at least kind of pick up Yordan Alvarez, because how often do you get a legitimate MVP performance?
You want to hear what his numbers were this past week? 10 for 23, 4 homers, 11 RBI in 6 games. Entering yesterday, he led all of the majors in OPS, slugging, on base percentage,
hits,
total bases, runs, and then he also led the AL in home runs and batting average. Like, he is just
dominating.
He is dominating, and I think that you put it best. This team needs to be better, if for no other reason than y'all can't be the reason that Yordan can't win MVP.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it can't be that you were so bad that Yordan Alvarez couldn't win MVP, because that'd be an absolute shame if you ruin his opportunity to get this accolade that he so rightfully deserves.
Well, because that's a double whammy wasted opportunity. You're wasting his opportunity to actually be an MVP, and you're wasting the MVP performance by not being good enough to maximize that and actually do something as a team. So you're wasting the individual and team potential by raising up to the level that he's playing at.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's some of what's popping here. The Astros obviously back in action tonight in D.C. But coming up next, I have begun it. I've begun my yearly rewatch of the previous Texans season, and of course it began with Week 1 versus the Rams. I bring you some of my observations and, more importantly, my questions as they lead into the Texans' 2026 season. We'll do that next.
The Drive with From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Reginald Atatula sitting alongside Brandon Scott in for the OG J-Lo for most of this week, in fact. We still got Figgy on the ones and twos, and we definitely have you rolling with us on this Tuesday, the day where I decided to begin my rewatch of the 2025 Texans season. So let's do that here. Some of my observations and, more importantly, some of my questions that I have pushing forward into the 2026 season. And I guess I'll start this how I usually do, at the risk of doing this incorrectly. What do you remember from Week 1? Texans at SoFi Stadium versus the Los Angeles Rams.
I remember in football game
14-9 to be exact,
and feeling like that was foreshadowing the season. And to some degree, it definitely did that. Now, the Rams ended up being a much better offense and a much better team than I thought that they were going to be after that game, because I wasn't overly impressed by them either, per se. But for the Texans specifically, I thought it foreshadowed a defensive first, low scoring, even though, the defense had its own issues in this game, albeit in a low scoring game. But I thought it was foreshadowing of a low scoring type of squad that we were going to watch in the 2025 season.
So it's funny you say that, because if you remember this game, I remember there was a lot of consternation. I'll raise my hand. I was in there whipping up the consternation about the Matt Stafford bad back. Remember, he had the Winnebago out in practice at training camp so he could go out there and get work. The bad back was a big conversation. And ultimately, he looked like a dude who had a perfectly fine back in this. In fact, one of the ththings that I was looking at in the course of this game was just how comfortable he is executing the offense in this. And it's funny to start this as a rewatch of the Texans and point to Matt Stafford first.
Yeah.
But Matt Stafford running the offense, there was a lot of instances where he threw with capital A anticipation, but that comes with capital T trust. And it's interesting because I juxtapose that with the Texans offense that you're talking about here. And as I was rewatching this, I thought to myself, I was having a hard time remembering the emotions that I had watching the game originally. Sometimes you return to a game and you go, I vividly remember the feelings that I was feeling as I was watching this. And I didn't have those with this, especially when it came to the offense. And I'm fine. CJ was doing what he was asked to do, distributing the football. The ball was out quick. And I was like, how much of this was the expectations that I had about Nick Caley coming in, saying he won't do square peg round hole and not quite knowing, versus now having seen the full year and having, I guess, somewhat middling expectations going, that looks about okay.
Yeah, so I'm trying to remember as well, because I remember exactly where I was. I was in my office upstairs, watched this kind of alone in the office, but I don't remember my exact emotion either. I think I was probably, early on in the season, you are focused and keyed in on new elements to the team and newcomers. So I was thinking about, I'm thinking about Nick Caley a lot. I'm thinking about Ariante. I'm trying to remember, where was Ariante Ursery at this point?
Right tackle.
Was he on the right? He was on the right
tackle.
side.
In fact, I took notes, just assuming that the left tackle was Tay, and then I stopped at one point. I was like, wait, Tay just moved to left tackle. That's right, that was Cam Robinson.
Yeah, and so. Oh, man, it's so funny to look back and think of how differently you viewed the team by the end of it as opposed to how you did at the beginning of it.
100%. It's why I love this experience, is that it goes back and allows me to think about these things a little bit more in context, but less in the vein of just recalling through the lens of memory. And speaking of, I'm glad you mentioned the offensive line, because there was a couple of times where Cam got put into a circumstance where he had to block two, where it was Cam and Dare. Yes, Dare Agumbawale. In on a third down.
I remember him from this game, too.
Where there was 2 to cover 3. And so one of the things in this game was, it was definitely a lot of instances of protections was of note, or the lack thereof.
Yeah.
And I'm interested in my rewatch to see how that changes. Now, one of the things that I saw pretty early on, CJ was willing to take yards with his legs on third down. And this is even when there was a pass option available, right? Because we've kind of thought of CJ Stroud using his legs as, at the very least, use this as a last option. in this game, he was willing to look at it and see, hey, there's an option for me to dump this off for 5 yards, or I could just use my legs. And he did that. And I wonder, is that something that he can return to at any point? Like, is that something that we believe that he can get back to? And I think the secondary question I ask off of that is, should he?
This is something that I remember being even a narrative before the concussion about C.J. Stroud being a little bit more fleet of foot, or perhaps being underrated as an athlete and using his legs. Like, this was something that we talked about with him. Some of the workouts that he put in to kind of, I think he either said he went his highest end speed or something.
Yeah,
to that. Like,
I remember that. Yeah,
we were talking about this. This was a part of the conversation past week one and certainly before the concussion. And notice how all talk about that just completely went flat or dead after he came back from the concussion. The question that you ask, is this something that he can return to, or is it something that we even want him to return to? I do think it's something that he can return to. I think it's something that a lot of us would want to see him return to because it expands what you can be and how you can threaten the defense as an offense. But I question if it is good for him based off of the business decisions that he was clearly making toward the end of the season by not using his legs. Like, I wonder if the C.J. Stroud we saw post-concussion in 2025 is the C.J. Stroud that we just see, period.
This is the point that I wanted to get to, right, is how much of his, I guess in the way that you said it, the business decisions of I am not going to run unless absolutely necessary, how much of that was the immediate shaken nature of coming off of the concussion immediately. And we all know that when you have concussions, the more that you have them, the more predisposed you are to continuing to have them.
Yeah.
How much does that change the metric or the math on it, or how much of that was just the immediate aftermath? Much like if you have a knee injury, you have to find a level of belief and strength in it before you can operate in your full strength. Is that something that he can get back to? And then also, is it something that you want to, again, with that idea of he's dealt with the concussion in that circumstance? Do you want him out here running with the possibility of sustaining another one, right?
You figure it's got to be both. At least the proximity of it makes sense of, hey, this just happened. We don't want to exacerbate the issue. But then also, let's go back to the play where he was concussed. It was him trying to pick up extra yards, sliding, trying to get to the first down, which he did not get. He's trying to get extra yards on the play, and he gets punished for it, which is much different from, let's say, the first concussion that he got in his rookie year, if we think back, when he basically just gets his head slammed on the ground out there in the Meadowlands, I think it was, against the Jets.
I've got a double.
No, it definitely was. I actually remember vividly now. So that's different of, like, we were talking about cost of doing business before in a very different context. But the cost of doing business as a quarterback is sometimes you're going to get ragdolled a time or two, and they're going to sling you to the ground, and you might hit your head.
Yeah.
And that's just unfortunate. Versus, does this have to be the cost of doing business? Me going out there and seeking yards with my legs, extra yards with my legs, trying to get the first down, forcing the issue. Do I have to live in that world and in that space? I could see a pocket passer, a quarterback like C.J. Stroud thinking, hey, my money is made doing this as opposed to doing that.
Yeah, maybe so. I think that there's probably a happy medium, and I think that's what you were alluding to, where, hey, man, be a little bit more willing to pick up some of these with your legs, but don't necessarily put yourself in too much danger. I do wonder if coming off of the concussion, he was a little bit more timid to get to that place. I'm hoping that we might see some level of balance there.
No one wants to see a shell-shocked quarterback.
No. It's not beneficial for you to be in that place. Another thing that I was looking at, again, pursuant to improper protection, CJ had to escape and find Dalton Schultz in a little bit of scramble drill. And it was fun to see Dalton because he was on it shallow over route, but he was able to, the route was short of the sticks, but as he's floating over, he floats back towards the sticks so that when he catches it, he can get the first down, which is notable to me as a detail. And it made me think, I kind of wonder what the power ranking is for, like, synergy with CJ of this wide receiving core, because I was looking at this and Jaden Higgins actually looked pretty solid early. Like he actually did this very first game of him as a pro in his debut. I just don't know where he would rank in synergy with CJ score, right? Because if I'm doing this, I think the rankings would be Dalton Schultz number 1, Nico Collins number 2, Tank Dell number 3, and then I just got no real question or answers as to what the remainder of the wide receiving core is and their relationship with C.J. Stroud, at least pursuant to, hey man, scramble drill type situation. He can get the ball there. They kind of know how to have that telepathic communication and get the ball to that guy in space, or at least show his numbers to him. And that's kind of an interesting secondary conversation about the pass catching core that we're thinking about going into the year.
Yeah, if I were to rank them, I'd probably have the same. I would have the same exact 3 that you have. I'd probably reorder them though. I'd go Nico 1, Dalton Schultz 2, and definitely Tank Dell number 3.
You think so?
And maybe even Tank Dell number 2 if he's healthy.
Right.
I think that there's something to that, and maybe you want to take a little bit off of that because it's been so long since he played. Maybe there needs to be some time to redevelop that chemistry or that synergy or however you want to phrase it. But I would go with those top 3 in some order with Nico at the top. And then 4th, hate to say it, but I wouldn't even have Higgins at 4. I'd have Xavier Hutchinson coming in at 4 for me.
Is that the Chargers game that immediately puts it front of mind for you?
Man, I think Chargers game. I think about some playoff moments. I think that just over time, and I've been saying this since OTAs and minicamp to a couple of the other media members out there watching the practices with me, he is their most, certainly on offense. Like I think he and Henry To'oTo'o have an argument to go back and forth as the most improved players since they've been on the team, respectively.
Yeah.
So I would go with those first 3 that you mentioned in some order of Nico, Tank, Dalton Schultz, Xavier Hutchinson, and ideally, looking forward, projecting into 2026, that Jaden Higgins takes the place of really all of those guys not named Nico.
Right.
It would be ideal.
That's the uncomfortable part, is that Dalton Schultz has a natural limit on what he's capable of doing. He's nice, especially in these kind of chemistry moments of just being an option to get the ball out there, but it's rarely going to be one where you get the ball out there and you go and you make something huge out of it. Nico Collins clearly is that. Tank Dell would be that, but we just don't know where he is. And then Xavier Hutchinson, I'm glad that you brought him up, because one of the things that definitely popped out to me, in addition to the idea that, oh yeah, Dameon Pierce is here, is, you forgot that, right? Dameon Pierce in this game.
He was in this game.
And utilized, mind you,
yeah.
Right? But Xavier Hutchinson, they used him a lot in this game. And
I'm sorry.
Outside, inside.
I can't get over the thought of Dameon Pierce and Dare Ogunbowale being their running backs.
Dare was in here. 3rd down, Dare Ogunbowale, man. There was a few of those circumstances in this game where
proceed with your point. I'm just thinking like, man, that's really the situation.
It was. And honestly, I know that Dare got a lot of hell for the end of this game, where for one, he makes a play, gets them a big first down, and then makes another play, except there's a fumble, which ultimately ends the Texans' drive where they're looking to go. I feel bad for him because he was clearly trying to get down short of the 3 Rams that were in front of him. Just a great punch defensively.
Yeah.
Like a really good punch defensively.
Was it Landman?
It was Landman.
Yeah.
It was indeed Landman. But Hutchinson got a lot of they trust this dude. He got a lot of burn in this game. Outside, inside blocking. Not always great blocking, right? We know the tight tight and condensed formations that they loved using here in this game. But it makes me look at this wide receiver core and go, man, Xavier Hutchinson has been really consistent, at least in the way that you're talking about, as a guy who's come along. They trust him. I don't know. I know that there's been some people that are like, hey, just pushing him to the side, not thinking about Xavier Hutchinson, maybe even thinking about the possibility of him not being in the wide receiver room once you cut down. There's no way in hell. There's absolutely no way in hell.
The guy's sure-handed. His route running has only improved over the years. And so when you talk about they're more reliable guys, like certainly the Iowa State guys, and obviously Hutchinson is one of them, but the Iowa State guys from last year, specifically Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel, feel like they both have higher upside. But when you talk about reliability and comfort, I see Xavier Hutchinson being that guy. I got a hard time imagining, based off of the way we know the team is constructed now, like absent of something drastic happening, like them trading for some superstar or something like that, I don't see a scenario where he's not on the team. But you did make me think about something I got to ask you.
Yep.
C.J. Stroud scramble drill with Nico Collins. I'm speaking in generalities for just a second. Does the scramble drill with C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins hit the same if we know C.J. Stroud don't be scrambling like that? Like if he's not a throw, what I'm saying is, if he's not really a threat to take off with his legs and run, how much does the scramble drill really hit? Like, is the defense really able to sort of commit to the options downfield?
I think it still does, because it's the scramble in this instance, or kind of like the opportunity to move around out of the pocket and such, is more about the creating of the time and forcing the play longer, which, as we know, covering in football is tough once you get past 2-3 seconds. So that's more the idea of, hey, we're going to spend more time extending the play that gives Nico Collins an opportunity to separate from that guy and then get him the football. But I get what you're saying, the idea of he gets wide and maybe that team is not as worried about him using his legs and getting upfield, and maybe they stick a little bit better to Nico. The problem is, you going to stick to Nico Collins after 5 seconds? I might not stick to Nico Collins after 5 seconds. And I think that that's probably the thing that we're talking about there.
Yeah, it's just, I guess the concept is just like daring him to run, daring him to use those legs when it seems like he is reluctant to do so. But yeah, buying the time is the value of it all, for sure.
A couple quick more notes from this game in particular. I did mention, or you mentioned Nico Collins, 5 targets total, 3 catches in this game. And there was a lot of like 3 catches all the way around. This was fake balance, right? This is some of what I imagine Nick Caley was talking about to Jonathan Alexander last week or a couple weeks ago. That is a level of, this is a place where I don't want balance. I want you to have Nico Collins a little bit more prominently featured, or at least it should be clear that Nico wide receiver, and then you have some balance outside of that. Having him have the same number of catches and a similar number of targets as everybody else does not actually help the program. And a couple of those were really late in the game, to the point where you allow Nico Collins to not impact the game during a large swath of it.
This was one of several early Nick Caley criticisms, was how is he not getting Nico Collins more involved in the offense? Which was a valid question and a head scratcher, to say the least.
And it shows up as you rewatch. And then also the C.J. Gardner-Johnson of it all. One of the things that jumps out to me, the clear physicality the visceral physicality you know of this defense. He's a physical player. It looks different. Like, it's clear that and maybe this is just my brain tricking me knowing this coming in, but I go, one of these things is not like the other, and you can see it. He got washed out by a single tight end in one of those running plays that just does not happen to Jalen Petrie. That does not frequently happen to someone like Kalen Bullock. Just, you could see it. You could see it that he was not the same as the rest of these guys. And that's with all due respect to who C.J. Gardner-Johnson is in this league.
Yeah, dude, I noticed I could do full shows on Texans rewatches. I could talk about this all day.
Well, lucky for you, I will do this for the remainder of the week. So we will have an opportunity to continue to rewatch the 2025 NFL season, or at least for the Texans, as we keep going here in the Loop. All right, you're in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we do our lunchtime confessions.
All right, let's get you feeling better, fellas.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Before I get to my first confession here, it seems like Egypt is really putting the pressure on Argentina. They scored a second goal, but it was disallowed. But that would have been 2-0 in this match. They are really putting great pressure on Argentina here in the second half in the 64th minute.
It would have helped if Messi had stepped up with his kick earlier.
Yeah, his penalty kick, which I did incorrectly kind of lay out. He didn't hit post. It was a shot that was probably a little closer to the keeper than you wanted, and it was actually a good save by the Egyptian keeper. But Argentina really needs to put it in gear. All it takes is one. This game a lot more interesting, but Egypt has seemed to control the run of play for a little bit there, so we'll keep you up to date there. But as for my confession here, I've got to be honest. I think that we might have overdone the no shame movement. You know what I mean? Like hey man, you don't have to feel like don't be ashamed.
Don't be ashamed.
I think that shame is a powerful tool of society, and we might have gone too far.
Be ashamed.
And I mean, sometimes I will say, like, just to be funny, that bullying works. And obviously, I'm not advocating for people to be like bullied in the way that you think of, right? Obviously, for things that you cannot change, and in I guess situations and circumstances that are I don't know, vulnerable. I would not like that to be the case. However, in this particular case, I'm glad that bullying happened, and I'm glad that it worked. I take you to Tim Hardaway Sr., who you might have heard on this airways. We were talking about the circumstance where his son, Tim Hardaway Jr., is now going to be playing for a team that Tim Hardaway Sr. played for in the Miami Heat. And Tim Hardaway Jr., or Sr. rather, Sr. has had his number retired, that number 10 retired for the Miami Heat for a while now. And Jr. in his entire career has worn that number in honor of his pops.
Right.
And Sr. said that he would not allow his number to be taken out of the rafters for Jr. to wear it, which I thought was absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, pretty shameful. I mean, out of all people, not even your son.
And the reason he gave is because my legacy will stand. And I'm like, the legacy is the dude who you named after yourself.
Yes. It's like he was good enough to get your name, not enough to wear your number.
Well, he didn't know what his jumper would look like when he was born, so he gave him the name sight unseen. Now he's seen the jumper, and he's like, I'm not giving you the number.
Yeah, but still, I mean, think about it. Like, the dude made it to the NBA.
And has had a number of contracts.
I mean, not even like Michael Jordan's kids weren't no good. Like,
boy, they were terrible.
You know what I mean? Just because you're an NBA player does not mean that your son is going to necessarily make it. And here he is, I think, doing the legacy right? Like having a strong enough career. Tim Hardaway Jr., like, I think he's been solid enough to warrant wearing his own father's jersey.
He got a really good career compared to other people's sons.
Yeah, I mean,
the people that's retired. I mean, jerseys that's up in the rafters.
Right. I mean, he's doing all right, man. And the idea that he's made it to here. I mean, Larry Nance let his son wear 22 in Cleveland. That is to say, I say this to say, after the appropriate amount of bullying, it seems like, according to the Miami Heat play-by-play, that Senior will indeed allow Junior to wear his number 10.
There you go.
And have it. So look,
that was ridiculous.
They had to bully him into being a loving father and allowing his son to wear his number. His son, that, mind you, carries his name. And so I say, bullying works.
That should have been the one person you allow. Like, it'd be one thing if you were sitting here, if they had the number 1 overall pick and you wanted to wear 10. I could see you holding your ground for that one. But, yeah, man.
So if they had gotten Darren Peterson, you'd have been like Tim Hardaway Sr. saying, no, you cannot have my 10.
I would have understood that. I wouldn't have been mad at that. Like, Darren Peterson, you got to find another one.
Yep.
Yeah, the jersey and the Raptors. But this is your blood. This is the same damn name.
Yep. So just needed a little bullying to get that happen. Mind you, Egypt has scored a second goal.
Yeah.
Lionel Messi, we're on the brink of having
time to pack him up.
We're on the brink of having 2 of the best players in soccer that we've ever seen get eliminated from the World Cup on back-to-back days. Wild scenes.
He looking like it's over too.
These are my confessions.
I got real regret, man. And you mentioned vulnerability earlier. I'm gonna be vulnerable with the audience here, with the In the Loop crew. Been down with y'all for a minute, so I'm just gonna keep it real. Not going to any of those World Cup matches, and not just not being able to go. I didn't even really try or like allow myself to be told no, because the only way I would have gone is if I had some kind of connection. I wasn't paying any of these outrageous prices to go. I wasn't necessarily like, I don't have enough of a soccer background to claim to have been that into it, but I'm pretty sure I could have leveraged some kind of connection either through an actual media credential or through just knowing folks, knowing some of the right people. That is one of the benefits of being in this business. And I didn't even try. Now it's over with. And
At least in Houston.
And that's what I mean. The opportunity to do so right here. When we talk about home soil, my home soil is H-Town, is Houston. I ain't going nowhere else to watch none of these soccer matches. I'm going to just be real about it.
I mean, you ain't going to Saudi Arabia?
I'm not doing it.
In like, what, 8 years?
Bro, I ain't even going.
Wait, hold on. Press pause. Figgy know where the next couple World Cups are? Figgy really is in on the World Cup.
Figgy's well
He's
read.
in here now.
I've been keeping up a little bit.
Figgy was not a soccer guy. He's like, in 8 years it's going to be here. In 4 years it's going to be there.
The real question is, am I going to be keeping up when it's in another country?
Yeah.
That's a good question.
That's the real question.
We will see.
Yeah, and the answer is no. I'm not going to Saudi Arabia.
Okay, fair.
But I ain't even going to Seattle, where the game was last night. I ain't going nowhere. But I could have gone to Houston Stadium, as they were calling it, and I didn't even make an effort, which the confession is that is some shameful bleep. Shameful bleep on my part.
You're going to wear this one?
Yeah, I got to wear this one. There's no excuse for that. I should have at least tried. Now, if the answer had been no and I couldn't make it, that would have been its own thing. But me not even giving it an effort, to me, is inexcusable.
So I feel you right now, the way my finances are set up, dealing with a little bit of something. And so I decided to be responsible and not spend. I think at one point I had an opportunity to spend maybe like $600 on a pretty solid match. I had an opportunity to maybe buy one of these tickets for like the mid 500, actually probably like the 400s. And I was like, I don't think I should do that.
Yeah.
Should I wear shame for not adding a little credit card debt to what I got going here and doing that? Or should I feel better about I made a responsible decision at the cost of missing one of the like great loves of my life in soccer in here in Houston?
If the responsible nature of the decision makes you feel good about yourself, far be it from me to make you feel bad.
Well, I'm already asking you.
But my answer would be this. This is what credit cards are for. Once in a lifetime type of stuff, and it's in that you do know, hey, I'm gonna pay my credit off. I'm not just put it on a credit card and with no intentions of ever paying the bill. So if you actually pay your credit card bill, which I trust that you do, then I think that you should have at least done that for the once in a lifetime. When is the World Cup gonna be in the city that you live in?
Hopefully, considering how FIFA is amenable to being corrupt for the U.S.'s benefit, hopefully in 12 years. That's where my fingers are crossed for at this point.
Maybe so.
Put that whole on Afterpay or something, man, and figure it out later. I might not be here.
I'm saying.
These are my confessions.
Speaking of the World Cup, I gotta confess this, man. At first, I was kind of drinking the Kool-Aid with Team USA because I don't know anything about them. From y'all, I heard they were pretty rough, but wasn't elite like the Europe teams and the African teams and all that stuff. But I thought I was probably going to be out once they got out, but I don't think so. I think I'm more in than ever.
Wow. He said, get these losers out of my face. I'm trying to watch the real soccer.
They ain't stopping no show, man. They ain't stopping no show for me. Like, I'm still invested in the World Cup.
Egypt got it cracking right now.
Yeah. And quite frankly, I was so embarrassed. We was talking about embarrassment in the question of the day. I was so doggone embarrassed by Team USA. I don't even know if I'm going to get a doggone jersey from them. I'm going to have to wait to the next 4 years or something.
I'm not going to lie. These jerseys that they have this year, they look cool on the field. Seeing them out and about, I don't love them.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, they ain't even got that much. They ain't even had that much swag on the field or on the pitch or whatever last night for me to be like, you know what? Let me get one. Like, I had that feeling for Norway. I had that feeling with Brazil, even though I just thought the jersey looked cool. Japan, I'm like, okay, let me get one. I never got that feeling, or at least after last night, I was just like, nah, I'll wait for another 4 years and see what y'all do.
What U.S. jerseys are y'all seeing the most? Are y'all seeing blue ones?
No. If you're getting them, you're getting the white and red stripes.
Okay.
You're getting the striped
Candy
joints.
cane looking joints.
Yeah. The only thing about them is I feel like if you get those, you got to get somebody. You got to get Pulisic, you got to get Weston McKennie. Because the weird thing about it is, in order to make it like viable, there's a little square in the middle where the stripes don't overlap so that there's room for the number. And it just looks weird if there isn't actually a number there. You get what I'm saying?
Fair enough.
Honestly, the way that I'm going to play this, I'm going to get another iteration of the women's jerseys because the jersey that you've seen me wear is actually a women's, it's a men's jersey, but it's like from the women's team.
Woman edition.
And so I might do another one of those because y'all know I'm wearing red, white, and blue, but I'm wearing the jersey of some winners.
Yeah. Get the. We talk about respect and shame, bringing shame back. This would be proper shame or show shame of like, hey, you know what? I'm gonna go with the women's jersey because the men just have not earned it.
Yep. So
better if you lose a bet, you got to wear the men's jersey. Go around in that.
All right.
You out here with the freeze jersey on.
That's that one's the goalkeeper jersey. I don't know. People that wear goalkeeper jerseys are real soccer sickos. And I was this close to buying a Nigeria goalkeeper jersey.
Lopez got
does. Again, sicko. All right, there you go. Those are your lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I said that I'd get you this. There are some chaotic details from the weekend that derailed Terrion Arnold's NFL future, and I just want to bring them to you next.
You're done.
for what you need.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
All guests on Sports Radio 610 join us on the Texas Mattress Makers Hotline. Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
In case you were ever wondering what the power ranking between myself and B. Scott would be of the various pieces of chicken that are out there, mine goes thigh number 1, drumstick number 2, wing number 3, breast number 4. Yours was?
I am drumstick number 1, thigh number 2, wing number 3, and then I'll throw the breast in there for number 4. So
Okay.
we only differ ever so slightly at the very top.
Very good. Fig,
but I feel like those are interchangeable.
Did you want to get in here just as we're doing this?
I say wing number 1.
Ain't no
number 2.
Ain't no way.
And probably thigh number
This
3.
man with 2 white meats
That
at
is
the top.
unbelievable.
The wing number 1 I can live with, but that man
Because you do be eating a lot of chicken wings.
he went with 2 white meats.
I'm
at the top.
surprised y'all got breast at the end because breast that's the most expensive piece of meat.
Yeah, that's kind of how we came with the conversation because your boy made teriyaki chicken yesterday. And so I happen to have a little leftover, so teriyaki chicken for lunch. And they are chicken thighs, and they are fantastic. And I just don't understand how so few people have an appreciation for them, especially in the how they end up in the shadow of the chicken breast. Because the chicken breast, obviously, there's going to be the people that say you just have to do it right, but it's really hard to mess up chicken thighs.
Right.
But like chicken breasts end up dry too often.
I'm saying I need
flavorful
I
enough.
need the biggest glass of water possible to eat them thighs, man.
But see, the chicken
the
thigh,
the breast. I mean,
the chicken thigh is the cheapest one because I know that whenever we go to the grocery store, I'll be wanting either the grilled chicken breast or something like that or wings, and it's like, no, gotta get these chicken thighs. They cheap. They on sale, so you could do a lot with chicken thighs.
Okay. This is the sports talk that everybody asked for, I believe, right? I figured that we could have the jovial nature of that.
Got to get a people what they want.
Is that what the people? 713-572-4610. Is that what you want?
We did your damn Texans rewatch already. What y'all want for us, man? We done Texans rewatches, Kevin Durant trade ideas.
Why'd you get back to sports?
We done talked about Mike Burrows not being worth a damn out there on the mound.
Boy, God.
We done talked about this U.S. men's national team embarrassing us in front of the world. Here and there.
We can. That actually does remind me that there's a big question that I don't have a great answer to baseball wise, but
now do y'all roll with this chicken rankings even fried, like just fried chicken?
Yeah, no,
because I was looking at it from a fried chicken point of view.
Yeah, even fried chicken. My rankings are exactly the same.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, I would still go with those same rankings.
Okay.
I mean, that's if I'm being real, that's what I was thinking about.
Okay.
I mean, I eat all the chickens.
Yeah, no, I was thinking about the fried chicken breast. That's why I got it like number 2.
Even still.
Yeah, man, you could just grab that drumstick so easy and just take a bite.
But the fried chicken breast from
right back
Popeyes,
to it.
man, strong, man.
If you say so. That's that. Just like
There's a reason why it's expensive, man.
Just like the biscuit from Popeyes. I better have honey nearby.
Hey, you know
I better
what we
have
used
honey.
to do?
Man, I need that gallon of tea.
When I worked at KFC, every time we messed up somebody's order, we make it right by giving them a chicken breast. Everything was all good.
Y'all would have just made me mad.
Oh no, free chicken breast sounds amazing.
Well, yeah, that's a great point.
Yeah, man.
You order all this chicken and they just threw a breast on
They
there?
might have ordered some dark meat or something like that, and we might have been out of it. And we're like, hey, you want chicken breast? Hell yeah. I'll take a chicken breast.
Let's be real, man. Ain't no bad chicken.
That's fair. Somebody said it's just July. You guys are on a roll. No, this is what happens This is what happens when Reggie eats lunch, and Reggie just typically, and you could probably speak to this, Fig. Whatever I'm talking about in the break, way too often comes on air in this first part of it.
This was a good one, though.
I will pivot. Thank you. I appreciate it. I will pivot. As Argentina, mind you, has brought it back down. Now they're down goal there. They're in the 83rd minute, pushing to hopefully equalize and possibly get some extra time there. So the drama of the World Cup continues. The only games that have not been dramatic is a few in the group stages, and the USA getting their ass whipped by Belgium.
Yeah.
But completely off on a different tangent. Terrion Arnold, the cornerback for the Detroit Lions, or I guess now released from the Detroit Lions.
Yeah.
We know that this is just a wild story, and it only gets wilder when you hear the details. Shout out to The Athletic giving us the details of the weekend that were. And so I pulled out some excerpts, and I will do a segment that I like to call Reading, as it is kind of fascinating to hear the ways in which this happened for Terrion Arnold, who, mind you, has been kind of charged with various different charges that point to him being some level of kingpin for a circumstance where where people got pistol whipped for thinking that because he was looking to get back some things that were stolen from him. Yeah. As Argentina has equalized this game, it is 2 goals to apiece.
It is pandemonium at that place.
It is crazy out there, and I believe they're in Atlanta.
Yeah, I was
right
about
now.
to say, where's this?
And Atlanta look like Argentina right now.
It's hot landing right now.
It is indeed. It is indeed.
What a vibe! Imagine being down 2 goals and tying the game. Can't relate.
Yeah, man, that would have been nice. Well, actually, you weren't down 2 goals, right? You ended up you were down 1, and then you tied. Well, I guess you ended up down 2 at some point because they were 3-1.
Yeah, after that mishap there for that 3rd goal. Yeah. Yeah. The one that got away, if you will. And that's put.
Yeah.
What? Oh my God.
See, now B. Scott is just watching the pinball of a shot, a rocket end up in the goal for Argentina. But yes, 2-2 there versus Egypt. And we'll keep you up to date with that. But this is what happened, because remember, June 29th was Terrion Arnold being in court trying to see if he could get that ankle monitor off so that he could continue playing football. Lo and behold, the Detroit Lions were like, don't worry about that here, big dog.
Yeah, man.
During that, the defense argued, rather his defense argued that he was not in the room where the crime occurred, and thus he could not be connected to the violence that occurred. Oh. His legal team insists that prosecutors had pursued charges against Arnold because, quote, of his high profile as an NFL player. What an absurd thing to try and put out here, that the reason why they pursued this,
because I'm so famous,
is because I, cornerback for the Detroit Lions, am so famous that they're trying to stick this on me.
You ain't even Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Yeah.
You Terrion Arnold, bro.
It sounds like he's trying to find the fall guy.
But this is the thing, right?
And he's supposed to have one.
This
That's
is
the problem.
This is the fascinating thing about this. Again, right? His stuff, he was Airbnb with some of his friends, and during this, his phone and some of his stuff became missing, and he didn't know where it was until his girlfriend apparently called him and hit him up. Was like, "Yo, why are you in Miami?" And he was like, "What you mean? Why am I in Miami?" Well, I'm currently in. I think that they were vacationing in Michigan somewhere. And it was like, well, your phone is. And then he was like, well, why would my stuff Miami, stuff that got stolen? And then he put 2 and 2 together, saying that he knew that one person was there, which was a man named Jan Lopez, who was a 19-year-old chauffeur that he had hired to hang out with him, who had mentioned while they were, the chauffeur was driving him, that his next job was driving for boss man D-Lo, funny enough, in Miami. And so he took that. This is the reason that all this happens. They are being chauffeured in a different part of the country. He remembers after stuff is stolen from him and his phone ends up in Miami that, hey, there was a kid that was chauffeuring for me that said he was also going to be in Miami. And so thus, that kid definitely stole from me. Let's go get him. That is the starting point for the entirety of this situation that ended up with kidnapping charges and assault.
Man, help me understand, Fig. Is Terrion Arnold just listening to too much Pooh Shiesty?
No, clearly listening to Boss Man D-Lo.
Yeah.
A lot of Boss Man D-Lo.
Yeah, I guess so.
He might got a little Pooh Shiesty in him.
Yeah, but this get it back in blood idea, when you are an NFL player and can just easily replace these things, or like honestly,
well, I mean, there was thousands, like tens of thousands of dollars worth of merchandise that were taken. However,
yeah, but now there's going to be tens and thousands of dollars worth of freedom taken. And
I would argue more. I would argue the freedom is valued a little low there.
Thank you. And so, what is the trade-off that we're making here, really?
To me, this sounds like somebody. I know technically he wasn't like robbed at gunpoint or anything like that, but he probably felt some type of way. And I'm like, I need to find this kid and show him who I really am.
Yep.
Don't try to play.
So we find out that his girlfriend, who was then 18-year-old, Alex Del Valle, texted her roommate who lived out that way in Tampa. Text Danny and ask him what he's doing later. Danny, mind you, is the 18-year-old barber that also was with the 19-year-old chauffeur in Miami.
What's with all these children? Like, I understand he's young himself, but
he also is in his early 20s, if not like this is their time. But this reminds you, like, this is who we're talking about. So we've got texts of his girlfriend now texting her roommate, telling him to lure this guy there. Prosecutors say that Terrion Arnold and one of his associates, quote, coordinated and directed the women on what to say to get them, and luring those dudes there with the possibility of, boom boom time, so to say. And, quote, don't be suspicious, though, was a text that was sent by his girlfriend to her roommate.
Nothing suspicious about that. Nothing suspicious about telling somebody not to be suspicious.
More texts. They trying to set him up, and he's trying to pay us for it. I'm scared. I hope they don't kill him. And the final message that I have here is perhaps we delete these messages.
Perhaps. Or perhaps we never send them. That's just a thought. Perhaps we don't leave a digital footprint. Perhaps we don't take notes on a criminal effing conspiracy.
Thank you, Stringer Bell. I appreciate you bringing that up, because that is how I felt watching this. Going further, right, according to police, Hilton, who is the other associate here for Terrion Arnold, in a circumstance where they were Arnold and Hill away from them once they had lured these two gentlemen to the women's apartment, and they were holding them hostage, basically. They had a FaceTime call where they were watching the, let's say, extraction of information happening from afar. And this is how we know that, because while this is happening, there were texts that went from Hilton, the associate of Terrion Arnold, to the girls saying, or to the other guys that were there saying, quote, we can't hear, turn the camera around. And then further along as the stream went on, said, quote, get all three phones, quote, say why was Terrion's phone in Miami, and, quote, keep them all in the corner. So they was out here from remotely directing traffic here. This is how this all comes. We have details that are so specific down to like what was being said amongst these folks in this organization. I just can't imagine that Chris Carter's got to be somewhere shaking his head.
Where's your fall guy?
Well, he had fall guys. They just had a terrible plan of action.
Yeah, this makes me think that, and I already suspected this, but this is just further confirmation to me that millennials, and certainly, and because this is a Gen Zer, certainly not Gen Z, but I would even argue our generation will never be great criminals, because we're just far too reliant on smart devices and trackable devices.
Well,
I don't think that we can properly do crime no more.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's about them being great criminals, although it didn't feel like they were doing a great job of it. The bigger thing that I wonder is it possible to be the kind of criminals that we once saw in a glamorized? Because so much of this is able to be tracked back, man.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You got to do, to use the wire again, face-to-face meet. No phones. We're not doing phones no more. No burners, no phones at all. We meeting face-to-face in the rain, by the way. So just in case somebody got a recording device, even like by where we're standing at, even that is going to be distorted.
He thought he was so slick, Terrion Arnold, that he was not in the vicinity of this happening, that, he had, kind of never been a part of the coordination. His text, there was a group chat that they opened up to try and talk about it, and they said, talk about this in here. Terrion Arnold was not a part of it, and yet you can very clearly link him to all this, and it's just like, there is no way to get away with this, so don't end up in any circumstances like it.
The only thing that should be in the digital footprint is meet me at the waterfall.
The waterfall.
Meet me at the waterfall so we can talk. And we talking again by the waterfall where you can't hear what we saying. It's going to be distorted or whatever. And I'm not co-signing crime, but I'm really more so speaking against stupidity, because stupidity, I think, just offends my sensibilities even more so than crime sometimes. And this is obviously crime, but a stupid one on top of it.
Yep. And so I found it fascinating. There's so many more details that The Athletic had as far as the details of what happened with Terrion Arnold. I just feel like, man, it's going to be real hard for him to beat this case. Speaking of beating the charges, Argentina beating the charges of being down and out. They score a third goal to put themselves up 3-2.
Got to.
And added, or rather stoppage time here. The 93rd minute, the 93rd minute is when they are capable of getting, I think it might have been 92nd when that ball actually crossed the line here.
Yeah.
And so Argentina, 3-2, and looking like they're going to dispatch Egypt, who had them on the ropes just a few minutes ago.
Dude, as rough as it was to be an American this morning, what must it feel like to be an Egyptian?
Better.
Right now.
Better. I would take this and what Egypt has gone through than what the America, because at least you can look at your boys and say, y'all played hard. Y'all actually put up an effort that's worthwhile.
Yeah, but you tell me though, when you're up 2 goals, and I know there's plenty of time left for them to cough this thing up, but at some point, doesn't strategy kick in to where you're just not supposed to lose the match at some point?
Yeah, I feel like this one right here, this match we watching right now, this felt like a choke job.
Yeah,
and the previous match just felt like the Cavaliers versus the Knicks.
Yeah, it felt like a choke job last night from the very beginning. Perhaps like the whole 90+ minutes was a choke job.
Yes,
but this is more of a concentrated classical choke job, whereas you had the lead and you let it go. We felt good for 61 seconds last night.
That's right.
Yeah.
And I'm willing to take, understanding that nobody wants either of these outcomes, I would take, damn, they got us, especially in a situation where we know Argentina is supposed to be the better team here. Egypt absolutely played very well for a large swath of this, versus you getting out here and just showing your ass and getting absolutely danced on.
But see, this one going to hurt a lot. I don't know how many Americans going to be talking about that last game in a couple years. It's going to be talking about this for a long time.
I don't know if that's the case. 713-572-4610.
I don't know about that.
I want to talk about these in tandem coming up next, but also there was an interesting conversation that the fellas on the morning show had today, and it was inspired by The Athletic looking at what age NFL players reach their prime. I want to have both of those discussions next.
Texans training camp is 3 weeks away. Are you ready? We are. The best football conversations in town. Exclusive inside information. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Final whistle is blown in Atlanta. Argentina coming back from the brink, down 2-0, well into the second half of this game, including, mind you, Lionel Messi having a penalty blocked earlier on in this match. They score 3, the last one coming in stoppage time, and they do indeed move on to the quarterfinals in the World Cup. Wild scenes, and it sucks for Egypt to be up in that game and really control the game for a long period of time and then ultimately lose. In fact, so much so that there was a lot of yellow cards being handled out for various different Egyptian players, letting the ref know what they thought. Hell, the manager was on the sideline doing a hand signal that, at least in this country, don't mean all too much, but I imagine over there means something that's not too kind.
Hey, he was trying to speak a universal language of some sort. And look, if English or Spanish or French or German is going to have body language is going to have to get it done.
Yep.
One way or
What's
another.
he saying what that Croatian woman was saying that been going viral? Of the lip reading?
Oh, I don't even remember this.
Oh, I'm surprised you ain't seen
you're
this.
deeper in the World Cup sticks than I could have even
What'd
imagined.
she say, Fig? What'd she say?
She was saying bleep you, and somebody said, can anybody read lips? And everybody kept posting it. I'm surprised you ain't see that.
Oh, I do remember this now that you mention it. I do remember this. Yeah. But yeah, there was a lot of anger from the Egyptians. And this was a conversation that we kind of started getting into on the other side. And I want to bring this back because, again, the U.S. men's national team embarrassed us in front of God and country and the world and everybody and all the holes they're in, right? And they looked like they had no willingness to be out there on a World Cup stage. And they lose 4-1, and it's very evident from the jump the way that this is going. Outside of a few short moments, I could probably actually get this down to 60 seconds where Malik Tillman puts in a fantastic set piece. Outside of that, man, they looked like they was cooked, and it wasn't because they were bad. It was because, that was part of it. Yeah. It looked like they ain't had no heart out there. Egypt loses this match after being up 2 and then conceding 3 goals. And yes, they did sit back a little bit, which this tournament has punished a lot. If you get complacent or if you think we're just gonna batten down the hatches, more often than not, you have been punished. And if you decide, hey, we're gonna be brave, we're gonna play, we're gonna keep going, you are usually rewarded. So there's a little bit of that. But I contend that Egypt losing like this, while it sucks, is significantly better than the way the U.S. men's national team went out last night, without question.
Yeah, I would much prefer. I think both things can be true here, not to play the fence, but I prefer to not lose a 2-goal lead. Like, that would sting no matter what. But I feel like also if I'm going to lose, I would prefer to lose with some kind of pride, with some kind of fight, and to feel like I went down swinging as opposed to the way it felt last night with the U.S. team.
Yeah, man. Like, people have sworn off the NBA because they feel like dudes come into regular season games and they don't have, the will to win. The U.S. men's national team felt like they did that at the biggest event in all of sports in the world. You're not going to convince me that that's a better look than what Egypt had. Yes, it's bad that they lost a 2-goal lead. Don't get me wrong. It ain't touching getting out here and looking like you don't want it.
Yeah, the difference in basketball for me, though, is that, in basketball, we understand in today's game how no lead is really safe with the proliferation of the three-point shot. And after a certain amount of time, or with a certain amount of time still left, you just cannot rule anybody out because everybody shoots threes to a degree, to the degree that could put them back in the game. Whereas in soccer, I feel like it's much different strategically. And you correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like there's supposed to be a way, or at least a way where you can explain, hey, when I'm up 2 goals, especially with as much on the line as you do in a World Cup, I cannot lose this match.
Well, there's a funny saying, actually, that 2-0 is the most dangerous lead in soccer.
Okay.
And it's in part because the way the teams tend to play after that. You feel like you have the insurance goal, and now you play a little bit different, and then that also inspires a level of urgency from your opponents, and then those two things can mix to get in a way that allows them to score quickly.
You're playing not to lose, and they're playing to win.
That is the easier way of getting to it, and I appreciate you doing that, right? And maybe I think that there was a little bit of that in here. Either way, right? This sucks for Egypt. I don't know if you can tell. I am disgusted by the outing that the U.S. men's national team had, because I still don't even have a good feeling of how good they are when we talk about the actual quality of this. It's honestly some of the feeling that I have with the Rockets, right, where I don't have a great idea of what the actual ceiling is because they didn't put their best foot forward. Now, the Rockets for slightly different reasons, but it comes to the same idea where one of the most egregious parts of this, the thing that kind of upsets me the most about this is I can't even now make decisions based off of what that was because you didn't give me a good test. You know what I mean?
I also think that you value pride, or at the very least showing pride in a moment of...
They're wearing the colors of the country.
Yeah.
That's high up in what you're doing here.
I mean, what is pride if you can't take it in this moment or in a moment like that? So I think it's you valuing pride in the fact that the U.S. men's national team seemed like they had very little of it, if any at all, last night.
100%.
Egypt, at the very least,
they can walk out of there with their heads held up. Whether you want to call this
a choke job or them just letting their foot off the gas, or however you want to look at this game, how it played out strategically, they did at the very least look like they wanted to be there.
Yeah, man. This is lots of questions to be asked. An indelicate pivot elsewhere, though. A fantastic conversation that was had amongst the fellas of the morning. Obviously, Luke Morrow and for Sean Pendergast, but Luke and Seth had a fantastic conversation that was spurred on by a newsletter that The Athletic put out, where they asked, at what age do NFL players actually peak? And I found this very interesting because Jacob Robinson alluded to, kind of the old school thought that the average career of a football player is what? What is the number that you've heard often?
2 to 3 years.
3.5 years, right? Something in that range. It's the kind of, I think 2002 was when this was popularized in the New York Times. That was based off of the 87 to 1996 NFL. Apparently, more recently, and of course now this is Roger Goodell putting this out here, so make of this what you want. If a player makes an opening day roster, the average career is actually closer to 6 years. If you're a first round draft pick, average career is actually closer to 9 years. And so it made them go and kind of evaluate this. Now, of course, the average length is what it is, but prime ends up being a really interesting question. And so they have kind of a graphic that points to what the prime years are for various different positions. And the fellas had a very good conversation about quarterback, obviously, as that pertains very much to what the Texans are doing right now, pointing to the prime years of a quarterback. In fact, you don't even, because they color-coded this with kind of lighter white and pink being places where you're further away from your prime, and then, heavy dark pink and maybe even red is where your prime exists. That red color, the prime for quarterbacks, seems to exist between 29 and 33. In fact, the next closest color doesn't start to 25. Gold, Coleridge, Stroud is, CJ Stroud is?
I'm going to put him at being born in 2002, maybe 2001. But I think he was born in 2002.
CJ Stroud is 24 years of age right now. He'll be 25 come October. So this is age 25.
Okay, so he was born in 2001, as I suspected.
I'll ask you the question that they asked. Is it possible that we are just being too hard early on CJ Stroud, thinking about the prime of this?
I do think that he's a prisoner of his own success. I've made this example. I think I might have done this either with Luke Morrow or with Ron the Show Hughley on one of the shows that I've done, but I've said this, I think it was with Ron last week, that if you just swap the third year and the first year and just leave 2024 right there in the middle as it is and swap the 2 years and give us the recency bias of what the rookie year was, but make that the third season, we're talking about him completely differently. We're viewing him completely differently. It's just a totally different conversation. So I think that the fact that the best of him so far was the earliest of him is not doing him any favors in terms of his overall public outlook and then the projection and whatever we think his trajectory is. So to that end, I think he is a prisoner of his own success. And if we were to take a bird's eye view and just take a step back for a second, we would say, hey, we don't expect our quarterback, no matter what city you're in, you don't expect your quarterback to be at his best until he's around 25, 26, 27 years old.
Right. And I found that looking at this, now it's worth noting the point that you made is one that I would probably make as well, right? I'd be in that same inclination. It is worth noting that trajectory also matters, and it does at least feel like to a lot of people that the trajectory is pointing in a way that is opposite, which it won't.
Yeah.
Right? I would argue that a little bit because I think that some of this has to deal with perception rather than the reality of early points and the way that this has gone. But also, I'd be doing a little bit of fighting against what we all generally feel. So that's not something I'll do. What I will point to is there's a lot of people that feel like they have a complete book on C.J. Stroud that just feels like it's not there, even if before you get to the thought of you're not even entering him, assuming that he goes on the trajectory of the average quarterback. Again, the average quarterback. He should be taking a step into another space this upcoming season, right, in year 5. And you have not even gotten there yet, and yet people have talked about him as if he's kind of a book that is finished and a product that we know for certain. And that just feels like an absurd way to handle it, especially considering I don't think there's a soul in the world that will point to the C.J. Stroud circumstances that he's had in the first 3 seasons and say that any of them were close to ideal.
Yeah, it's way too early to just write the book on them or to have written the final chapter or feel like we can just close the book on C.J. Stroud. But I do wonder how much this speaks to just how differently we handle quarterbacks. There was a time, we're all old enough to remember, where the preferred route for a quarterback was to sit behind the veteran and learn for at least maybe 2 before you actually see that quarterback. And that's usually somebody who's played 3 to 4 years in college. Maybe they're 22 when they get to the NFL. Maybe they sit at ages 22 and 23 or ages 23 and 24.
Yeah.
And you don't even see Buddy until he's 25, much less talk about him hitting his prime until he's in these peak ages that we're talking about in this graphic at ages 28, 29, or really 29 through 33. That's when they really start to hit their rhythm. C.J. Stroud started off so early, right? His career starts at 21, and he was so good. So that's 2 things happening there. Number one, we normally just don't see quarterbacks that age leading teams, right? Or at least historically, that's not the way that it had gone down. And we certainly don't see them have that much success early on. And so based off of that success, especially it happening so early on, not just in his career, but the age that he was, you're expecting that to not just continue, but to progress and to get better. And it hasn't exactly done that. And I think the common view of it is, hey, you're supposed to be getting better when you're starting off so young.
Yeah, the interesting part is, I wonder, because again, this graphic is doing average approximate value. And the question I think people are probably trying to avoid or trying to figure out, as we've talked about before, the question isn't, is C.J. Stroud any good? I think that would be an absurd thing to have. The question is he worth the contract? And that's when you start looking at the other circumstances where how high is the peak of the bell curve rather than how, is there going to be, that ends up being an interesting question. It just feels like there's at least, I think that this conversation, at least for me, should cut out the very back end of the conversation, which is the people who just look at C.J. Stroud and say that he's bad, because I feel like that's wrong.
Do you think we're trying to get back to a rookie year C.J. Stroud, or are we greedy enough to say we don't just want rookie year C.J. Stroud, we want to get back on that trajectory where rookie year C.J. Stroud is the baseline, and we're back to hoping that he actually improves from that? Like, is that too greedy considering we've gone backwards a little bit?
It's not too greedy.
All right.
Because here's the thing. If he gets back to the C.J. Stroud that you had rookie year with better surroundings, I think that is a failure of sorts. That would show that there's not been, like, the capability of having the development that you have. Like, the idea is that C.J. Stroud, with a competent run game and with a circumstance where he has the offensive line that blocks, wide receiving core that is capable, right, like, is a C.J. Stroud that should be able to elevate what's happening as well, right? That would have been the thought that you had after that first year. Having bad years in the midst of that should not then also kill the possibility of that ceiling.
Yeah, I guess that's just a fun, for me, that's just a fun thought exercise, because I think back to that rookie year when I even asked the question right here on these airwaves, what if C.J. Stroud never gets any better? What if the rookie year C.J. Stroud is just the C.J. Stroud that you get for the entirety of his career, specifically as a Texans quarterback, and would that be good enough for you? And I think at the time, since he was so good, a lot of people said, hey, yeah, I would punch that ticket. But now that it's gone in the other direction, I do wonder. Like, I do wonder if even that, if you're at a space where you want him not to just be that, but to be better than he was his rookie year.
And when you talk about a prisoner of success, I think in the inverse, at that time, people were a prisoner of the failures of the Texans, where it was just like, hey, We have been away from good football for so long that just lock this in, not having to think about what the monetary value of a quarterback is a little bit later. And I think when you're closer to that, you are starting to think about what the cap relationship is, and also seeing how many of the players that you're paying on defense that I don't know that you foresaw particularly to this direction.
Yeah.
It's an interesting conversation that I thought that this helped highlight. In fact, there's some more things in this particular piece that I think are very interesting that I'll save and I'll table for tomorrow so we can look forward to having some of those conversations. But I have to wrap us up here because you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, and I look at the clock and it's time to hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape.
Yeah, so what are some of the most ugliest cars ever made?
Oh, I got answers here.
713-572-4610. I came across a list, and I want to see what y'all got on this list.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what the official list says, and we'll figure that out next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape. Presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers, the official personal injury law firm of the Houston Texans. On Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape. Presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on Sports Radio 610. Hurt in the accident? Injured? Don't wait. Visit callthesheriff.com. 2 days. Speaking of accidents and all that stuff, I think some of these ugly cars need to be in a permanent accident with nobody inside, but just they just need to be crashed.
Good save.
So this was kind of going around online, and it kind of got me thinking, because we always talk about the best looking cars and all that stuff. We never really sit around and just talk about the ugliest cars of all time. So it kind of got me, and y'all texted in 713-572-4610. What's some of the most ugliest cars of all time? And they gave me a list of 6
of all time. There's a lot of ugly cars in history, man.
So the first one on this list, I don't know if they going by, like, I don't know if they ranking them or they just numbering them or whatever. But the first one on this list, and I ain't gonna lie, I was prisoner of the moment. And I guess I was kind of trying to be a little trendy and all this other stuff.
Wait, did you have this car?
No, I don't have this car, but I kind of wanted this car for a little bit, just a quick little second, and then I snapped back to reality. The Tesla truck.
Yeah.
The Cybertruck.
Pretty ugly.
The design is so stupid too, right? It's not just that it's ugly. There are things that practically do not work.
Yeah.
Like there's not a reverse mirror, right? They have to. Well, I guess there is, but because of the way aerodynamically it's situated, you got to cover that bed with the little fold out blinds or whatever for the aerodynamics. So that covers the reverse your rear view mirror. So you got to use a camera in order for the rear view mirror to work. It's just, there's so many small things, well, actually a lot of big things, design-wise, that are absolutely nonsensical about it. And it's uglier hell.
But does it have some type of mechanism that yields the mirror, not obsolete, but...
No, it has a camera. So, like, if that thing is closed, you can use a camera looking backwards.
Right.
But a camera and a mirror, not quite the same thing. While you're driving.
And if you're like me and it took you years, and I'm talking about years to start to trust that camera. I don't know.
I still don't trust mine, man.
I just finally got there. But I had a camera.
Is this on nav?
For you before the nav. By the time I got the nav, I trusted the camera already. But I mean, the early days of that back camera, I was like, nah, man. I need to. I was
old school.
Arm on
the headrest.
Yeah,
peeking your head all the way back. Better not have no crook in your neck.
Yeah,
because you need to see.
Yeah, so that's number 1 on this list. The second one, I guess I never really looked at this as an ugly car because it's so efficient as far as like gas and all that stuff. I think it's kind of an electric car.
Is it the Prius?
The Prius, yep.
Yeah, that was.
Is that an ugly car?
It's not pretty.
It ain't pretty. I think that one also got a lot of hate because of the electric, and obviously we ventured into places where what does it say about you? I think both of these are ugly also in part because what does it feel like it says about you? Yeah. I'm not saying right or wrong. It's just kind of the way that we kicked it. But yeah, the Prius, that was part of it. Look, they had to do the aerodynamics and everything to get to it, and they weren't as concerned about the way it looked. That was very evident when they put this thing together. That being said, it was not the point. It's like the people that go to Popeyes that are like, the customer service is bad. That is not the point at all. Yeah. You were here for chicken. And then similarly with the Prius, you were here for electricity and mile saving. Like, this ain't about no looks.
Yeah, once you get the Prius, you have already decided you don't care about what you look like.
Yeah, these are like buying Skechers or something. Just a shoe that, I just want to be comfortable.
And you know what I hate? The Skechers is out here trying to make it seem like there's something that they're not. You are the comfortable shoe. Just be the comfortable shoe.
Yeah, man. Lean into it, man.
Now they got the basketball line and everything. They're heavy sports. And I'm just like, is this beneficial for y'all?
I heard a commercial of OG and Anobi advertising Skechers like, oh, he playing in the NBA Finals. Like, that brother wasn't wearing no Skechers on the court.
He was. He's a Skechers athlete.
In the finals?
He was
rocking the Skechers.
He's a Skechers athlete,
Let me tell you something.
Was he rocking them on the court?
Yes, dude. They got a line. Him, Joel Embiid, I think, is a Skechers athlete now.
And as great as Joel Embiid is, and as great of a finals run as OG Anunoby had, they still ain't made Skechers cool.
That's my thing. Is like Skechers, in order to get into the athlete space, you're putting up a lot of money. And I would love if somebody from Skechers could let me know. Not that they would be listening and doing this. Is it worth it? Because I feel like Skechers was already cooking well enough with the demographic they have, and I don't think you're breaking into the demo that you're trying to.
Hey, do you feel like Steph Curry made Under Armour cool?
I do not.
Like, at least the shoes.
I do not.
He did for a certain amount of America.
I think he was cool wearing Under Armour, but I don't think he made Under Armour cool.
I used to work in a sporting goods store that would say that you were incorrect in this.
All right, so my next question is, is it cool for who? Like, cool for the kids?
Yes.
Cool for everybody? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Now here's the thing: you're not getting to the collectors, but I don't think that's the market that they want. They want people to get out here and use it.
Yeah.
And these kids playing youth basketball, they're just wearing Under Armours, my boy.
Yeah. Let me be real. It's been a long time since I've been cool. Like, cool ain't cool to me no more.
So, yeah, we are in a different range.
So I be looking at cool stuff and be like, that ain't cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I just never saw it. It's cool. Anyway.
My bad. We ended up in
Yeah, so the next one on this list, have y'all heard of the AMC Pacer?
I've heard of a Pacer.
Yeah. So I put
I put the link.
Indiana Pacers. I put the link down in the mixtape segment.
Yep, definitely heard of the Pacer.
Yeah, this car looks ugly,
legendary.
Man.
Here's the thing. This is where I really wish we had J-Lo here, because I feel like J-Lo, and so help us out. Because we are both of a particular age, and I know we got some listeners.
That is ugly.
Yeah, the Pacer is one of those ones that you have heard, because legendarily it has been talked about as a very ugly car. I also, if memory serves, was it not also an unreliable car? Correct me if I'm wrong here on the text line, 713-572-4610, because I think it was also simultaneously an ugly and unreliable car, which is a terrible mixture.
I mean, if you could just think of a car stalled on the side of the road, it feels like it would look like this. You know what I mean? Like, this seems like a car that's not just ugly, but one that you could see causing traffic.
That looked like a car that just been stuck at the junkyard for over 40 or 50 years, man. It just never moved. Nothing inside of it.
Y'all help me. Is anything with a hatchback, and I'm assuming that you would call this a hatchback, it's kind of a weird shaped hatchback.
Yeah, it don't look like that back open up, but I might not be seeing it right.
But anything with a hatchback has got to be ugly though, right?
There's some good looking hatchbacks, man.
Yeah,
I would venture that there's some good looking. It's a higher bar to clear. Like, it's harder to make that one work, but there are some good looking hatchbacks out here.
Yeah. So another one on this list. This one is the Ford Crown Vic Family Truckster.
See,
this one looked like a station wagon, man. Like a ugly.
Oh, this is a real old school station wagon. Yeah. Wood paneling and all on the one.
Yeah. The next one is a Chevy Lumina van. This is it looked like they were trying to go off the Astro van a little bit.
Yeah.
But a pointy front, which I remember seeing these cars in real life.
I do as well.
Yeah, those cars was ugly.
Yeah, it's pretty ugly.
And then to round out the list right here, before I get to my my personal ones, it's the Nissan Cube.
Yeah, the Nissan Cube. I feel like there's a whole subsection of these, but the Nissan Cube was probably one of the worst. I thought the Kia Soul also existed in this, but the Nissan Cube was really ugly.
Yeah, the boxier you met. I feel like the only boxy car that I like was the Hummer.
Of the modern ones, because I think that the boxy car used to be hot back in the, let's say 70s, and I guess not as literal box.
Yeah.
But
so were bell bottoms, and they're ugly too. You know, disco was hot, but a lot of that stuff was ugly.
Yeah. Yes, a few of them on my list that they didn't mention. The PT Cruiser.
Yeah,
that's mine.
The hearse car.
Yep.
It looks like a hearse. Why would you drive that willingly?
Yeah.
It's ugly as hell.
Yeah, I'm not going to hold y'all. That was at the top of my list. The PT Cruiser.
Same.
Yeah, the Subaru Baja.
Yep.
I don't even remember the Baja.
Yeah, that one looked like, I don't know if I want to make a pickup truck or a car. Let's make it both.
All the Subarus are ugly to me. I worked for a company at one point that also,
the Subaru Baja is terrible.
Whoever owned the media company I was working for also owned Subaru, and so if you worked there, you could get like a discount on the Subaru. And I was like, man, you're gonna have to pay me extra to drive.
Yeah.
I need a stipend. I need a per diem.
Have y'all heard of the Chevrolet HHR? This is similar to the PT Cruiser.
Yes,
but it looked like something from the 1940s. Man.
Yeah, one of my best friend's mom had one, and we were riding the hell out of the HHR, man. We actually felt like we was riding clean. It was ugly, but we was riding clean.
What did y'all do stuff to it to make it clean? Is that what it was? No,
we were just 16 years old with a ride.
And you know what?
And not everybody had one.
If you got a car at 16, it don't matter what it looks like. Honestly, that is the golden era of ugly cars, right? It's just, do you got one?
It got to be your first car. Like if it's an ugly car, I don't care what it looked like. This the only car I got.
Right.
Or you're in the minority of your friend group who has cars, so you can just at least stun on everybody else just because of the simple fact that you have a car.
My first car was a Dodge Neon. And it was, at the time, it was 2006, and I had a 06, so it was clean. But then my other car was I want to say a 98 Escort, and that thing was ugly.
Yeah.
Like a tan-looking color, too. It was ugly.
Yeah, I had an 89 Chevy Cavalier that had no less than 3 colors if you count the rust.
Some fair answers. Somebody said the Pontiac Aztek. I do remember the Aztek. There's one that I was trying to remember that I'm having a hard time. Some of them Scions were ugly as well.
Oh yes, I completely.
Now some of them Scions were hard and some of them were ugly, and it was tough because it's a very thin line between getting a really cool looking car and a really terrible looking car.
Remember with the Kia Soul where they tried to get it like it was cool?
Yes.
Like, man, that car is ugly as hell. Man.
I will say about the Kia Soul, or was it the Kia Soul?
Kia Soul.
Very spacious for things that needed to get done. Very
shockingly spacious.
Good to know.
Very spacious. Yep.
How about that Hyundai Santa Cruz? It's kind of got like a car truck. Anything that's a car truck mix.
Was it the Chevy Avalanche that also had all these ones that were like, we can't decide what car we're making?
Now
terrible.
But the Avalanche was trying to do a truck SUV type of thing,
like a Trailblazer type of feel too.
Yeah,
that I could get with. If you're trying to do a truck SUV hybrid, I can live with that. The car truck hybrid looks ridiculous.
There's only one of these that did it right, and the name is eluding me, but it's like an older school car. I will find it.
Okay, but this is sort of in the same spirit of the SSR that we were talking about earlier. It's like, what is going on here with this vehicle?
Yeah, the SSR was uglier than sin. Yeah. The El Camino. The El Camino is the one. The El Camino is the one car truck hybrid that is hard as hell, and you cannot convince me any different.
No, fair enough.
Outside of the El Camino, everything else is trash. And so there you go. That is another fantastic edition of the mixtape here.
El Camino is classic right there.
That's what I'm saying, right?
There's so many movies.
Yeah. I'll take the El Camino.
So people are throwing up the AMC Gremlin. I got to find the Gremlin. People are throwing up the Ford Fiesta, the Chevy Biscayne. See, 1958 Chevy Biscayne. I feel like we didn't even understand cars well enough. I feel like they get a pass. They was just trying stuff to figure it out.
58, they were kind of rolling then. Like, I understand 1940s.
Man, I think you're still in a place where
they were kind of on to something.
I'm not mad at you for car design until at least 70. Right, by 70 we should know something by now.
Even the 60s,
Yeah, I'm still letting them rock on the 60s, man. They were still figuring stuff out on these cars and what actually worked.
Pontiac GTOs in the 60s.
Hey man, a 64 Chevy.
Yeah,
been in a many good videos.
I feel like they was figuring it out in the late 50s.
Yeah, them gangsters still riding them 64 Chevys.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. No, for sure. All right, that's another fantastic edition of the mixtape. 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. If you see something mixtape worthy or if you just want to share more cars, hit our guy up on social media at @TheFiggyFig. He'll shout you out and make you famous. All right, coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. I also need your help, B. Scott, and listeners. What do you make of this particular stat with the Astros? Because I can't figure out why it's happening. I'll tell you what the stat is next.
All right, let's talk about D&M.
West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
No big voice guy. It's been B. Scott in today, and he will be with me all the way through Thursday here at Radio 10. I'm still Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig on the ones and twos, and you rolling with us. Appreciate you doing that all the way through. Getting ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive here in a moment. And yeah, man, y'all was really right. The AMC Gremlin was an ugly son of a gun. I mean, you could maybe get yourself to a place where, you know, some of it looked kind of cool, and then you got to the hatchback, and you're like, it kind of ruins what we're doing here.
Called the Gremlin unironically, like appropriately deemed a Gremlin, because that bad boy ugly.
It's ugly. And then there's a Levi Jeans edition that I did not anticipate was the case.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah, man. Apparently people have been doing anything for a very long time.
You know what? Let me make this car even uglier. Let me put some Levi jeans on it.
It is kind of funny, though, as I am about to give you a car take on this sports talk radio show. It is kind of funny how we went from a time period where people were willing to have unending personality in their cars, and now people are so very much tied to the most generic of colors, myself included, driving a white vehicle, right? People are now, if it's not white, black. You might get a little gray in there.
Yeah.
It's very rare. Like, there used to be yellows and blues and reds and greens of colors.
My favorite thing to see is whenever they post a picture of like the traffic from the sky back in the 70s, and you had all these lime greens, bright blues, orange, and all that stuff. And then when you fast forward to 2026, it's just basic white, black,
white, black, silver. Yeah, man.
Might get a red once in a while.
Yeah. So I have a white vehicle and I have a red vehicle. It's the much nicer vehicle, but the red vehicle feels like it has much more personality.
Yeah.
But I also feel like I'm loud when I'm out and about in it because I'm like, man, this thing is red.
Do they still go up on their insurance if you have a red car? Because remember that was the thing.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It did feel like that was like a at least something that was said. I don't know
remember
how
my mama like, nah, you ain't get no red car. They gonna go up on that insurance.
Yeah,
I do feel like I pay way too much money in insurance, but I don't feel like it has anything to do with the color.
Yeah,
of the vehicle.
I think that's just normal, and especially living in Houston, Texas, where the swoop and stops used to abound. I don't know if it still technically does.
Yeah.
I have not been keeping up with such numbers, but yeah, just kind of a fun thought to think about. All right, B. Scott, I've been keeping an eye on this particular stat that has been, I guess, associated with the Astros at the very least, and I don't know what to make of it because the more I thought that it was the type of thing that would normalize after a certain time, like a lot of stats are, right? Once you get to a certain amount of sample size, you get to a feeling where, okay, this normalizes, or at least I have some understanding. I have no idea what to do with this stat, and the stat has to deal with Bryce Matthews, I guess. Presumably he was a second baseman, now largely a center fielder for the Astros. That's already a weird thing in and of itself. However, the more weird thing with Bryce Matthews is the split that he has home and road production-wise. Because this, not only is he a Houston Astro and he's part of this system, although like obviously it's not like he played at Daikin Park a ton before this. But I mean, he's from the area. You think that none of the at least atmospheric type things would affect him, or at least he would find some level of comfort. Here in Houston, or rather, let's go with on the road first so you understand what we're talking about. On the road, batting average of 265. There's the 333 and 451 finishes out the slash line. And mind you, the 5 home runs, 19 RSBI. Not bad, right? And 113 at-bats. He's had that. In 85 at-bats at home, he has a 106 batting average. And then to finish out that slash line, 126, 199. All of those significantly lower than what he does on the road. And I don't have a good reason for that because it's not like, okay, well, he was at the road in certain places and he, hasn't had he's had a lot of ABs at home. He's had ABs at various different places on the road. I can't wrap my head around why this is the case with Bryce Matthews, which is a particular oddity with the dude who has a chance of being your center fielder for real.
Did they fix that batter's eye? Did they ever do that? Did they fix the batter's eye at Daikin Park? Remember a few years back, that was a big issue, that the batter's eye was a problem, and apparently they felt. That's my only excuse that I can come up. Maybe the batter's eye. Something is wrong with that for Bryce Matthews. Otherwise, I don't have a perfect explanation for this either. You would also think that Daikin Park, aside from the fact that you play there more often because that is the home stadium, but it is a hitter-friendly park for somebody who is a right-handed hitter. So you would expect somebody like Bryce Matthews to be more comfortable at home for the split. There are going to be some road home splits that the drastic home road splits would actually be the exact opposite. I do not have a great explanation for this other than to just say the obvious, which is that he is a young, inexperienced, not yet fully developed player who you can just expect some inconsistency with no matter what, whether that's home road splits, different types of pitches, right, left, whatever. You would expect him to have some level of struggle. This would not be the one I would expect.
Yeah, at this point, this is a thing for me, right? There was a certain point where I go, this feels like one of those anomalies that can happen. in baseball or in sports in general. At this point, this is a thing. And now I have to, I don't know if I am going to be the person who figures this out, but I feel like the Astros have to do some level of work. This can't be something that is just a novelty, right? As it continues to move further along to being a majority of a baseball season where this very odd and very notable. It's not like, okay, well, it's big, but it's reasonable, right? In the difference between the two numbers. Well, the numbers are drastic where he is like not a major leaguer and then a decent enough major leaguer in these splits.
Yeah, and I think it almost goes without saying that he and Cam Smith together are your most important young players when you talk about the future of Astros baseball and the urgency of figuring out exactly what's wrong or what's going on here. You really need to do it with this guy in particular. If it was somebody else, maybe you could kind of kick the can down the road a little bit. But I feel like there's an urgency in the development of both Cam Smith and Bryce Matthews. And so specific to Bryce Matthews, you got to figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it helps that Taylor Trammell has been as solid as he has, at least being what feels like your center field opportunities.
For the right now, in the immediacy, that helps you, that you've got that. But like when you're trying to project long term, and obviously this is a right now kind of stat, but it's like anything that goes wrong or goes left with a Cam Smith or a Bryce Matthews, you need to treat it with a certain level of urgency.
No, I'm with you. I don't have a great answer, but this feels like at the very least it's reached a point where this is notable. Does it not, fellas, as we welcome in the fellas of the drive? Both of them in tow. It's Clint, it's Ron, and courtesy of D&M Auto Leasing. I should also remind you that you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Fellas, like this split, but this home road split for Bryce Matthews, it's a thing, right? Like we can't just wipe this away as a statistical anomaly at this point.
It just doesn't really make sense. That's the only issue. Like, how is it that he's this bad at home and serviceable on the road?
Yeah, no, I think it's just coincidence. I think it's just happenstance. I think it's just I think the young fella they need to play him and stick with him instead of bouncing him all over the damn infield and outfield and just let him play. Let him work through some things. I think that's more of what the issue is with him more than the home road splits. I don't know that I buy too much into that.
But that could be contributing to the home road split issue. Like maybe it only manifests itself in the home road splits where you can see it in the numbers. But to your point, all of the yanking around and him not having a consistent enough role might be what's contributing to him not being a consistent player.
In my opinion, these guys have gotten way too comfortable with just stuff. The left, right. Like you're forcing left, right. When Lamont Wade Jr. is put in the lineup in a certain spot so you can have left, right.
Lamont's back since I did left.
He is back. He made it back. I mean, you're out of pocket. I mean, we've gone from making Jake Myers a priority and running white boy Chaz up out of here to create another carousel or turnstile in center field, if you will. I mean, I think they've gotten way too comfortable doing that kind of crap overall. Maybe that's baseball in 2026, but I would think that is more of if the inconsistencies outside of just being young and a very small sample size for Bryce Matthews, I would lean more towards the yo-yoing in and out of the lineup, all the different positions, and trying to figure all that out being a little bit more of a headache for a young player than home and away.
I think it's just the overall thing with Bryce, and I think it just puts in perspective the type of prospect he is. Like he may be like one of the top prospects for the Astros, but he's not this is not a great penciling man. This ain't Correa coming up.
Yeah.
Right. This ain't Kyle coming up. This
doesn't look like a future star.
No, yeah, and I think it's just the overall. Like you see some, like even with Cam, you can see it,
a star quality in there somewhere.
Like you can now, if he's able to put it together, we'll see. You can see it out of him, and I think Clint has a point. Like, yeah, I think Bryce may say, well, hell, man, let me play somewhere every day, and let me get every day at bats to be able to show. But still, just within it, you see some power from what you would say, like, oh, that's a lot of power for a second baseman if he played second base sometimes. But I mean, yeah, you're just not seeing that. That's it. Every once in a while, a little bit more. Cam will pop up and show you. And that's what I was going to say. Have y'all thrown Yiner out of that too? Because you guys talked about those two as the two young. Have you jumped? You thrown Yiner? See, I'm not ready to just push him out. Okay, I'm not ready to push him out yet as somebody that can't. I mean, I think there's got to be an idea here with Christian Walker gets done, maybe moving him to first base, and let's see what he looks like as a hitter. Because I think this is a guy that can hit for power. He's proven to hit for average, and he is still 26, 27 years old. He can't
it's
throw.
Hard to forget, or it's easy to forget that he's still relatively young.
You can't. I mean,
27.
He can't throw nobody out worth a damn.
Right.
But I mean, none of them can. But he can hit, and we're actually starting to see some glimpses of that of him coming back on that because he's shown more than Bryce.
Well, can he hit for a first baseman? Because I also think that we've done a little bit as he could hit for a catcher, and I know that he does have some of that power. But can he hit for a first baseman? Because that's a different ball.
And can he really play first base?
Right. What are you giving up defensively as well for that hitting for a catcher at first base?
That position out.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't hate the idea, but I do think that there are some
we can figure that out. He can't even play the damn position that he actually plays. So I'm not going to be so quick to figure out that he can play the next one.
But catcher and first base are two different.
I'm just saying,
defensive positions.
The actual position he plays, he ain't good at. So I ain't just seeing it at the next position.
I'm not. Listen. I'm not penciling. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know why they have. I think Jordan could go play first base. You know how I feel about first base. And
I get it.
You know what I mean?
It is an easier position to play.
Yainer has played some first base before. If that was his everyday position, I mean, catcher is a real defensive position.
Yes.
But that's one of the top 3 defensive positions of the field. So yeah, I mean he's below average and poor, and his pitchers don't help him. So I just haven't given up on him as one of the young players, especially if we're adding Bryce into it. I mean,
well, no, but he actually is one of the younger players, like one of the first guys that they drafted. I understand that Yainer is technically young, but like attached to the regime, he was the first draft pick by Dana Brown.
From Dana.
So like he really is part of that young core. Yainer is still in that mix for me, but I just can't get over the fact that they out there toying with him on the base pass.
Yeah,
I understand what you mean, moving them positions. But
well, the thought of moving him positions, let's be honest. I mean, Show didn't just sit at home and make that up. I mean, the point is he can't play catcher.
He can't.
Yeah.
I mean, the point is, he is a liability behind the plate.
And it hurts his hitting. I think also him playing catcher every day hurts his hitting.
So I mean, it's not like he shows a bunch of promise at catcher and you're like, yeah, let's go ahead and move him to first base. I mean, the reality of it is he's right now he's got to be in the lineup.
Yeah, and he's not a good catcher.
And he's killing the team defensively. Which I mean, let's be honest. I mean, since Maldonado's left, I mean, it's been a liability behind the plate. So, but I tell you, I guess I'm a little high using anybody.
I want to be.
Like I understand the splits, and I understand he's getting yo-yoed around all over. Has to play third base in Major League Baseball in a pinch when he's done it in one game. I mean that's a tough ask,
right?
And then you screw it up, and so I mean how does that make you feel in the clubhouse when that kind of thing? But I see something there. I do see. Now I don't see Correa, obviously, but I do see a guy that's got real staying power, starting caliber type guy in the big leags.
Yeah, the question I keep asking with him and a lot of these younger players that are coming up is are they being done a disservice by having to play at the major league level a little earlier than they're supposed to and having that experience where they probably need a little bit of finishing off at the high minors level before they have so much of this exposure to major leagues and all of this is happening.
Cam felt that way last year. Cam Smith definitely felt like a dude that, for as nice of a story as that was, him making the opening day roster and everything, you saw it as the season went on. That was a guy that could have benefited from some minor league service time.
Yeah, it's just what kind of starter. Like I think Bryce could be a starting second baseman in the league. But what is he like? The Astros and Astros fans are spoiled by, and fairly, by what they've seen come out of the farm system, right? You've seen Bregman come up. You've seen Kyle come up. You've seen Correa come back. You've seen, I mean, even recently, you've seen, Yainer even come up and hit, 20-plus homers a year playing part-time catcher. Like, you've seen these guys come up. George, you've seen these guys come up. Like, that's almost in your mind of, all right, if he's going to be a part of the young core, they were at one point just replacing each other. Like Jordan coming in, like just replacing each other. He has not shown to have some of that yet. I'm not going to disrespect him and say, is he Alex Bregman type starter or a Jake Myers type starter, because I'm not going to disrespect him like that. But just
well, I mean, I can't. Yeah, I don't see him in the light of every prospect that turned into an all-star player for multiple years. I don't see that, but I just see. I'm talking about just a guy that I feel like could contribute in a starting role with a competitive team. I haven't given up on that.
Well, he hasn't played nearly enough to write him off.
No,
I think we can all agree on that.
And I think that the big thing is I would like to start by figuring out how to play in your home ballpark. Like that is the place where I would like.
Would be nice.
I like to figure out about what position he's going to play.
Yeah, well,
that also
I wonder
was
what
helpful.
all. I wonder what all like that. That's almost a stat that you got to dig. I'd have to dig deeper. Like,
I would feel so much better if that was a road. If he was not as great on the road as he was at home, because at least like I could wrap my head around the things that naturally make that a little tougher. I am perplexed, and maybe it's just more of an oddity. I'm super perplexed by the idea that all of
perplexed. You super perplexed.
Super perplexed by the idea that at home. Yeah, I almost didn't get it out myself. That at home that this all goes to what. I'm surprised by it.
Yeah, it seems like all of this stuff is happening at the same time. Like when you try to find the root cause of Clint of a coincidence. But I think it's what Clint was saying. It's the yo-yoing. It's the not having a role. And it just manifests itself in these home road splits. But really what we're looking at overall is just a guy that don't seem like he's comfortable in his role because he doesn't really have one.
But that feels like that would show up also on the road. Like, that's the thing. Is like that feels like that would show up in the amount of at-bats.
I mean, you can make the case that even what we're seeing on the road is anomalous if you want to think about it. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, he's just better.
Exactly.
I mean, he's like, the hope would be is he would be the one.
We're talking about like 150 points, though.
That would shake the center field. Like, he would be the one
that would be
you would slide there. But he's 100%. Not played better than Taylor.
And maybe some pressure comes off going on the road, considering that he is a hometown kid playing. I mean, I imagine the weight on the world. Could you or I imagine Clint playing for the Astros after growing up here, and now we play for the Astros? I can imagine there is some Reggie, could you imagine playing at Dyken Park in front of your family or whatever the case may be? I could imagine that once you leave from that there's some pressure relief and maybe you play a little bit better away from the spotlight. Maybe so.
All right, fellas, don't want to take up too much of your time. I'm excited to hear what you guys got here on a Tuesday. B. Scott, I'll catch you tomorrow for a Wednesday show.
Yes, sir.
All right. Again,
by the way, real quick, was this a successful run for USA men's soccer?
No. The way that it ended was abysmal.
So the way it ended changes it.
Yeah. Because I know that people.
I'm just curious.
There's some folks that try to, obviously more American commentators try to, at least they got people interested. And I'm actually going to turn this back to you. The way that it ends, does that into the amount of excitement or interest that you had as this thing was building?
I'm mad that they got me interested.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I don't even. It's hard for me to even entertain the whole thought of like, boy, you got people in. Like, I'm not more apt to watch a soccer match now than I was 2 weeks ago.
Not even a U.S. one.
No, not no. Well, yeah, if they were still playing, I'd watch the next one. But I mean, like to watch a local soccer match, no, I'm good. The thought of like, boy, you got people in America turned on to watch soccer now. Like, I just don't think that's.
Yeah, no, I think that can be overdone. But the idea of, hey, I might actually keep up with what these boys are doing, I think you lose that, especially when it looks like you went out here wearing the stars and stripes, mind you, and didn't have no pride.
No,
that's the thing that gets me.
No, I disagree with that. I think people like Clint said, I don't think people are about to roll out here and let's get ready for the Sounders and the Dynamo. I don't think people are.
I'm glad you had those two in you.
On roll. I got. Hey, now
I thought he was talking to Tyler.
No, Seattle.
Show man.
You got the Timbers in there. Anyway,
okay,
but,
all right. I'm gonna make you answer to all these soon.
I got Sporting KC.
I don't. Okay. There you go. I don't think that is the.
I got the
Dynamo,
the Little Rock.
DC United.
No, what's the Little Rock squad, man?
I see T. Millie.
There you go. Anyway, but no, I do think people are going to, when this comes back around, like when the Olympics come and the men's national team is involved in it. I think people will be into it. I think people will be into it because I think it'll be largely a lot of these same guys because this isn't an old group. I think this is. So I think people will be into it because I think they got used to some of these players.
I think that similar to what's happening with CJ right now, when you show that the big moment happens and people don't forget that easily. People don't forget that.
I'm not saying people are going to forget.
I mean, they might hate watch.
I'm just
Maybe
saying.
so.
I'm saying that people will come back around and watch this. Just like when that women's group started to get better, people they didn't watch women's soccer, but they came back and watched them when they came back.
And I would say that they hurt that even still by laying such a stinker in a moment like this. I could easily be wrong.
Man, you hurt.
Yes, I am. They insulted me by getting out here. I was okay with them losing. I was good with them losing.
I agree.
But I think, Clint, I think you probably agree with me. Like, if it feels like you got out there and you were not prepared for the moment, like you did not put some fight on the field, like it felt like they did, that's where I can't
every phrase you can describe that performance with is really unacceptable.
Well, let's start that then here. Let's start that.
Appreciation
if you ain't got no pride, why should we?
Appreciation again to DNM Ollies for the crosstalk. But right now, the drive is live.
See, I don't like that, D. Scott. I don't think they didn't have any pride. I don't think that situation. Like, I don't think CJ didn't have any pride.
Didn't look like it
last year in New England. I think he had some pride. I think he just stunk up the building, and along with others with him. But let's get to that, because the United States went out there and got there, and I hate the way. Go ahead and get your ass kicked for me. You know what I mean? So let me go up. But they didn't even get their ass kicked good. They final scored their ass kicked, because they still had me in the entire first part of the second half where it looked like they were the aggressor finally, putting pressure on them. It felt like they're going to score at some point. I'm in here. And then next thing you know, the goofy. Listen, you ain't had to have watched soccer or be a aficionado, whatever I'm trying to say.
Aficionado.
There it is. Soccer watcher to understand to understand that was comical. What happened with the third goal and the goalie? That was silly. Hell, I'd have rather him just used his hand and set up a penalty kick. That would. I'm sure they would have had a better shot. They had a better shot than what he did. Anybody could look at there and say, "Well, that looks like little kids." Like, I've never even seen that happen at kids soccer matches. But overall, like, just get your ass kicked. If it had been 4-1 and they just got their ass rocked, no. But I had to hang in there for a good, 70 minutes of that thing, because I felt like, well, they might have a shot here. Instead of it, you just look up and now it's 4-1 and they've gotten their asses kicked. But the way this thing went, obviously there is a little bit of both, right? But do you think this was more of a choke job by the U.S. or more that Belgium was just better? Obviously both is the correct answer. But which was it more of? 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in. Which was it more of? Was it more that the United States team choked, or that they were just going up against a team that was better?
No, I think they just choked.
You think it's more choking?
I think they no-showed. I think they appeared to be outclassed, which would tell you that the other team was better, which obviously I'm not going to disagree with, but I don't think that was the case. I think it was a choke job. I think they couldn't even pass the ball. They couldn't even like the other team was doing the simple things like savagely well. You could see it as they were just.
I didn't think you were going to give me that.
I'm talking about just passing back and forth and making the defense work and making the defense adjust.
Savagely well, man. I think they were just passing back and forth.
Well, but the Americans were so bad at it that it made it look like they were like exceptional at it, and the U.S. was poor at it. Like it reminded me of in our football, in our American football, it reminded me of a team that had an awful game plan and never adjusted. Like whatever they were doing to almost like bum rush them on defense, to never let them get comfortable and just pass it around. I mean, whatever they were doing, the U.S. never had an answer for. Never adjusted. Never did anything different. Everything was extremely difficult. Literally, when they possessed the ball, not on any part of the field, on every part of the field, when they possessed the ball, it was made difficult. So, I just don't – the opponent was better, yes. I don't believe they were that much better to where they just forced America to look – all Americans to own a lot of that.
There are some times where you watch – in any sport, you watch games and you're like, they made them play bad.
Yeah. They couldn't handle the pressure. They forced them into it.
They made them play bad. I don't
Like the Texans defense does that a lot on
Texans
Sundays.
defense, and I'll be honest with you, I think the Patriots, that a part of what happened with the collapse of the offense, I think the Patriots defense made them play bad. I think there was some of that in there. In this game, I think there was some of that with Belgium. But again, you don't have to be an avid soccer watcher to go out there and look like the ball is in the box. The first goal, the U.S. there's three guys that's there to clear it. They all look at each other like a pop-up. Like somebody else has called it.
Yeah.
None of them there. Like if you'd have told me the Belgian player went yelled, I got it! And they all just stood back and thought it was one of them who said it. And he just snuck in it. He just snuck in between them and took it for him. And then nobody was ready on the other side either. I mean, it was stuff over and over again that just appeared to be, I know Belgium's better, but they just don't seem, like, especially if you've watched this run of the U.S. the whole way, they didn't seem as aggressive as they have been against the other teams. Now, maybe Belgium scared them off of playing their normal game, but they didn't seem they just seemed tentative the entire start of everything. And then I thought once they tied the game, and by the way, Tyler, at that point, it was 8-1 on goal.
It was like 13-4 at half.
It was 8-1, but somehow it was tied. I thought, okay, that building is charged. All right, the 12th man was out there.
12s.
Was out
Wrong-o. Trademarked bitches.
I just wanted to check to see if Tyler was with us. Like, they're rolling, and it's like, all right, man, they're getting their asses kicked, and it's showing on but the scoreboard's tied. And they came right back down there and just turnovers. It just seemed like, honest to God, the moment was just too big for them. And they had reached the space where they walked in. I heard Carly Lloyd say it after the game. She said it felt like they lost that game before they got off the bus.
I'll agree with that.
It felt like they had gotten themselves in the mindset that, all right, I got to be careful. I can't get beat instead of going after it and being aggressive. That was.
I don't know soccer scheme at all, but it appeared like anytime the ball would be quote unquote inside the hashes, and we had possession of it, they were gonna blitz whoever had the ball, and force a quick pass and not let us think. If they'd let us hang out on the sidelines with the ball all we wanted, just hang out wherever you wanted. But anywhere in the middle of the field, anywhere between the hashes, they were going to blitz us. Some man was going to come running right at you. Somebody was going to be right on your back and not allow you to just field the pass kind of.
And then when you flipped it on the other end, they could just dribble the ball all the way to the box.
It seemed like it was. I remember seeing it.
Up.
It was 13-4, I believe, at halftime shots on goal, and it felt like 13-4. They were getting that kick from the right or left side to where they kick it towards the goal, and then somebody try to head it in. Yeah. I mean, they were getting that at ease, like just however, and then we would get over there and we'd kick it off one of their knees. They double team us. Like it was schematically, I think it was bad. Take that for what it's worth. I don't know the scheme of soccer, but it looked like we had no chance. As I always say, the polo on the sideline didn't appear to have a game plan worth a damn, and he damn sure didn't adjust anything worth a damn. So I think it was all bad all the way around.
I got to be honest. The whole way that they were looking and how they came out, it didn't. I mean, I wonder, were they following a game plan? Like they seemed so intimidated right off the bat. Like, and he seemed to not recognize them.
Yeah.
The way he was talking. I'm not gonna lie to you, fellas. I felt this way going in. And Belgium, obviously, it was a part of them. It did feel like a little bad juju with the whole Flo thing. With Flo Balogun being able to play again. And out of nowhere, right by the day before, it did kind of feel like a little bit of,
you are fake news.
Like, they kind of got away with one. Yeah, I don't think card, but also like, who else we've never seen a red card overturned like that. We've never
seen one that bad.
We've never seen that. I don't know. I was gonna say, Tyler, you can count how many minutes, how many years you got soccer knowledge. You say, but
this month,
like it did kind of feel like, and then obviously Belgium, they were that was something they were talking about. Afterwards, they were saying it, and then they're what did they put on Twitter to overturn that? Is what they put out.
Well played. I didn't see that, but well played by them. If that is indeed what they did,
it was. I know
the entire world will look for excuses to hate us. That's for sure.
The beauty of it is for Belgium is it happened and you won anyway, and you won convincingly.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's if he had not played and you'd have won 4-1, especially with how the United States played, then it would have been that's a cheat. Everybody discount their win because we didn't have our best player. It happened. We had him. We got our ass kicked anyway. Belgium should be proud of the effort.
Yeah. Speaking of ass kicked yesterday, Homer Mike. Oh boy. That was as bad as the United States. If we were the type of show that did a poll, the poll today would be who got their ass kicked more, the U.S. men's soccer team or Mike Burrows himself? Who should
get it worse? Pulisic or
Pulisic
or Burrows.
Burrows. Now, who got their ass kicked more? We got to talk about this because listen, I'm not mad at Mike no more, man. I'm not mad at you, Mike, and none of you should be. Yes, Tyler, I said that. None of you should be because this is not his fault. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, I tell you what
22. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Steve.
You should not be mad at Homer Mike anymore. Mike Burrows last night, the Astros, who are fighting to try to get to 500, fighting in the division, which after yesterday are currently 3 games back of Seattle in the West and a game and a half back of the Rangers in the final wild card spot. So they're in good position. But they cannot keep running Mike out there, and it is not Mike's fault. You stop it. I command every last one of you. Tyler, you too.
Hold on, so.
Oh, you stop it.
I know the last 2 starts, Mike has thrown 9 in a third innings. I don't know why, when I read the rest of this, he was allowed to throw that many innings. But he has thrown, in his last 2 starts, 9 in a third, 15 hits, 11 earned runs, 14 runs overall. Thank you, Braden Shoemake. 2 homers, which is pretty good for him over 2 starts. 2 homers, 6 Ks, and 4 walks. Those are his last 2 starts. And the reason why I'm telling you, Tyler, and Bill, who says, for the love of God, release Burrows.
It sucks to suck.
Homer Mike must have photos on Dana Brown. Why is he still on the team? Guys, he's not running himself out there.
Come on, Joe!
I think Mike's doing the best he can, folks.
That ain't good enough.
Yeah, as you can see the look in his eyes every time he hits it. There's a fly ball hit. When Abrams absolutely just destroyed that ball, you can see the look in his eyes like, oh, damn, I did it again. He's not running himself out there.
It's like Brittany.
For some reason, Mike, Dana, whoever the hell it is, the pitching coach, because if I were the pitching coach, I'd come out to the I would Lance Jordan hold my own presser to let you know I am not in favor of this. I am just doing what I'm told. But he should not pitch anymore. Everyone knows it. Christian Javier is ready to go. His last appearance, he went 2 innings, 2 hits, gave up a home run, the only earned run, but he got 4 swings and misses. He got 4 strikeouts and a walk. It's his turn. Let him go. Hell, Lance is on his way up. We've reached the point that Lance, you trust Lance more. Straight out of the coffee shop. You trust Lance more.
I'm trying to do the best I can.
This ain't Mike's fault no more. Mike shouldn't come out of the damn bullpen anymore. 10 runs.
Yeah, I mean, you spot him 6, and before you can blink, he's giving it up. Yeah, this has to be the last straw, right? This has to be the straw that broke the camel's back. We can't lean into how good his stuff is. We can't be patient anymore. I agree with you. Right now, this makes it impossible to keep Christian Javier in the bullpen. Doing radio yesterday, I don't know if you heard it, but doing with Bijani talking about blue ball. They may move blue ball, blah, blah, blah. And if they do, they need Javier. Hey, I get it theoretically, I guess. I get that idea.
Blue ball's got some nuts on him, man.
Yeah, well, he's going to need them because Javier's got to get into the starting rotation. If it's not Javier, it's got to be, you mentioned McCullers. You got Blanco coming around the corner. You got Wisniewski who's coming up and pitching. I don't know if they're pitching well or not, but they're out there throwing. They're not throwing on flat ground somewhere playing long toss. And so the good thing about the Burrow implosion, if you will, is that you've got including Javier. I mean, you've got 3 to 4 arms coming up that you got to give a shot to. You at least got to give him a shot.
Yeah, Mike's got to go to Sugar Land for the rest of the season.
Got to go. He might need to go to the Abreu League.
No, man. He is under contract to 2032. He's making $800,000.
2032.
Yeah, he's arbitration eligible in 2029. I'm not saying you can get rid of him. I'm not saying that Mike can't come back and be a good pitcher for you. It's over, guys. Right now, this year, you're trying to get to the postseason. And he's not just, he doesn't, I'd be mad at Hunter, because Hunter, if he keeps pitching the way he did, Hunter's got to go out there. He's got to pitch. Got it. He's your ace. Let's go. Mike Burrows does not have to. You've already set him down once. And for some, saw enough to feel like, oh, we got to put him back in here. And now he has gone in the last 2 games. Why in the hell he was in long enough to pitch 9 1/3? I don't know.
Why that first number is so high, you can't explain.
I can't explain it. He gave up 6, in a blink of an eye in that 3rd inning. You're up 6-1. It became 6-6 before you could even. He should have been done. Then he was allowed to then give up another homer. He was allowed to pitch the 4th and go into the 5th again and set up. Get
that average up, man.
And set up old James Wood. If he didn't know that was going as soon as he hit that thing, my goodness. It's just a little funk. It is. You got to try something else. You've got to try Christian Javier. Hell, I think AJ Blueball deserves to get a start ahead of what he's putting together. Right now, you can't keep running him out there.
How about old Thong? Where'd he go, man?
Let's go. He's on the IL. He's got a little knee issue. So
that's right. He tweaked his knee, didn't he?
But come on, man. He cannot get another start the rest of the season.
I tried to hang in there with you, Mike.
He just can't.
I tried to refrain from calling you Homer, Mike. I tried to buy into his spot as, man, he's got good stuff, but can't do it, man. Once again, I'm on the show train, and it's good enough. The spot looks silly once again.
Again, this is not your fault, Mike. If you've seen Good Will Hunting, this is where I am with you. It's not your fault. It's not your fault, Mike. It's not your fault.
How about them apples?
It's not.
I do remember that part. T.
And Yiner, it's not yours either. It doesn't matter what you call
Would be
that
cool
thing.
if you
That
threw
thing.
out a base runner
That thing
once in
of
a while,
listen. That thing eventually is getting deposited. He's not giving up wall scrapers either, folks.
No doubters. Most of the time.
These things start getting out, man.
One of them pat the mitt and don't turn around.
It literally is. What does Stephen A. talk about the Dallas Cowboys? It's just a matter of time. It is a matter of time every time with Mike. Hell, he didn't give up a home run in his previous start, but gave up 4. They scored 11 runs yesterday. The Astros had 2 different 3-run homers and another 2-run homer.
Astros ain't loyal.
And none of it included Jordan.
And never took the lead.
And never took the lead.
From the first inning. Oh, no, they had
I'm sorry. You know what? It was 6-1.
It was 6-1
right.
early.
It was 6-1. Sorry, they got away from us.
We sucked.
But come on, man. You can't do that. You can't get out to a 6-1 lead and finish with 11 total runs and lose to a team. Good God.
What is going on?
Again, Mike, I'm not mad at you. None of you else. No one else cannot be mad at Mike. Mike is not calling his number. Now, at some point here, Tyler, we're getting close to going Remember the Titans. And what is Ryan Gosling's character where he went ahead and took himself out and put Tweety in?
It's a liability at safety.
I feel like Mike at this point might, I will think highly of Mike if he took himself out like Ryan Gosling did and put Donald Face on it. And he walked over, and it's just his turn to start. And he walked over to Christian Javier and said, "Here, man.
Hey, here's the ball, man.
Here, man. You
Take
got
my
it,
spot.
man. Please take my spot. We got to win."
For the team.
For us. Good God, man. Because I'm getting crushed, man. God, he did not sleep well in Washington, wherever they were. All right, coming up, we've been doing our AFC contender concern meter, and we have reached the Kansas City Chiefs. What is your concern meter with the Kansas City Chiefs? They went 6-11 last year. What's your concern meter? We'll do that coming up next.
Who is your daddy?
Texans train.
free quote today. D&M Leasing, the smarter way Texans drive.
Make leasing easy.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Sports Radio 610 breaking news.
All right, you got some breaking news. What you got, Tyler?
The Drive speaks things into existence, baby. Homer Mike Burrows, after last night's horrendous outing for the Houston Astros, gave up 10-plus runs. He has been optioned to AAA. Burrows, the Astros brass were listening last segment. You know Dana was listening last segment.
1 minute ago from Brian McTaggart, I see it.
You know Dana's listening to Houston's number one afternoon drive sports talk program.
Why does it? Sorry, Tyler, I didn't mean to interrupt your
good.
breaking news call. Why does it come across and sound like Tyler gets so much joy out of?
I do. If you suck ass, get your ass out of here.
No, I'm beyond. Like I hear the fan in you, but I feel like personally, you just really
you really enjoy it.
I mean, I think Tyler's one that walk by you, boy. If you down on your luck, he's just gonna kick the hell out of you.
That will be my reaction to any and all future Astros arms that cannot have an outing where they give up 10 runs. That's just the way it is. Get out of here.
He'll tell you it was Braden. It was just 7. Braden Shue makes issue at shortstop, allowed those other 3 runs to come around. That's what he'll tell you.
That was the grounds crew's fault, most likely. I just don't make mistakes.
Yeah, listen.
Smooth ass Shoemaker had an error, huh?
You will not convince me that this was not the Drive's doing. I know that it's completely absurd.
Every time we give somebody a nickname, they get pushed out of town.
I know it's completely absurd that this was in the works. But we literally did a segment, and we ended the segment. He was still a member of the roster of the Astros. We come back, and right before we come back from break, he is optioned to AAA. And I believe I asked for it.
The Drive makes it happen.
I believe I said he needs to go to AAA. They need to stay there for the year. Now listen up, Dana, because this won't be Joe. Listen up, Dana. Don't you try to get yourself excited. Don't you start rolling through here around August and say to yourself, I don't know, man, really coming around with Mike. Let's bring him back up. Let's put him back in. No.
Mike's been good in Sugar Land.
Let Mike find it the rest of the way in Sugar Land and earn a spot.
What do you think the move is here? I mean, we get excited about him going. I mean, this means somebody's ready, right?
They're bringing in Santa. He's coming back. He's coming back.
He's not a starter?
He's not a starter, but Christian Javier is.
So he can, okay, I like where your head's at.
Yeah, Christian Javier has to slide into it.
Either that or they've obviously got 4 games before he comes back. That spot comes back around in rotation. So one of them other guys might be ready by then too.
But yeah, that was the thing is he didn't need to. If you're just joining us, we just talked about Homer Mike, who gives up home runs like we use the restroom every day.
On the level above us.
Yes.
Multiple times a show, certain days.
Yes. He has been optioned to AAA Sugar Land after his last 2 outings. 9 1/3, including last night, 4 1/3, 7 earned, 10 runs given up with 2 homers. His last 2 starts.
I think he made one of the errors, didn't he?
I don't know.
I think one of them were credited to him.
One of them may have been, but the Shoemaker one is the reason why the other 3. It's not 10. I like how Tyler's just going ahead and giving him the others. But he has been optioned to Sugar Land, and I think he should stay the rest of the way. Right? I don't even know how you could even trust him in the AJ Blue Ball job. I don't even want him to even do that. So yeah, this makes a lot of sense, and he should. You are trying to get to the postseason. He's got options. He's had options. His ass should have been down there, and yeah, man, he's got to get some stuff. Christian Javier, I would assume, is sliding into the starting rotation. Makes a lot of sense.
Well, they got a few days before they got to make that decision, but I agree with you. I'd like to see maybe that's a conversation down the road here. Is you got 4 potential guys maybe not available right now, but will be available sooner rather than later, I would think. Which one is the best fit? Which one has highest ceiling? I know the one that is currently available is my choice, and that's the Christian Javier.
God, I can't wait to hear. I know Tyler's going to be waiting for this around. Oh, they're on the road. We'll hear some stuff come out, but I can't wait to hear what Joe has to say about this move, because Joe's been the one talking about his great stuff. Cannot wait to hear what the manager, Joe Espada, has to say when he speaks to the media before the game.
Still a lot of baseball left.
About Mike. That 9 in the third. How you allow him to stay in as long as I watched Emot get pulled after giving up 5 in the first. he just lets Mike hang out there.
Yeah, Emot's still a little tender. Oh, Mike, he's hard.
Man. I believe he's going to turn around. Joe believes he's going to turn around all the time. All right, AFC contender concern meter. All right, we've gone through a lot of the teams in the AFC and who we look to be potential playoff teams. Again, some in I would say a level below the Texans, some maybe on the same tier as the Texans, and maybe even some above. If you believe there's AFC teams in a tier above the Texans, let's go to the Kansas City Chiefs. They had a awful, disappointing, whatever you want to call it, 6-11 season after making it to the Super Bowl 3 straight years. They missed the postseason. They had a top 10 pick for the first time since Mahomes. And they have made some additions. They brought in running back Kenneth Walker. They shored up some spots in their secondary. Brought back L'Jarius Sneed and shored up some guys up front. Brought in Justin Fields as a backup quarterback and maybe potentially more. And some may say the biggest move is bringing back offensive coordinator Eric Bieniemy as he returns. They did lose some guys. They lost both their corners and Trent McDuffie and Jalen Watson to the Rams. Hollywood Brown was there and left some guys across the defensive line as well left. They did draft the number 1 corner in Mansour Delane from LSU and grabbed a talented Peter Woods as well, R. Mason Thomas from Oklahoma. So they've made some moves to try to shore up this group. I think the big question is obviously Patrick Mahomes, who tore his ACL and LCL, but has not missed any practice. He has been at OTAs, fully participating, at mandatory minicamp, fully participating, and it seems like they think he is going to be ready by week 1. Where is your concern meter with the Chiefs? 713-572-4610. Where's your return or your concern meter with the Chiefs?
I'm going with a 7. I'm going with a 7, and it is solely due to Pat Mahomes and Andy Reid. Because every time they turn around and hand it to Kenneth Walker, he's a good player, obviously. Every time they turn around and hand that sucker to Kenneth Walker as the opponent on the other side, thanking the Lord, take it out of Pat Mahomes' hands. Number 1. Number 2, I hate what they've done from a pass catcher standpoint. I think Travis Kelce is a year older. He's not who he once was. Still a good player, but he's not who he once was in terms of just a game changer. Now, the one thing about Pat and Travis is they never thrived because I think Travis was a great athlete per se. I think it was always about their chemistry. So I do think they will age well, but he's still not who he once was. And then you look down there, Rashee Rice, we don't even know if he's going to be available. We don't even know if he's going to be free. I don't even know. He might be in prison somewhere. I'm not real sure. But you got Rashee Rice, Xavier Worthy, and Tyquan Thornton. I just their specialty players, their offensive skill does not impress me. And so I just it's Pat and Andy that I can't sleep at night not having them on my mind and them being a concern. But I'm going to go with a 7.
713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Concern meter with the Kansas City Chiefs. They have been the class of the AFC, really of the league before last year's debacle. To me, I'm with you. I'm in the range of the 7, and mine is not really about all the other stuff, right? I mean, Clint, their skills have not always been great.
Right.
And they won a Super Bowl with MVS as their number one target at times. Rashee Rice about a trouble is a I'd say top 30 receiver in the league, a good player. But I think the whole thing is just really Mahomes. Is how quickly is he Mahomes?
Yeah, able to move around the way.
Because the big thing about him is him and Andy together, and you could probably throw Chris Jones in that. They've been able, but specifically those two, been able to clean up or mask some of their issues. And I think their offensive line is better if it's healthy. And if Patrick Mahomes is Patrick Mahomes, he's had worse weapons than this, and they have been successful. But you just don't know. You just don't know how long it's going to take him to be that. And we'll see what the addition of Kenneth Walker does to them. This is probably the best back they've had under Mahomes.
You know, there's a couple of things with the Chiefs. I do like your point, and I think it'll go unnoticed or it'll get very little attention. But Eric Bieniemy coming back with his approach to coaching, not necessarily scheme or anything, but just to coaching and coaching guys hard and holding guys accountable. When you're on the heels of a 6-11 season, you know, if that's during a Super Bowl run, you may get a little bit of pushback if you're EB. But when you come in like this and you're coming, everybody's tired of 6-11. No, everybody's motivated to do right. All of a sudden, you embrace that mentality again. I think the Eric Bieniemy is always, to me, it's always the old school approach. It's always the to me the right way to go. But boy, you talk about when you get a really good team to embrace that. Boy, you can move mountains. So I think the EB thing is very interesting. I think it's real. But the other part of it is I've always felt this way, and I'm still blown away at the level of success. How long they were able to sustain that level of play, given how Pat Mahomes chose to play football. It was as risky. He chose to be as risky as any quarterback has ever chose to be in the NFL history, and he did it to the tune of Super Bowls. I do wonder if, obviously, health and Father Time are part of it, but I do wonder if there's going to have to be a shift in how Pat approaches the quarterback position. Because, man, the way that he once did, it's hard to argue it because they won Super Bowls, but damn, that was risky play, man. Damn, that was. I mean, you're testing Father Time at a crazy clip. To think that he wasn't injured more than he has been in his career is wild, considering the way that he played. So I do wonder if there's a major shift, and if at some point it's going to happen. I do wonder if it's this coming season.
Yeah, and again, like I said, they've had the best running back they've had in a while, and maybe that is a part of the shift of getting Kenneth Walker involved. Text line coming through. I don't know if they're the best team in their division. I don't know if they can win their division anymore. Kelsey's been trash ever since he started dating Taylor Swift. I don't know, man. He led the AFC in receiving yards last year.
Yeah.
Married now.
I mean, here's the deal. You're talking about Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes. They don't give a damn if they'd like to win their division. They'd like to have the best record in the AFC and get a bye. But you're talking about Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes. At this point, it's just a matter of, hey, let's navigate a 17-game season and let's get in the playoffs. And I guarantee you, when that tandem is in the playoffs, assuming everybody around them's healthy, nobody's going to want to play them. I mean, that's just the reality of it. So, look, I know they wanted a clip, and maybe the expectations were to have that bye and to be the best in football, which I'm sure they're still shooting for. But with as much as they've won, this thing becomes, how do we navigate the season? How do we get everybody out of jail and on the field, and how do we keep everybody healthy through 17 so that in week one of the playoffs we've got our best team on the field? Yeah. And that's got to be what they're shooting for.
In fairness to them, right now they only have one person they're struggling to keep out of jail.
Right now?
Right now.
Yeah.
Rashee. Big piece, but only one, in fairness to them. All right. David Montgomery, according to ESPN's coaches, scouts, executives, is not even looked at as a top 20 running back. Does that hit your ears wrong when you hear that? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play.
when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed-sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
I want to keep it funky.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here on The Drive, 1 hour down. And if you missed any of that, you can find us on the Odyssey app. You can go back and check out that first hour. But hang with us here. We appreciate you all jumping on with us and riding with us here on The Drive here on Sports Radio 610. You can get involved on the text line 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch as well. And this is always that interesting time of the year leading into training camp where ESPN and Jeremy Fowler, Clint goes to all the position groups. They've done cornerback, and the Texans you knew would rate really high on that with
felt like you okay, go ahead.
Cornerback with Stingley getting a nod at 2, and then Kamari being the very first. Looked like if you look at how they have honorable mentions, he was the 11th guy right there. But then they did running backs. By the way, I'm really intrigued to see how many guys they have on these lists. But they did running backs. And I say this to the listeners as well. David Montgomery, I don't think I feel like I can say this, right, Clint? I don't think anybody thought that he would make the top 10 list, right?
Army Swiss knife
of running backs in the NFL. Top.
Do you have the top? Do you have the list?
I do. The top 10 list.
If it doesn't start with Jahmyr Gibbs, I quit.
It doesn't.
I quit.
Bijan Robinson is who it starts with. I thought you were going to be back chilling.
That's fair. I'd rather have Jahmyr, but I get it.
Breece Hall is 10, and it starts with Bijan Robinson. Bijan Robinson 1, Jahmyr Gibbs 2, Saquon Barkley 3, Christian McCaffrey 4, Jonathan Taylor 5, Derrick Henry, James Cook, Achane, and then Kenneth Walker and Breece Hall was 10. And then honorable mentions was Josh Jacobs, Kyron Williams of the Rams, Quinshon Judkins of the Browns, and then others receiving votes is the Bears, DeAndre Swift, Javonte Williams, Chase Brown, Ashton Genty, Trayvon Henderson, Travis Etienne, and Alvin Kamara. So that ran 20 guys, and there was not only in the top 10, Clint, there was no David Montgomery, there was no in the top 20. And I'll be honest, there's some other backs out there that could probably think that they could be in the top 20 that's not on that list. Did that hit your ears weird when you heard, all right, they've made a top 20 list and there is no David Montgomery there? And then I just read the names of the 20 names that made it in terms of the top 10 honorable mention and others receiving votes. Does that hit weird for you that David Montgomery is not?
No, it doesn't hit weird. Even though after hearing the list, you could argue that he should be right there in that 19-20 range. I can argue that. But the reality of it is no. I mean, look, you're talking about a one-trick pony. I mean, we can sell. I saw an article yesterday. I think somebody talking about him being a three-down back. Yeah, he's a three-down back if you can stay ahead of the chains. He is a downhill between the tackles back. If he's catching the ball in the backfield, it's going to be check downs. I think when you look at the stylistically the kind of back that he is, I think he starts. The best version of him starts in the probably 12 to 15 range. And given that he was backing up Jahmyr Gibbs last year and losing reps for another back in the league, pushed him down the list.
Probably his age probably hurt him a little bit too.
Yeah. I mean, look, the fact that the Texans have been pissy poor in the run game probably doesn't help him any. So no, it doesn't hit me wrong or bother me at all that he's not in the top 20. I could probably put an argument together that he's again in that 19 for what? I mean, you're still talking about bottom half of the league.
At least in that top 20 part of it. Yeah, he's not. I wasn't surprised, especially when you start to see the names. And as I said, maybe there may be a couple of others out there that you'd wonder, you say to yourself, is he?
Well, them top 6 or 7 are strong, son.
Yeah, pushing Breece Hall to 10. When you say Breece Hall's 10, you're like, well, dang, man, if he's 10, hell, David Montgomery probably wasn't close. But he is, to me, the perfect fit for what the Texans want to do. Right, and that doesn't necessarily have to be a top 10 back, but specifically with what it seems like they want to do, which is be really, really physical and run the football and I think maintain possession of the ball, and they don't mind going 4 yards. They don't mind for what it is that they want. I think he fits perfectly. To me, the question is off of it is I stand by it. By the way it appears that they want to play offense, and now the best success level this offense can have based on how it seems like they want to play. I've said it for most of the offseason. They need to have a top 10 rushing attack. And the thing is, can you have that in your mind without a top 20 back in the league? Can that happen? Now, I will say last year it happened twice. I think we're a top 10 rushing attack. Now, they did have a quarterback that can run that adds and helps as well in all kinds of ways, but they didn't have a top 20 guy in that list. And the Giants also. Now, Scatterboo was probably really coming on before he got injured, and Jackson Dart probably also adds to the running attack as well, and Tracy's not terrible. But those were the two teams last year there that were in the top 10 rushing units that did not have a guy in the top 20.
That's interesting, given both of them had down or sub 500 years, weren't they?
Yep.
That's interesting. Look, I think it's possible. I mean, I think it depends on when you talk about a top 10 run game. Like, what does that look like? Is that yards per carry? Is that overall rushing total yards?
This was based on yards per game.
Yards per game. Yeah. Look, I don't think. Look, no. The answer to that question is no. I don't think David Montgomery's going to lead the league in rushing. I don't think he's even going to be a factor in terms of leading the league in rushing. I think there's a chance that he can be a guy that the carries, the total carries is up there. Can this offensive line?
That's what it would have to be, is the commitment. If they are one of the top 10 teams that has, top 10 in rushing yards per game.
Yeah.
Obviously it won't just be David. Obviously it'll be David Montgomery. It will be Woody Marks as well. I think it'll be maybe commitment to running it.
Mm-hmm.
Do they try, they have a goal of trying to hand the ball off 30 times and run football. And I think that's the route that they can get in, which it feels like that's probably what the Giants and the Commanders did, although they have quarterbacks that threaten you running the football too. That kind of helps maybe not having a top 20 guy back there.
Yeah, I just don't see it. I like David Montgomery. I like David Montgomery as an add to this team from a personality standpoint. I think the overall approach to offensive football, as I've said multiple times, I think this offense is one of the easiest in the league to defend, and I don't think that bodes well for David Montgomery. It's just one of those where you look at it and you go, okay, we're gonna cut our splits, and just try to get our receivers involved in the run game, and we're gonna run everything downhill and try to just stay ahead of the chains. There's nothing exotic about the run game. There's no inside outside combos where they had the ability to hit you and turn the corner unless it's by accident. So I don't know how schematically they can get there. That would be tough. Can they accomplish what they're set out to accomplish, which is just a quality run game that you can stay ahead of the chains?
Yeah,
I think they could possibly do that, depending on how well C.J. Stroud plays. But I think they could possibly do that. But lead the league in rushing, be a top 10 rushing offense, I don't think that's going to happen.
I think it's – yeah. I think the offense, it feels like to me that's where they need to be trending.
Yeah.
That needs to be trending because to me I think it's the best thing their offensive line appears that they will be able to do is run block, and especially if they can control, when they want to pass and not have to pass the football without.
They're going to have to. That's why it's so important, and not to get off in the weeds here on it, Ron, but we talk about this offensive line. Like, I don't think people understand what we're talking about. Like, I don't think they're going to have to absolutely dominate the line of scrimmage in the box. This isn't a. You got a guy.
They feel like they built a group that can do that.
Well, I hope they feel like they had. They're the ones that built it. But you don't have a guy, and I don't even know that really. To be honest with you, I think I like Woody Marks. I think Woody Marks has probably been a little bit overrated here because he was our guy and he jumped on the scene last year. Like you don't have a guy on this offense that can make a defense pay for giving you a crease. And I mean hit your head on a goalpost type of pay, right? So, and I only say that, I'm not beating on them. I'm just saying, like, I only say that to say, if that's the case, then your production is going to have to be, we're going to out-scheme these guys, right? We're going to go get 3 or 4 yards because we got a hat on a hat every single damn time. Making somebody miss is not going to be our forte, right? Forcing an empty all roof and make CJ's life a little bit more enjoyable, right? You're going to have to – it's not going to be about hitting a crease. It's not going to be about bouncing around outside and going to get in the corner. It's going to be – you have to absolutely – because their defenses are going to put the Texans in a place where you're going to have the numbers. You're going to be able to line up in whatever formation, and you're going to have a hat for a hat. They're going to keep 2 on the roof and just say, hey, CJ and Nico ain't going to beat us. We're not going to let the big play over the top beat us. We're going to force you to go 13 plays and score. You're going to have a hat on a hat and inside, and it's going to come down to, can you move those guys? Can you absolutely dominate those guys? And while I think you got better, I don't know if you can dominate your way beyond the second round of the playoffs. That's the key in this run game is better, yes. Yeah. Can you run it well enough to force a safety off the roof so that now C.J. Stroud and Nico and Jaden Higgins and all these guys can cook? That's a big step.
Be able to force
that's a big step.
Yeah, so there it is. No David Montgomery in the top 20 of backs here that executive coaches, general managers have put together. By the way, they also did the top rosters. Texans at 9 in the top 10. Leave the at least best projected starting lineups.
The arrows pointed up
in the top 10, and I think their defense can carry that. Like their defensive starting, there are not at all.
Well, on the heels of the conversation that we just had, Ron. Biggest strength, obviously, edge defense, right?
Maybe even corner, they said also.
Right. On the heels of what we just said, in this article, biggest weakness, offensive line. This group is perhaps the NFL's shakiest starting 5. That should not be the case.
Yeah. Especially for how they want to.
That can't be yes. Based on how you want to play offense, and you're telling the whole league that you got to run it better, and you got to improve your run game, but yet people that cover the league look at it and go, yep, biggest weakness still in 5 up front.
I would have felt more comfortable if they'd have said the group with a lot of questions, because that's how I feel. I feel like it's a group that has kind of questions. I don't know about shaky. Shaky feels a little rough. I feel like it's almost for me questions in terms of wait and see how it looks, because I do think this on paper the offensive line looks better, especially from a physicality standpoint. When you talk about Braden Smith, you're talking about Teller, you're talking about potentially Rutledge in there, and to go along with the guys you had last year. I mean, that feels like a physical group, a much more physical group. So I'd have
you used a first round pick and signed 3 free agents, like had your pick of 3 free agent veterans, and it's still like just blatantly obvious, like nationally, like yeah, that offensive line is still a weakness. Whole roster. You can pick any position you want, man. EJ Speed got hurt. I mean, you got 2 rookies. You got 2 second-year guys.
All those other spots. Yeah. And those position groups, yeah.
I mean, you got, but Tight ends, hell, beyond Dalton Schultz, you don't know what the hell we got. Wide receiver, beyond Nico Collins, we think we like Jaden Higgins. We think Jalen Knowles got a chance, but we really don't know what the hell we got. Beyond David Montgomery, look, I like Woody Marsh, but we really don't know exactly how he fits in this thing. I mean, you could pick it, but you just go with the one position where they just –
That's the one. That's the position that they did the most work in the offseason.
Whew, that's painful to read.
But it still has them as the 9th rated projected starting lineup. Top 10.
Defense is good, Chief.
That defense is something else. Not a lot of holes there. Not a lot of holes there. All right, it's Tuesday. We do a little real or fake. We throw out a statement. You let me know if it's real or fake. We'll do that coming up next. But before we do that, let me let you know that, guess what? DraftKings. It's live in all 50 states. And if it's live in all
Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The world's biggest soccer tournament is here. And the Dynamo Soccer Celebration presented by Kroger is your destination for live viewings of U.S. and Mexico games, concerts, friendlies, and more as soccer in Houston hits the world stage. Stop in and join the party with us all tournament long at Shell Energy Stadium.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, a little real or fake coming up here in just a bit. I got a shout out to a listener here on YouTube. REY. Damn, that auction company works fast. Got my ball. Hey, congratulations. We appreciate you for helping us help the Houston Food Bank and everybody who went with us. Boy, it was a real charge late too. So we absolutely appreciate everybody involved. Help raise over 72,000, raise enough money to give over 72,000 meals with the Houston Food Bank. And that was year 2. Year 3, we are hoping to take it up a notch. So we appreciate you. Congratulations on your auction item. And thanks to everybody who helped be a part of that. So it was a good time.
Big time run, man. Big time by you boys for putting that thing together, man. And definitely got, damn near $50,000. I thought it was over 50 grand, but damn near $50,000 total in 2 years, and with the capacity.
You're right. It's over 50. Yeah, over 50,000.
I didn't know if my math was right, but I heard you say it earlier, and I was like, well, damn, I don't want to question. But yeah, man, over 50 grand in 2 years, and with the capacity, the ability, the desire to grow that thing, man. That's you guys deserve. You got big shout out, man. The list, Ron and Reg, and the listeners.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. It is Tuesday. We do this each and every Tuesday, a little real or fake. I say a statement. You can text in and participate and let me know if it's real or fake. Tyler, let's start with you. Real or fake? The Astros need at a significant starting pitcher to get to the playoffs before the deadline. Real or fake?
Oh, I will say that is absolutely real. Nothing fake about that at all. You cannot be depending on Lance McCullers Jr. coming back. You cannot be depending on Christian Javier coming back. If they come back and they're great, that's a bonus. That's awesome. But right now, you have the Diesel Hunter Brown and Big Pete Lambert, basically. I mean, at this moment, with Arrighetti kind of falling off,
he had a better last start.
That's true.
Better last start.
That's true. Sorry, Spence, but no, I'm going to say very real. If they want to make any kind of noise in October, they got to trade for an arm, and a starting arm to be specific.
Significant, right there. Real or fake? The Astros, Clint, need to add a significant starting pitcher to get themselves to the playoffs.
I'm going to say fake because of the way you ended the question. To get to the playoffs, I think. The American League is bad enough this year to where they can piece this thing together with whether it's Christian Javier or Lance McCullers or Wisniewski or Ronell O'Neill Blanco, whoever, a combination of all of them, I'm sure. I think they can piece this thing together and at the very least get into that winning wild card spots. Yeah, I think it's fake. Unfortunately, I think you change the ending of that sentence to make it even be a threat. I think they have to add a significant starting pitcher. But to get in, no, I think the American League's going to let that happen. These bats are long as you got Jordan in the middle of that thing, I think you can swing your way spot.
I'm gonna agree with Tyler and say real, and I think it's what he said there late is, and you've been on this. Too, Clint, like it's almost the weight of like how long is Peter going to be able to do this? Is Peter going to be able to do this? Because right now, I would have said fake because Spencer had been pitching at such a high level. And I felt like he had starting to get to a point of I can depend on that guy. That's a top 3 of the rotation type of guy. Him, Hunter, maybe Pete, maybe Javier can jump in. But now, I think this team, it's concerning who their second best starter is. And I'm even thinking to reach the playoffs, it's concerning if Spencer Arrighetti is still going to struggle. So I'm going to say real that's got to be a priority for Dana and company to add a significant, like a Kikuchi, like they did a couple of years ago. That's a significant. He became a top towards the top of the rotation guy. I feel like they need to make another move like that. All right, Clint, real or fake? Caleb Williams will be viewed as a top 5 quarterback at the end of this season.
Like Caleb Williams, love the Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams fit. Maybe one of my favorite OC play caller quarterback combos in the league in terms of just fun to watch. Top 5 in the entire NFL.
You don't think he'll jump? You don't think he'll make the jump?
I think he'll flirt with it. I think he'll be in the conversation. But I think when it comes down to it, you put the NFC and the AFC together. I think it's going to be hard to crack that top 5. I mean, again, you got the likes of Pat Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, obviously. I think Joe Burrow, if he can stay healthy. I do think that Buddy in Washington, if he can stay healthy, I think he has a year that's going to be hard to ignore because of his ability to run the football and throw the football. Haven't even mentioned Dak. Haven't mentioned Matthew Stafford, last year's MVP. I mean, I think you start rattling off those guys. I think it's going to be hard to crack that top 5. But I do think he's in the conversation, and he'll be flirting with it for sure. But no, I think fake. I can't give him top 5.
Yeah, you'd have to say to yourself, who is in that top 5? I think the 3 you named, Mahomes, Allen, and Lamar,
Stafford.
I think those 3 are definitely there until you see something different. I think the Joe Burrow injury, opens the door for a spot. The amount, they have not been to the playoffs in a while. Although when he plays, though, they're really good. He's really good. So maybe there's an opening there. Stafford,
Dak,
the age there. Dak, Drake May was second in the MVP last year, but although I think Caleb's better than him in my eyes. So there's an opportunity.
From a system perspective, right? I mean, he's got a huge advantage over a lot of these guys. I mean, he's even got an advantage over Josh Allen. Josh Allen. I mean, look, I love Joe Brady. I think he's a really good offensive mind, but I think he's going to do.
Herbert there.
I think he's going to do. Yeah, good call. I think he's going to do what's smart, right? I think he's going to. Talking about Josh Allen and Joe Brady in Buffalo. I think they're going to be boring and run the football a lot, and so I think just by their approach, I think it's gonna leave the door wide open for Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson. They're going to be sexy. They're going to be exotic.
God, he's got to be better year 2. You would think in that system.
Yeah,
learning that.
Yeah, and I'm going to tell you, Ben Johnson is not. He doesn't shy away from. Hey man, I'm finna build this thing around Caleb like you ain't never seen it. I mean, he doesn't shy away from changing his ways to fit his quarterback one bit. So I really like him.
Tyler, real or fake? Joey Chestnut, who just won his 18th hot dog eating contest title with 66 hot dogs eaten. You still impressed by him every year, real or fake?
Yeah, I mean, to some degree, that's real. I mean, he not only wins it year in and year out, he does it by a pretty wide margin most of the time, I want to say. 18 of the last 20 years, that big old mouth, gullet. Yeah, it impresses me. All them wieners.
I'm going to tell you, boy.
I think it's one of the dumbest things that we do.
Guzzling glizzies.
It absolutely disgusts me, and it's not even the fact that he's shoving wieners in his mouth. It's just. I mean, you like hot dog, just shoveling as many hot dogs as you can down your. And that's and the bun, the wet bun, the whole thing is just.
I know 4th of July is his time, and it's like slid itself into like the sports kind of realm of things. I think it is the dumbest thing that we talk about. I don't want to say the dumbest. Top 5 like that it gets included in the sports. It's just so it's like
he's the MJ of eating wieners.
He is. But I'm just like
the Gretzky.
I feel like that should be a Food Network bit.
The Tiger Woods of glizzy gobbling.
He's all of it. He is. He's great.
Tyler's rolling.
It just doesn't do anything.
Rolling.
It has never done anything for me. Like
the Pele of sausage swallowing.
If I did not work in this business, I would not. That's a good one. The last one. If I did not, I'm stalling to see if you come with some more. But if I did not work in this business, I would never know what he's done. I would not check up on it. When I see that Nathan stuff, move right past it every time.
He damn sure gets attention.
He's a Dale Earnhardt and Richard Petty.
You don't have it.
I don't have another one.
Damn it! You had
more
the
goats.
king.
I didn't have more wiener analogies.
Yeah, you didn't have. Yeah.
Wonder if he prefers his wieners boiled or like grilled or what.
Coming up. Team USA lost last night and got their asses just absolutely crushed. And I'm curious from our audience and my two guys that I think we all fit into the casual soccer fan boat. Like Clint's even less casual than the rest of us. But was last night it? Did last night conclude your watching of the World Cup? Or are you still hanging in there? We'll discuss that coming up next.
I want to give that sausage a whirl.
Yordan Alvarez is an all-stars.
ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
Injured? Call Mokera 281-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. If you missed the news today after he got his ass kicked up and down all of Washington, Mike Burrows, who we call Homer Mike, has been optioned to AAA Sugar Land, so he has made, I'm not going to say he's made his last start this year. I don't know. You just never know. He's made his last start for a while, I would think. So he has been optioned to Sugar Land, and old Santa's been called back up. We'll see what that means. Hopefully we'll hear from they play a little earlier today because they're on the East Coast, so hopefully we'll hear from the manager, Joe Espada, about potentially who is going to be the next person to fill their spot. So there's a lot of rehab things going on, starts to be made. We know Christian Javier is up. We know that there may be others coming up as well.
The Christian combo.
That's right. There's going to be a lot of Astros down there in Sugar Land. Jake's out there, Burrow's out there, Pena's out there, Ronell's out there. There's a lot of guys out there. So go check out the Houston Astros boys out there as well. So, but that is the big news of the day with Homer Mike. All right, Clint. Last night, the other big news is Team USA. They got absolutely destroyed. As my man after the game on Fox just kept saying, there's levels to this. And clearly Team USA was not on the level of Belgium, and they're out of it. They lose 4-1. But today, right, Tyler, maybe the game of the tournament, as we're watching Argentina.
It's a candidate for sure.
Yeah, caused Tom Brady to say, I think that might be better than 28-3. They were down, 67th minute, something like that, near the 70th minute. They were down 2-0 to Egypt. And Argentina comes back, and they score 3 goals. And the final one with, 93 minutes left with extra time on there. Messi scored the game-tying goal at the 84th minute. And then, actually, I think we got the call. This was, which I think the game of the tournament, the call that gave Argentina the lead that completed the comeback.
Lautaro Martinez sending it over. Enzo Fernandez. Can you believe this? Egypt are asking the question about something that happened at the other end. Argentina played on, and Enzo Fernandez has perhaps scored the goal that keeps the defending world champions alive. The complaints continue meanwhile.
All right, that was that comeback nuts here that just happened prior to us coming on the air. And my wonder is, especially with our listeners, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, with Team USA losing last night, are you out? Because we still have the quarterfinals, the final 8. We'll see who wins between Switzerland and Colombia. Still stars left. France with Mbappe. They face Morocco. Harry Kane and Bellingham for England. Holland, that guy from Norway, that big joker, who is something else. He can play outside linebacker right now. Have you watched what he eats? I've not. Oh my God, he gets after it. I mean, protein,
high calorie,
high protein. But he's still around. So there are stars out there. Obviously, Messi is going to be in the final 8. Spain and Belgium, 2 of the better teams. Are you out now? Are you out for the World Cup, or are you going to continue to watch this thing to the end?
Oh, I'm out. Your boy's out. I may tune in to the championship, the final.
Yeah.
I may tune in to the World Cup final, depending on what's going on, depending on what's on TV that night. I may tune into that, but yeah. Otherwise, I ain't gonna sit here and lie to nobody. I'm cooked. I'm done. And I don't quite feel like the Texans playoff loss at this point, but I was emotionally moved by how poorly they played last night. Yes, I was.
Yeah. I don't know if I'll be as aggressive, but Clint Tyler, I found myself watching non-U.S. games. I like the Mexico England game. I watched the entire way. That looked like it was.
I watched a good chunk of that one.
When they start throwing drinks on those cats from England when they scored, I thought this thing might come unhinged. I watched that entire thing. We were sitting here as the show was coming together and watching that comeback. I think I can really see myself, Tyler, into the stars. The matchups that have the stars. Like Messi, I feel like I'm going to watch, because this may be his last, I'm going to watch Messi, or whoever they play, Switzerland or Colombia. I'm probably going to watch France with their with that crew.
Strong squad, yeah.
Yeah, and they might be, Mbappe might be the best in the world right now. And that big dude from Norway, he has me.
That's mine. I sure as hell am watching every Norway match.
But that's him and England, which is Kane and Bellingham is nice too. He might be better than Kane. So I found myself, I guess maybe since the round of 16. I think that's the first time I found myself. I watched Mexico matches because it was just kind of live.
I did as well over the weekend. This round of 16 and on is, I think, the first time I've sat down and all right, I'm going to watch these matches that don't have the United States involved. And I'm the same exact way.
And I mean, you can really kind of get in and out, baby. That 90 minutes, that halftime, they get you in and out, baby.
It is quick.
That halftime, that's like an AAU halftime, Jack. Yeah, they get you. It
is quick from an efficiency standpoint. You can get your soccer game in and shut it down pretty quick. Yeah. They gonna keep you up all night.
No,
I do appreciate that.
I know this is the American in me. I'm just gonna need somebody to give me. I lose myself. I lose it every time. And it doesn't matter who's playing. The time thing. Like
the stoppage time?
It's just not the stoppage time, and it's not so much the stoppage time, but it is this one joker on the field is the only one who knows how much time's left. And it literally seems like he's not going by time. He's going by, all right, let him get one last rush in.
Yeah, get close.
I don't even know how it's calculated.
Well, they calculate it by how much time for the hydration breaks, and like if somebody got injured, a goal scored with the celebration. They kind of calculate everything, and then you look up there. And again, like you said, I don't know how they get up, because sometimes, like they put up there with last night, they gave US 4. Threw up 4, but you'll see 11 run up there.
We needed 11.
Yeah, you need 11. You see 11 run up there, and then you look up there and you're counting. All right, we've passed the 11th minute. That Spain Portugal match. Portugal needed to tie it. They were 2.5 minutes past the stoppage time they put up there. And it's just like, I'm just like, because
it's like an honor system type deal.
The announcer keeps saying, "Oh, he's looked at his watch, still no blow of the whistle." And I'm just like, they're just letting him get one more. That part I think is just the American, like how I watch sports in me, that I gotta get a break in. But
it is very different.
Yeah, it is different. I don't know if Spain and Belgium's going to do anything for me, but these matches that have the stars in them, I can because I mean, there's not a whole lot going on right now, and I can catch. I mean, Mike will take you right on out and make you move on with your evening. Hell, Team USA damn near tried to as well. So, no, man, I think I'm still in. You're gonna watch the final. Hopefully you watch the final. Show yourself.
I might. We'll see.
Do your thing. All right, what you got coming up in the fourth?
Burrow's got to go, and luckily we got some fellas that are on the way. And I got to give some teammates. Got to give some teammates some shout outs to while they're here, man. Not just while they're gone, baby. Hell of a job done by the squad, man. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Texans training camp is
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Nice job by Clint Stoerner. Real nice job.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Powered by Dirty's Daily is powered by my boy Ron, the show Hughley, and Reginald Atatula. Was going to do it yesterday, but you boys weren't here. I like to do it when you're present so I can look you in the eyes, man. Proud of you, bro. Proud of you, what you and Reg did, man. I'm always proud to call you guys my brothers, but when you do something like this, even more so, I want to tell the people about it. You know, I want to tell the people about our relationship and how proud y'all did, man. Big shout out to the fellas, the Radiothon, 12 hours of radio. I'm gonna tell you, y'all, as many of y'all know, boy, sometimes it's hard for your boy to get through 4, much less 12. 12 hours of radio, and all for the greater good. The Houston Food Bank. How many meals did y'all ultimately raise, Ron?
You all helped us raise over 72,000 meals. Is how much you guys were able to help the Houston Food Bank with.
Turn them dollars into meals, which ultimately is what the Houston Food Bank is all about. 72,000 plus this year. If you look at the run that Ron and Reg have had and the start that they've had to this Radiothon, $50,000 plus in the first 2 years. When they could have just chose to take their ass home after work, when they could have chose not spend the extra time meeting with the boss man and meeting together and scheduling everything and yada, yada, yada. They could have just took the easy route and not raised the dollar. Instead, they invested their time, their energy, their effort, and $50,000 later in the first 2 years, folks around Houston are eating. More folks around Houston are eating. And I'm going to tell you what, the drive is going to Oak and Iron, and it's going to be a good one. Do we know who bought it? Do we know who we're eating with?
We do not know who bought it. We do not know who bought it because this year we got a little bit more professional. Had an auction site that you could go.
Had a little help.
Yeah, we don't know. We saw snippets of the email of who it was, but somebody got us.
Yeah, Oak and Iron will be a good time no matter what. That is a tremendous place with great food, and most impressively, Oak and Iron. There's a lot to love about them, but most impressively, from an ownership perspective, boy, the hospitality is real. The Southern hospitality is real. So whether you're there when we are there, the drive is there, slide by Oak and Iron up on the north side, man. Slide by there and check that place out. I promise you, you will not be disappointed. Big shout out to anybody and everybody that donated, no matter how little or how much you donated. We greatly appreciate it, but I wanted to make sure and we acknowledge the fellas, and we should do so for an extended period of time. More people should take the time to put this kind of thing together, and we'd be a better place because of it, right? It's I tell you, it's motivating, Ron. We've always talked about doing a golf tournament kind of in my brother's name and kind of deal. We've always talked about it. To see you guys do it motivates me to put some effort behind it and make it happen. So appreciate what you guys did, my man. Appreciate what you guys did.
Appreciate it, man.
Now, what I did not appreciate happened while you was gone. Mike Burrow,
oh boy,
got to go. He got to go, boys. It is. I tried to hang in there with Joe Espada. I tried to hang in there with Mike, and the reality of it is I just can't do it any longer. And look, I know the Nationals. I know they're they swing the bat. One of the better lineups in baseball. I get it. But when you get spotted a 5-run lead. 6-1 it was. 6-1 it was going into the bottom of 3.
We sucked.
And Mike commenced to doing what Mike does. He ends up going 4 1/3, gives up 9 hits, gives up 10 runs, 7 of which were earned, 2 walks, 3 Ks. And you know it, we got the stat line. The only pitcher that I can ever recall in my 7 years of doing radio and my 48 years of being a fan, the only pitcher I can ever recall that I cannot look at any stat line, good, bad, or indifferent, without sliding across there and looking at how many home runs he gives up.
Yep. Burrowhead. Every start.
Gave up 2 bombs, ERA 5.99. We've hung on as long as we can. He's got to go, Ron. Simply put, this team, as you said multiple times today, this team is going to have to do everything they can, given all the injuries that they've had. They're going to have to do everything they can at every position, but damn sure in the starting rotation to continue to dig out of this hole and to claim one of these wild card spots or maybe even win the division. And you just can't afford to continue to trot Mike Burrows out there. You can't do it. It just absolutely cannot happen. And the reason that I'm so adamant about it at this point is one reason. You got Christian Javier on the roster with the team in the bullpen, in a bullpen role, and that has to change. If you've ever called an audible Joe Espada, if you've ever called an audible Dana Brown, now is the time. Obviously, we got the news. They must be listening to the drive. We got the news. Mike Burrows has been sent to Sugar Land, so somebody is going to have to fill that spot in the rotation. I'm going to assume that it's going to be Christian Javier, Ron, and I guess 4 games from now, 5 games from now, whenever that spot comes around again in the rotation, I got to believe it's going to be Christian Javier.
Yeah, and he went 2 innings the other day, his first appearance since coming back, and he did give up a homer, or he gave up a home run. I'm sorry, it's like you when you brought up the stat line, I think about him and the Celtics. Whenever the Celtics play, I immediately go and see what did they do from the 3-point line, because that determines how the game went. And every time I do with Mike, and Mike banged out 2 and
the Burrow boxes.
This time he wasn't able to avoid not having people on base on this occasion, but it went pretty well. 2 innings, 4 strikeouts, which was a big issue with him. His first go around, he was not getting swings and misses at a rate that we are normally used to seeing Christian Javier when he is going well to do. But 4 strikeouts, 1 walk in those 2 innings, and gave up the 1 home run and 1 earned run. It's just time. Like you cannot. And you've talked about this a lot. They are not in the space where they have the luxury of a lead. They have the luxury of a lead in the division. A lot is secure. No, they don't. They don't have that. And yes, you feel better about it with them 3 out of the West and a game and a half out of the wild card, and now just 1 team ahead of them in the wild card. You feel good about it, but you can't operate and just give away games. And you cannot lose games to the Washington Nationals when you score 11 runs and you have a 6-1 lead in the 3rd inning. You can't lose that game. Can't do it.
Yeah, those are the games that you typically win because Jordan is on your team. But they lost one last night. On top of Javier being in the bigs and him being an option, the likely option to step into that 5th starter in the 5-man rotation. On top of Javier being ready and available, I do want to note, Ronel Blanco and Lance McCullers. Lance is going to start tonight in Sugar Land, and Ronel Blanco will make an appearance tonight at some point in Sugar Land. Also, Jeremy Pena starting a rehab stint in Sugar Land. So if you want to get to if you're in that area and you want to get to a Sugar Land game, Space Cowboy game, tonight's the night, because you're going to see some big leaguers on the diamond for sure. But those 2 guys are both going to get run tonight in Sugar Land, as well as it's worth noting that Hayden Wisniewski went 4 innings and gave up 1 run. I believe it was Sunday, maybe Saturday, Sunday, a couple days ago. I just don't know exactly.
Was it with the hooks?
It didn't say. I don't think I saw where. I didn't look at the jersey that he had on, but he's up to at least throwing 4 innings worth of pitches, and so he is not far away. So it's not all. Given what we've seen from Javier this year, I know and look, I'll be honest with you. I'm trying here. I'm trying, Christian. I'm trying. There's no reason to have a ton of confidence in Christian Javier other than before this year he'd been in some high leverage situations and pitched well. He's had some really good stuff in the past. This year in the big leagues, he's left a lot to be desired, but he did have a couple of little outings there in Sugar Land before getting called up that were really impressive. So hopefully Christian Javier can find his footing and be that guy. But if he can't, we've got several starters or guys that have starting ability. I want to be careful how I couch them. We got several starters coming down the pike here that could be options. Again, Ronel Blanco, Lance McCullers, and Hayden Wisniewski. So there's never been a better reason, more reason. There's never been more of a better timing to send Mike Burrows packing than right now, because you've got a right now answer and you've got three dudes coming up the pike that are going to be options if the Christian Javier thing doesn't take hold pretty quickly.
And again, don't mean to take out Mike.
No, that's all right.
But
he's earned it. Do it.
But Mike should have to run through all of those guys you've named before he sets foot back on a mound for the
It sucks.
Yeah,
like
I
he
agree.
should, you know what I mean? Like
all those guys should get run before.
Something should happen to all of those guys. What I'm saying is Mike Burrows should not pitch again for the Astros.
No.
And because you've got the five starters when you add Javier into it that you got now. You got Kaiway, who I think should be in front of him. He should have to run through Kaiway. I think, obviously, McCullers. I think if Ronel gets back, he's pitching at AAA Sugar Land. He should have to get through him. He should have to – did I say Lance?
You hadn't said Lance yet.
Lance, he should have to get through Lance.
You threw Othong in there.
If Hayden Wisniewski can get rolling, it's something he should – there should be five guys. And I just say this because they seem to have some sort of a flirtation with getting him back in.
Can't wait.
This should have happened a minute ago.
Yeah. Look,
I think blue ball should be in front of him.
Well, he was behind him last night, and he gave up some. He didn't help the cause. He didn't help Mike. He didn't help old Mike's case out, and I think he gave up a couple of those runs after Mike left.
Slam. I mean, he was inspired by Mike. He gave up a grand slam.
He gave up a granny, and two of them were his. Two of them was Mike. He split them with Mike.
Split them up, baby.
But yeah, look, I mean, I think the bad news is Burrows was bad again. Good news is we've got some options here, some fan favorites that if they get their footing, it could be fun to watch in a good second half or backstretch to this season. Ron, before we get out of Dirty's Daily, I do want to give you the opportunity to comment because you were out yesterday. The Astros taking that Rays series, albeit a tad bit unorthodox in sense of the Hunter Brown's wheels coming off and having to score, 11 runs or 12 runs in a game that Hunter Brown started in order to win it. I know it's a little bit unorthodox, but taking 2 of 3 from the Tampa Bay Rays, given the caliber ball they were playing, number one, and number two, the Yordan Alvarez just hot streak is just absolutely ridiculous. I know you didn't get a chance to comment on those couple of things there. Just your thoughts on the Rays series taking that and then Yordan's performance.
Idiots. I mean, I just don't,
pitching to it.
I just I don't. Scott Service has lost his job due to this several years ago. Like I am not kidding. You have got to consider putting him on. I don't care if you're putting the tying runs on base, the go-ahead run on base. Hell, I don't even care right now late in games if you're walking in a run. Isaac Paredes has got to beat me. Can't do it. He's got to beat me. Now, also off of that, I think it was good for, I think, two things in that series that's even more important than that. I mean, if idiots are going to continue to allow Yordan to go ahead and end games, okay, that's fine. One of the great things that I loved is Yordan wasn't thinking crazy either. Coming around third base, he was not going to have a Kendrys Morales situation. He was not going to get injured, making his way to the plate. I don't know if you remember Kendrys Morales, power hitter for the Angels, tore his ACL jumping onto the plate after a walk-off. He avoided that water that they was throwing at him, and it was nice. Stepped on the plate, that was good. But I think the two bigger things was Pete Lambert going through and winning a 2-0 game, and then Spencer Arrighetti and his performance. I think those were probably bigger than the Jordan day, which was amazing. He's just the MVP, and he's just going to have to. It is so much is going to happen for him to lose that.
Yeah,
lose his grips on that. But I think the pitching from those two were even more important over that week.
Jordan's always going to give you a chance in a series because he's got potential of winning a couple of games his damn self. And then, as you mentioned, I agree wholeheartedly. Spencer Arrighetti getting back on track to pitching well. And then just Peter Lambert, man, just giving you another game worth of sample size to believe in what he's doing. But the thought that you could take a game from a series from a team that was hot as the Rays and as good as the Rays are, you can take a series and with Hunter Brown's wheels coming off in 4 1/3, the thought that you can accomplish that, it's got to give the guys confidence. It's got to kind of change the narrative around the Astros. And so,
but they had run 7 in a row coming in.
8.
And then 8 when they beat the Astros.
I thought it was 8 and 9, but either way, it's a hell of a run.
Whatever. I mean, I can't remember how many times they beat the Royals before they came.
You'd like to forget a couple of them?
Before they came to Houston. It might have been 3-4 times. I don't know. They had to have position players pitch most series. They just whooped their ass. No, man, it was a big weekend. But again, you cannot allow Mike to just zap that away.
Yeah.
Because who's fired up about tonight? Who's fired up and feels good about what Imai is going to give him tonight? You just can't have. Yeah. We said that last week. You can't have those two back to back. You can't. Who knows what that mound's going to look like? There might be a mist.
My man was out there pitching off of it yesterday. Did you hear that? Did you hear that report?
Did he get out there early?
Early in the morning, he was out there pitching off the mound, trying to get used to it.
I hope they got them bowls out there in Washington that they like.
Them acai bowls?
I hope they got them bowls.
Hey, I'd have a truck full following the Astros schedule around.
I'm telling you, man. All right, just a blunder. Reggie said yesterday's performance for Team USA just absolutely kills any momentum that they put together. And getting everybody engaged with how bad they were yesterday. Did you think it was a choke job, or was this just a situation of they just ran up against a top 10 team in the world and a team that's better than them? We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all, look, America's birthday has come.
Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The wall can jump. Tillman over the line. Malik Tillman! Lightning strikes twice, and the United States has tied the game!
A few moments later.
Trossard to the byline, gets across, into Ketelaer's rising up, and Belgium retake the lead. Moments later, Charles de Ketelaere climbs the ladder, his second goal, and the U.S. right back where they were.
Well, it had a moment, didn't it? They had that moment, man. My house went crazy when they tied it up, and Tillman did it again.
Mine went crazy too for all of 90 seconds.
You ain't lying, man. You couldn't even get yourself seated again, man. I couldn't even go up and fill my drink up. Next thing you know, they're down there and just an awful turnover that leads to another score, and it's just they were just shell shocked. And that was a part of it, right? Right from the beginning, I heard Carly Lloyd after the game said it felt like they lost the game before they even got on the pitch. She said before they got off the bus, they lost the game. And 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in on this as well. I think it is clearly both, right? We can have both. But what did you, when you watched the game, did you have the feel that it was more, man, this is the U.S. choking, self-inflicted, not ready for the moment moves, or did you watch it and feel like, man, Belgium's they're just a better team, right? You're just going to lose games to better teams. I don't necessarily think, let's say 2 years ago, I don't necessarily think that the Texans choked against the Chiefs in the playoffs. I think they just lost to the better team. I mean, their offensive line you're going to have some problems with Fisher going against Chris Jones by himself. Probably. But that didn't feel like – last year I think there was more of a feeling that the Texans lost that, like they were the ones, CJ at the helm of it. They were the ones that lost the game. How did you feel about this one?
Oh, I mean, I felt like the United States was – they choked. They weren't prepared. They were overwhelmed. The moment was too big. I think if anything, like game-wise, other than not being prepared and other than being shell-shocked and I mean, I'd hate to say take your opponent lightly. I don't know why you would do that in that situation. I mean, if anything, I thought Belgium had a significantly better game plan. I don't know the schemes of the game, but it appeared that what they were trying to do, they were having more success at doing what their plan was than the United States was. But from a player perspective, it clearly was a choke, a unprepared, a overwhelmed, and it was that way for me. What Tyler just played, the penalty kick or whatever it was, a free kick, I don't even know what the difference is, but the score, the goal that they scored, kick, yeah. I mean that was outstanding. That was big time. That was the only, like, I think that was the only, like, legit big moment in this game for the Americans.
Well,
everything
early
else
on, he had to make an incredible save as they were putting pressure early on.
Yeah,
and that was just a precursor to he's going to be under fire.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, I thought that the United States, it appeared that they were completely outmanned, but if you really watched, it was Belgium. They weren't significantly better. It was a bad outing, obviously, for the United States, and what piss poor timing in a round of 16.
Yeah, I think one of the things we heard from experts throughout, and as we said, what did you feel like it was more of? Because I think there was some self-inflicted wounds, choking, And I think Belgium was a better team. They were a better team because I'm guessing the United States probably made some mistakes like this before and got away with it against lesser teams. Right. So Belgium, I think there's a little bit of both, but what did you feel like it was more of? Did you watch that game and think this is the US choking more, or did you think, well, they're just losing to a better team? And like I almost rode through this to a point where I find it hard to blame game plan, not coaching to an extent, because, I mean, obviously your guys weren't ready to go out there and compete for some reason. They didn't play at the level of aggressiveness that they had played throughout the tournament, so that's got to fall not only on them but some of the coach. But it just seemed like they were so out of it, or the moment was so big for them that, like, whatever they even talked about seemed like it went out the window. Whatever the game plan was, because he was over there drop kicking water bottles. He was hitting stuff like what are y'all over there doing? Right, man. It seemed like, bad nervous. Sometimes there's good nervous before the game that you feel. They had bad nervous. They looked like they were like, oh my God, they're so much better than us. We just saw them. They beat us 5-2. We're intimidated. We're going to play different. So I felt like the mistakes were preventable. Like, the first goal was led to 3 guys who had a chance to clear the ball, and none of them reacted to touch it. And the guy from Belgium came in, and that led to the first goal. It was a rough watch to a man that all of them said they picked the worst time to play their worst game. By far, to play their worst game. Many people spoke.
Well, the interesting thing is that there was never a moment in that game where an American player stood out as being one of the better players on the field, or the pitch, I'm sorry. I think we can talk about stars if you want to. We can talk about injuries if you want to, but there was never a moment where it was like, yeah, we got one dude that's better than their guys. There was never a moment schematically where they changed what they were doing, kicking it around the outside and trying to get a corner kick when Belgium was doubling them and blocking the entry. They couldn't even get it in to where you could potentially have a shot. At halftime, I think it was 14 shots on goal for Belgium and 4, I think it was, maybe 3 for the United States. I mean, and then you come out
before the free kick that led to the goal.
Yeah, it just seemed like we kept trying the same stuff. Which, again, I don't know what the answer is in soccer, but I know it can't be. I know you watch other teams, and you watch them try different entry points and different approaches, and it just seemed like, man, the Americans just couldn't complete what appeared to be just simple passes at times.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, in watching some of the other matches, they're like Argentina is better than Egypt. They were favored against Egypt, but when you watched them, it didn't appear like Egypt fought it.
Was outclassed, yeah.
They didn't like their last two. Cape Verde they are a lesser team with lesser talent than Argentina. But when you watch them play, Cape Verde didn't seem to think it. Man, Team USA looked like they knew that they were playing in a way that they were a lot better than them. And just do it like that. I don't think that goalie would do that a million times if you get just that mistake.
I never had confidence in that guy watching soccer. He didn't seem like a real confident guy to me.
Well, you know what? There may be an issue there, Clinton Tyler, that your goalie is, or players that you have are MLS players. Like, unless it's in a certain, like Messi, who is playing over there because he's getting paid, man.
Right.
Like, I'm telling you, boy,
it's like
these
sending
guys,
the Skeeters to the Olympics.
Yeah, these guys aren't the great players aren't playing in the MLS. Like, there has got to be a goalie somewhere around the league that is playing somewhere else in the United States that's better than so that I mean, maybe that's rudeness, and I don't know if I know soccer well enough to say that, but I would just be like, damn. I wonder how many other players on the team are playing for an MLS team.
Yeah, how many of the opponents? You got to have MLS goalies.
Or the players on the United States. I wonder
how many of our guys are.
I don't know. I know most of the good ones are playing in, leagues where they can really make money.
Yeah,
around but I
traders.
I don't know. It was
come home and play for less, man. Get these leagues right.
Get these leagues right. Play for less. No, that was rough. They just, they looked like they were. It looked like like I said to you, Vanderbilt football. Ooh, boy, they took care of South Carolina. Ooh, had a good non-conference win. They look good. Then they played Alabama. It was 31-7. Like everybody knew it. That was a rough one. That was a rough one. All right, coming up, Kansas City Chiefs. When you see that team, are you still, I ain't saying scared. The Texans shouldn't be scared of anybody, and Texans fans shouldn't be scared of any teams. Do they still give you concerns? Do they still give you major concerns if they didn't over the past years? You're almost cussed. You're lying. Do they still give you concerns? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Bundle Rooski.
Sports Radio 610.
infections or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code 610 at BlueChew.com.
Well, hey, boys.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I'm trying to get through and read quick. Did I hit the wrong button?
That was live, son.
That's live, baby. We're discussing some
things to come for the Drive family.
That's right. Some things to come for the Drive family, as Tyler said. 713-572-4610. We appreciate you jumping in with us. 5 o'clock fire coming up in just a bit. The Chiefs, the Kansas City Chiefs. We've done the concern meter for the last couple of weeks leading into training camp of A&D teams. And I'm wondering where you are. We've done most of them. We've talked about the Ravens. We've talked about the Bills. We've talked about some of the top teams. When you see the Chiefs, when you think about the Chiefs, who have been the class of the AFC, I will not hear any of your lying texts that say that you did not have concern about the Chiefs before.
Oh, thank you.
You're liars. And it's silliness. It's like a Royals fan saying they had no concern about the Astros over the last half decade. No, they've been the best team in baseball. You've had concerns. Now, where is it at now? What is the level of concern? And to be honest with you, with their coach and their quarterback, you're going to have some level of concern. Do you still view the Chiefs as the same, we got to play our A game? Because I feel like going into games, Tyler, is that the thought? Over the past several years, when you've played the Chiefs, and they played the Chiefs in the regular season multiple times in this stretch and in the playoffs, it felt like the Texans got to have an A-game type of performance.
Oh, yeah. They're the top tier of the NFL. They're in the top tier of the NFL, especially the AFC, for sure.
Last year, they stunk it up. They were 6-11. They had some injuries. They had some age. There's some stuff. They've had to retool some things. They got Kenneth Walker, was probably their big offseason move, getting the new running back. They had 2 first-round picks in the draft. They got the best, many people believe the best corner in the sick to get him. They got Peter Woods, who was the #1 college football player coming into to his college career at Clemson. And then R. Mason Thomas, another edge rusher from Oklahoma. Those are top 3 picks. They've retooled their team, but still at the heart of it, Clint, Andy Reid, Travis Kelce, Patrick Mahomes, Chris Jones, they are still there. What's your feeling when you see the Chiefs now from a Texans perspective?
I got a 7. And it's specifically precisely for the reason you mentioned out of the gate, Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes. I'll never doubt those guys. I've got them at a 7 out of respect for them. I don't have a whole lot of faith in the team. I like Kenneth Walker, Ron. I like Creed Humphrey. I like Trey Smith. Josh Simmons, I think I saw a picture of him the other day, looks like a Greek god.
Yeah, if he can stay, if he can play.
Yeah, I mean, so look, there's a lot to like, but if their plan moving forward is to have a more predominant run game, thank you. I would love for them to turn around and put the ball in Kenneth Walker's hands instead of give it to Pat all day long. I would love for the approach and for them to waste time, or I'm sorry, I shouldn't say waste because it could be really good. Even if it's good, even if it's successful, I would rather them turn around and have a successful run game and spend reps and energy and effort throughout, getting that run game going, other than having to deal with what last handful of seasons with Pat Mahomes back there working his magic, throwing it all over the park in that freestyle fashion that he has. So I don't have a lot of faith in their pass catchers, Rashee Rice, I don't even know if he's going to be available at this point in time. Who knows what's going to happen?
His is a lot more of his availability.
Yeah,
and he's just kind of a knucklehead.
Yeah, right. And look, knuckleheads like that, even if they do stay out of trouble long enough to get on the field, typically don't take care of their body, so they're probably going to be injured. And so, not that the last one wasn't just a freak injury, but knuckleheads typically are knuckleheads and cause problems. And so, I don't really like what they kind of how they've armed Pat from a pass game perspective, and I would greatly appreciate them spend time trying to run the football. So I'm at a 7 out of respect for the greatness that is Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes, but I'll be honest with you, I'm not.
So it sounds like you don't look at this and feel like a Super Bowl type team.
Well, I'll never doubt them because it's, again, of those two guys. They can, when you got those two guys, you can make a run. You can overcome, some crazy odds, if need be. So I'm not going to doubt those guys. But yeah, I don't look at this team and go, yeah, boy, they are locked and loaded and ready to make a run. In the way that you look at some other teams, I think that maybe times are changing in Kansas City, and I'm not overly concerned about them. But I'm giving them a 7.
Frank, you're wondering where we're at, bro. Cheadle went out early in the third quarter with 100 receiving yards. My only concern for the Texans playing the Chiefs are the refs. Mahomes has been on a slide for the last 2 years. The Chiefs don't scare me. The Texans have played and now competed with the best, except for the Ravens. The Ravens are the only team that scares me. My thought with the Chiefs is they just have questions right now. And to me, this team has for a long time really operated, and your feeling on this team was about Patrick Mahomes. And right now, that is the greatest question. He has not missed anything. He seems to be, in a crazy way, on track to play play and start the season. There was question with how late he got injured. He got injured in Week 14 last year and tore an ACL and an LCL, two ligaments in his knee. But he has been at all OTAs. He has been at all mandatory mini camps, and they expect him to be right there. And he expects to go in training camp. So I think a lot of it, to me, centers around where he is. I think they have actually made some improvements on their team, and from the receiving thing, I think they are probably a team that's primed to add one of these veterans that are out here, and the one they've been connected to the most is the one that they used to have on their team in Tyreek Hill. Who knows how healthy he'll be or how long it'll take, but I don't think they're done. But some of their defensive moves, they needed to improve their pass rush. I think they feel like they've done that. They need to get younger in the secondary. I feel like they feel like they have done that. So there are some good spots, but I think it all centers around how long will it take for us to see the Patrick Mahomes that has been the guy that's made up for deficiencies across the roster, right? This is not they've had worse receiving cores where MVS and a rookie Rashee Rice won a Super Bowl with that is a group, but a team that had the most drops in the NFL and still, won a Super Bowl. So we've seen them get to a space, but a lot of that has had to do with how good Mahomes and how good Andy Reid is.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think the Texans should be scared of them. And to me, I don't even, as I said, I think the Ravens are the team that seems to give the Texans the most problems. But, I mean, again, with as you said, those two dudes up top, the winning culture that they have, Steve Spagnuolo, Chris Jones, who's a problem, those, they create a situation. Right?
Well, I think we've seen them in their prime change their identity and win Super Bowls with multiple identities, as you mentioned. I do wonder. Father Time is starting to creep, obviously on Travis Kelce, and Pat Mahomes with the injury. Father Time part in that, obviously. So I wonder if it's not just the changing of the identity that we've seen them have success with as much as it is that coupled with, hey, man, there's Father Time coupled with, hey, man, the roster offensively, again, is not what maybe it once was when they were all young and dumb, if you know what I mean. So that's the one thing for me in Kansas City. I ain't doubting them. I mean, I ain't betting against them. But I'm just not as concerned as I would be if they were all fresh.
I think there's an argument their biggest offseason move is getting Eric Bieniemy as the coordinator back.
Yeah.
Just kind of overall, if you hear some of them talk about they were really loose a lot with penalties, especially offensively. The focus seemed to be out. There's a thought that he may be the personal company of Rashid Rice himself, right, to try to help things. But that they're trying to, I guess, go back to get some of the old school roots they had when they were really in their prime, and bringing Eric Bieniemy back, who also has had some stops. He was just in Chicago with Ben Johnson and that passing or that running game, which he was already a really good running back coach to begin with. So their running game should improve with Walker and his addition.
Well, you think about, you add that intensity on a day-to-day basis from a coaching perspective to a team that didn't just win a Super Bowl, but they were 6-11.
Yeah,
that's got to be a lot easier to coach that team and that's 6-11 than one that just come off of a Super Bowl. So could I would say marriage, but I guess they're circling back and gonna get this thing back, get the band back together.
They've got more questions than they have had in years, and the biggest question is their quarterback, which has not been a major question. By the way, did y'all hear that Michael Irvin is going to be contributing to the home run derby coverage for Netflix?
I did not see that. What is he going to bring to that?
I will be watching.
Does that reel you in a little bit more?
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's such an awkward fit. I'm interested.
Mike said, "I'm looking forward to going out and being around and showcasing the home run derby for Netflix and interviewing guys to bring them on my White House show and everything." Irvin said, "I know it's Philadelphia, so I've got to walk amongst them, but I'm willing. Let them know I come in peace." You can just hear him saying it. Are they gonna have him with a mic interviewing people?
I don't know, but I got a feel it's going to start pretty low key, and then by the end of the night he's going to be sweating profusely, screaming, running around the field.
He's going to pick the guy.
Oh, no doubt.
Whatever it is that they do with Jameis, I feel like they should do with Mike. However, Fox does a great job of how they use and deploy Jameis Winston. I feel like. But that is just odd. Who could set up at Netflix and say, "Hey man, let's get Michael Irvin a part of this home run derby"? Damn it, you were dying to compete. All right, coming up,
bring some edge.
I'm telling you, man. Coming up, 5:00 fire. Get you ready for the Astros in D.C. for Game 2 of this series. But there are a lot of news and notes with the roster and potential guys coming back that we need to let you know about. So we'll get you ready for all of that. And the USA, obviously they lost last night, but that's not the only thing that happened. Maybe the game of the tournament happened. Big money in the NBA as well. All of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Yordan Alvarez is West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
You coming?
T-Mills in the hole.
There you go.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is we're getting you ready for the Astros. The Astros are going to try to win Game 2, and they probably get going here at about 5:45 before we get off the air here. But they are looking to try to take Game 2 after the debacle of Mike Burrows. We'll get to that in just a second. As Imai is going to get the ball tonight, and we'll give you the lineup and get you completely set up for that. But there were some roster moves made earlier today, and the big one is Mike Burrows. Mike Burrows has been optioned to AAA. We're going to get into more about Mike in just a bit, but he's been optioned. The reliever Santa, if you remember him, he is back up for now. Before we get a little deeper with Mike, in your opinion, one, I think we all agree this had to happen. Two, Clint, who in your mind do you see, and what does the rotation look like in terms of replacements for Mike Burrow?
Well, I mean, immediately it's got to be Christian Javier because he's already in the bigs. Yeah. He's in the bullpen. He's on the roster. He's waiting. You know he's ready. The other guys are all still rehabbing. And now you wonder, is Lance McCullers and Ronel Blanco, how close are they going today in Sugar Land or tonight in Sugar Land? How close are they? Is this one of multiple? Is it I don't know exactly where they are in that rehab stint. I guess we'll tell by how long Lance goes tonight, but it's got to be Christian Javier. I mean, when you look at, yes, it's been a struggle, and it was a struggle the little bit of run he got out of the bullpen since he's been back. But at the end of the day, we're not in a position where we can be real picky about who gets this run. We know it doesn't need to be Mike Burrow. He is out of that cat had 9 lives and they're all spent. At the end of the day, Christian Javier, the stuff, the ability, the potential, along with the fact that he's been in some monster moments as an Astro, you got to lean into that experience right there. So I got to believe that I don't know if it's going to work. I don't know that any of these options are great options given where we're at in the season, but I got to believe that the smartest option right now is Christian Javier, and I don't even mean just the fact that he's available, but I just mean because of what he put, the ceiling, experience, the stuff, the sample size. I think you got to see what that offers before you go elsewhere.
You want to take a deep breath here?
What happened? Christian Javier.
Oh God.
Christian Javier back to the IL.
Brought back to Brian McTaggart. Dana Brown said that pitching prospect Ethan Petco is an option to join the rotation in Burrow's place.
I kept it real.
So he's going to leave Javier out there. Okay. I mean,
along with Ronel Blanco, who pitches a rehab game. We'll get to that in just a bit. Today in AAA, Petco was the PCL Pitcher of the Month for June. Thus far, he is currently is 3-5 with a 4.30 ERA over 15 minor league appearances. 14 of them starts.
Well, I mean, look, Ron, let's not get too picky here. We just want you to move off Mike. You move off Mike. If you tell us this is the option, okay, let's see what they got. But we've got multiple options if this doesn't work. We just got to move. Baby steps. Let's move off Mike.
I know baby steps. Can we also baby step this thing into not getting complicated and just run
that's impossible.
Christian Javier?
You're being greedy, man.
That's impossible.
Is that not possible?
Yes, that's impossible.
This season is so maddening.
Again, now I will say I think Ethan Petco may be another person that is also positioned in front of Mike before Mike gets himself back onto the mound. But just interesting that Dana would run that out there. So that is the latest there with that move. We'll talk more on Mike Burrow and going down to AAA Sugarland. But also, as you kind of alluded to there, and Dana said in that statement, infielders Jeremy Pena, Ronel Blanco, as he said, and Lance McCullers are all scheduled to make rehab appearances with the Space Cowboys tonight. So you might want to go out there and check out the tickets out there in Sugarland. But they're all scheduled to come back. One, that's good news for Jeremy Pena, as they said they thought that this may be a quick, short stint, and the fact that he's already not just in but getting into Sugarland AAA games, right? That's a really good sign already. And then Blanco and McCullers now in AAA as well. And these are multiple starts in the minors that these two have made that makes sense to potentially go up, as you said, more options for them to kind of fill whatever role, from starter to also that long reliever.
Well, we started the day with potentially 4 options, and now we've got 5 with this new Petco kid.
Just let him just have his AAA season.
How do you what's his name?
Ethan.
Ethan, is it really Petco?
Yeah, I think so. Pecco.
Oh, Petco. Okay, I thought you were talking about Petco, like
not
Petco,
the
company where you take your
Peck. Yeah, not
get you a fish when you're. I'm glad my kids quit asking for that.
Yeah, I'm glad they did too for you. But yeah, that's where we are. Just don't overcomplicate this thing. I mean, Christian has to get the next start, right? Just the next one.
It would make a lot of sense. You don't have to make any moves to get him there.
He's stretched.
You ready? Yeah, right there.
Don't be a knucklehead.
5 o'clock fire.
But Imai, he gets the ball tonight, and he's coming off of a bad outing, and an outing in which he did not last in the game very long, and they need a big start from him tonight, right? That you want to win, keep stacking these series. They've won 6 of 7, and they need to win tonight to give them a chance to win this series. And you would hope that Imai has had a bounce back. Now, Clint, I do think here recently, and when I say recently, since he returned from whatever arm issue that was, overall he's been better. He's just got 3 just really bad performances where he's not making it out of the second inning, out of the first inning. But the previous 2 starts before this one, a man struck out 20 plus.
Yeah.
Double-digit strikeouts. So you just really need a level of consistency and just some damn middle ground at least, man. Like something to where you don't just, you don't give your team a chance to win. And that's what he's done a few times here lately.
Well, this is still one for me, Ron. This is appointment television for me with him still.
Yeah.
And part of the intrigue is how bad it might be, but really I'm still trying to decide if I like this cat and got confidence in this cat or not. Just long term, I mean, I understand it right now. It's to say the least, but it's a fascinating watch, man, and to see what can come of it. So I'm still there with him, though, even though I need him to keep trending in the right direction.
Yeah, we'll see if he can, man. I mean, like you said, man, he's shown he's got stuff that the slider in multiple ways he throws, it gets people, and it has become a real good strikeout pitch. I mean, you just can't have, man, every 2-3 starts you ain't gonna make it out of the second.
Yeah,
just can't have that. That's to me why Mike is up out of here. All right, the lineup behind him: Jose Altuve leading off. Yordan is the DH. Paredes behind him. Christian Walker, Cam Smith. Zach DeCenzo is in left field tonight with Bryce Matthews in center field. Nick Allen is the shortstop with Christian Vasquez catching tonight with Imai. So that is the lineup for the Astros.
Must have a big righty on the bump or lefty. I mean, on the bump in Washington.
Yeah, really right-handed strong, huh?
That is
no,
correct.
It's got to be a lefty.
Andrew Alvarez.
The
lineup. Yeah. The lineup is real righty strong. Yeah. Yeah, makes sense. All right. Well, we'll see if they can get back in it here as they get going. And by the way, make sure you listen to Area 45. They've got baseball tonight right after the game, and they'll take you down for that post game coming up later on.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint. The U.S. kind of put a damper on things with their loss last night as they lose 4-1. I am curious your thoughts is, do you think we will remember the run, the crowds that surrounded Team USA in this run, or do you think we're going to remember the dud of how it ended? Like I think right now we're saying, like I said earlier, I think Reggie's in a real tough spot right now. But do you think once we get a little time away from it, do you think this run by the men's national team will be remembered for that final game against Belgium, or the run and everything that they did to kind of captivate the country for a little bit?
I think probably the dud at the end. I mean, because it's one thing to lose. It's another thing that the minute that you're faced with an uphill battle and playing a higher-ranked team than you, boy, you just go out there and you look completely overwhelmed. And so I'll be honest with you, I think even the soccer folks, as they talk about in 4 years when the World Cup comes back around, when they talk about the Americans, it's going to be, yeah, man, they had a hot start last year, but boy, they really were overwhelmed when the more important the games got. Like, that's not going to die on the vine. That was such a piss poor performance that's not going to die. Whether they're talking about the stars on the team and how they no-showed, or the team overall and just how they looked overwhelmed, I don't think that's gonna be something that falls by the wayside. Every time they win a game in that round robin play, they're going to say, "Yeah, we've seen this before." Yeah, we've seen this before, until they get to a big game, and now not only win but appear to play their best football. I think it's going to be the story of the USA.
Wow, what a save right there, by the way. It is still going on. These games are insane. It seems like every last one of them, except for the United States and Belgium, are coming down to the wire. Right now, Switzerland and Colombia, they're in extra time 103, going to 104, and a 0-0 game. The winner will face Argentina, who, Tyler, we were sitting there watching earlier. They got no business beating Egypt. Egypt's up 2-0 at the 67th minute, and then from that point on to minute 93, Argentina scored 3 goals to take the lead and get the win. Messi tying the game at the 84th minute, and then when they got to extra time, this is what it sounded like.
Lautaro Martinez sending it over. Enzo Fernandez. Can you believe this? Egypt are asking the question about something that happened at the other end. Argentina played on, and Enzo Fernandez has perhaps scored the goal that keeps the defending world champions alive. The complaints continue meanwhile.
Listen, I'm going to tell you what, I think during the game, obviously Messi was still going and trying to win. But after it was over, the exhale and almost tears, thought it was over.
Yeah.
I think he thought it was over, and the look on their face is almost like, I can't believe we pulled this off. So it has been really great drama. The Mexico-England match was great drama. Norway, that was great drama. Like, it has been. France was great drama. I mean, this is the second time. Argentina, they are flirting with it, with teams that they are favored with. Cape Verde. I was at the airport at Hobby at the Rustic, just having me a few. And head to that plane, I felt like I deserved it after doing 12 hours of radio.
Yeah, you did.
And that place was going crazy.
Appletini, please.
There was a cook or somebody at the back of that Rustic restaurant that was a huge Argentina fan, because she was back there losing it. I think it was a she, just screaming. But it has been crazy. These all of them are coming down to the wire. But back to what you said, I hope that's not the case. I hope, Tyler, in a month, when this is kind of over, that we remember, man, it became a thing for a little bit.
Yep.
Like, it became a thing, and everybody was Team Flo. And now I think Pulisic, their best player, never really got it going, and that's kind of a disappointing thing. But I hope this thing is not remembered for just those 90 minutes. Somebody texted and said 100 attaboys can be overshadowed by one and they
but that wasn't again. I mean, this was not CJ being overwhelmed when he's down some of his big guns and just having a crappy performance. This was going out in a big stage, in a big moment, and not being prepared, being overwhelmed for the entire game. No adjustments, no star power, not even able to do the simple things well. I mean, it was and look, maybe Belgium, their defense was so stout that they were able to keep the USA from doing their thing. Maybe it was. I don't know the game well enough. It sure looked to me like the United States made it really, really easy on Belgium to win that game. Yep. I mean, everything looked hard for the United States. Getting the ball down the field, ball between the hashes, it looked like they were getting blitzed. Get the ball on the sideline, everybody was double-teamed. Just getting the ball to the middle of the field to where within striking distance of the goal was a challenge all day long. And, I mean, to the point where the commentators are literally saying, hey, man, kicking the ball around the perimeter is not going to cut it. You're going to try something else. I mean, like, that wasn't just hey, man, my quarterback showed up and didn't play well. That wasn't hey, we showed up and, man, two or three of our big guns were hurt. I mean, that was, hey, man, you had everybody.
It was a meltdown.
It was an absolute meltdown as an organization as a whole. So this ain't no, boy, yeah, man, well, it was just a boy, golly, man, we let that one slip. No, that was ugly across the board.
I did not have gosh golly on my bingo
I wanted to
card
curse,
today.
but I didn't let it rip.
I don't know if that's
doggone it.
Okay, there's a Roy Williams, but I don't know that I've heard gosh golly from you. I think that's the first time I've heard that.
I'll be honest with you. I think it's
6+ years.
I think it's the first time I've ever said it in my life.
Good golly, Miss Molly.
Gosh golly, love it.
I would probably ridicule anybody else that said it.
Yeah, gosh, I like it. All right.
I didn't like it, nerd.
Can the Texans?
You ain't wrong.
Can the Texans have a top 10 rushing attack if they don't have a top 25 running back? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, if you're sitting out there and you've got a hairline issue that's bothering you, man, you've got.
games, concerts, friendlies, and more as soccer in Houston hits the world stage. Stop in and join the party with us all tournament long at Shell Energy Stadium.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, we've come to that time where Jeremy Fowler does executives, talking to executives, coaches, scouts, and they rank the top 10 players at each position group. Then they also give others that were receiving votes and honorable mentions that many executive coaches, scouts look at these players and their rankings. And the running back one came out, Clint. And listen, I did not have any thoughts that the Texans would have anyone in the top 10. I wonder how many of you are surprised that David Montgomery did not make the top 20 of the listed names that the coaches and the scouts and the GMs, what they put out. How many of you would be surprised? Because it was nowhere to be found. Not 19, not 20, not 17, none of that. The top 10 was ones that make sense. Bijan Robinson, number 1, Jahmyr Gibbs, Saquon Barkley, Christian McCaffrey, Jonathan Taylor, Derrick Henry, James Cook, A-Chain, Kenneth Walker, and Breece Hall. But then, down the list, I wondered if you see it. I see Alvin Kamara comes on the list, and I wonder, all right, that seems to be potentially in the range of a David Montgomery. I feel like there's Travis Etienne and David Montgomery. I feel like there's a gap there between those two. They're different players. I just think Etienne can do more. Ashton Genty is down there, but of the 20 names they have listed on there, of the top 10 honorable mention and others receiving votes, there is no David Montgomery there. And I'll be honest, Clint, I'm not surprised by that. I would not have been shocked if he were 2019 in this thing, if he were there where Alvin Kamara is. But I'm not shocked by it because I do think with his age, I wonder how many question if he can be, a legit number 1 back in the league. Yeah. At this point, at his age, right now. Now I don't know if the Texans are saying that's exactly what we want from him, but.
Yeah, look, I think David Montgomery, the Texans are going to try to sell him as a 3-down back. Obviously, he's got the potential to be that, but it's not ideal. Being up there in age, he probably needs to for somebody to take some of the load off of him, which hopefully Woody Marks can do that. I'm with you. I listen to that list and I'm like maybe 19, 20-ish at best. Beyond the guys that are the obvious top 10s, I think you get into, okay, are there some backs out there that are in exotic systems that do some different things? I don't know that the downhill 3 yards in a cloud of dust type of back that's going to run between the tackles, hard yard. I don't know that guy is going to be real sexy for these kind of lists, right? I mean, I just don't know. I would have been shocked if he'd have been on the list. I mean, but you can take the top 10 off the table because those are just completely different level backs. And then you start getting into the even 10 through 20 is pretty damn good backs. So I'm not shocked that he's not on that top 20 list, although I will give the respect of it. It wouldn't have surprised me if he was in that 19-20 range.
Yeah, it's just like, I'll be honest, when I look at David Montgomery, I feel like you got a hell of a run game if he's the number 2.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it feels better about him being – and I'm not saying your number one has to be Jahmyr Gibbs, like maybe the best in the game. But you just feel like you've got a stronger – like, all right, that's a – when he's the lead, it does feel a little different when he is the lead back.
Well, you would think – I think where –
At this point in his career.
Yeah, at this point in his career, I think where you're going with it – I mean, I don't want to speak for you, but for me, like if he were the punisher, if he were the finisher –
yes.
Right, that would be okay. They got something they got to deal with. Instead, he's coming here to be number one and be a 3-down back. That's going to be a little tough to sell when you start talking about top 20 running back ranking.
That's why it's
because you look at that list. Love ain't even on there. Did you say Love? The kid who got drafted this year at Notre Dame.
They didn't put the rookie.
I mean, hell, they got him. They got him and Jahmyr Gibbs in the same category.
I would
coming
imagine.
out.
I'd imagine he's going to probably be on that list next
Right?
year.
Yeah. I mean, there's some cats. Yeah. So I don't know. I'm with you. I think you need. I don't know of outside of Houston. I don't know that Woody Marks is the 1-2 punch that folks are looking for with David Johnson, David Montgomery. Ooh, well, that was bad. David Montgomery to really move the needle.
Yeah, he's got a like almost a Cam Scatterboo feel to me. Like if we'll see if Cam's the finisher and the punisher, and you want somebody else to ride with it. I think the other point is now that you look at that and you think about David Montgomery, because I do think he is perfect for what the Texans are looking to do, what they want. The way they've built their offensive line, the way they've Foster Moreau adding him in, I think the physical punishing. Yeah. I think they're good with 4 or 5 yards.
Yep.
I don't know that I'm not saying they don't want big chunks or breakaways, but I think they're perfectly fine with that. And I just wonder, though, can this be a top 10, and we've talked about the top 10 level running game. And when I look at top 10, what I've looked at is most yards per game rushing from a team, whatever that comes from, running backs, quarterbacks, whatever. Can this be a top 10 rushing offense with Montgomery and Woody Marks as the 1-2 punch?
No chance.
And this offensive line, you think no?
I don't think this offensive line is as bad as I guess some folks may think in terms of being the weakest link on the team. But I don't think they're improved enough to be a top 10 rush attack, especially per yard, by yards per game. I don't think there's a chance in hell of that happening.
Yeah. And to me, the way that they seem to want to be as if they could be as effective as they want to offensively, like to me, it feels like they have to have a top rushing type of team.
Yeah, here's the thing. They're with our defense more times than not. Now, I don't think it's going to work in the playoffs, but more times than not, our defense is going to give you the opportunity to be ultra conservative and just commit to the run game and bludgeon folks, even if you're not scoring. Bludgeon folks, stay ahead of the chains, give yourself opportunities to sustain drives, and then in the fourth quarter, you've committed so much to the bludgeoning that maybe they're tired, and then you can move the football in the fourth quarter. I think the defense is going to give us the opportunity to do that. Now, whether we can win games that way when it matters versus good opponents is yet to be seen.
Yeah. We'll see. Somebody text in, that's wrong. He's definitely top 20. I don't think he's definitely top 20.
Yeah. I could see the argument of late teens, but definitely top 20. No, I can't get there.
Yeah, but again, that does not mean he is not legit perfect for what the Texans want to do.
Oh, no. What they're trying to accomplish.
Yes.
And what they're trying to sell, absolutely.
Swiss knife.
Absolutely.
It makes sense. To me,
we'll see if it makes sense.
I think it makes at least the type of runner in addition that they wanted. I don't know if it's going to completely work, but it at least makes sense for if we want to be a team that is a physical run team that wants to add that S word that they like using, swarm, and we want to be that, then he makes a lot of sense that was out there.
Yeah.
It does. We'll see. We'll see what that looks like.
Were you David Montgomery, Wyatt Teller, and Braden Smith away from winning one last year?
In last year's field, maybe, or at least getting to it. In last year's field,
maybe.
Because they were about there last year. They're about there last year. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. All right, coming up, T-Mill's best bets is, oh boy, tough Monday. I mean, a really tough Monday. But we'll walk past it. We'll turn the page on that as soon as we remind you of what happened on Monday. But we'll turn the page on that, and we'll get to T-Mill's best bets. That'll be coming up here a little bit as we return, and we'll look at this situation. You just can't blame Mike for this. We'll give you the latest if you missed it. What's happened with Mike Burrows? His season with the Astros on their big club should be over. We'll let you know the latest of that coming up next.
I could call Ninja Turtle.
I bet you could.
Garfield too.
Garfield.
.com or wherever high-performance running cheese are sold.
Honey, did you invite the Minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
All right, H-Town. Today's picks are in. The choice is yours. Are you tailing?
Forget the myths the media's created and just follow the money.
Or fading?
There is no nobility in poverty.
It's time for T-Mill's best bets on the drive.
I want you to deal with your problems by becoming rich.
All right, this was rough for Tyler. I mean, there's no other way we can look at it. I mean, every single player hit yesterday. By the way, this Switzerland-Colombia game has moved to penalty kicks, and the winner of this will face Argentina. But Tyler picked the lone person who didn't swing the bat well. I mean, even the entire bottom of the lineup, Isak Paredes, couldn't get 1.5 bases.
Literally, he won.
The one. And then he drunk the Kool-Aid of the U.S. The U.S. with Belgium. He drunk it.
I was so hyped for a fun-ass Monday night sports night with the World Cup and the Astros, and they both really thoroughly pissed me off.
Well, at least the Astros took care of one of them.
Yeah.
All right, so he was 0 for 3, and then Mets and Braves. He was 0 for 3. Let's see if he can get back on track. What's your best bets tonight? And remember, best bets, you can find them every night at Space City Sharp. Space City Sharp on Twitter. I don't know how I've not just messed that up multiple times.
Nailed it every time.
But you can find those every single night. He'll have them listed. What are they tonight?
You are a pro. That's why you nail it every time.
I can't say fresh fish very much.
Fresh. That's right. We got up the ante.
Don't beat yourself up.
I think you should just work on it, practice. Up in the ante tonight. Yes. Well, can't argue with that. Y'all heard the big voice guy. He said you tailing, you fading. It might be time to fade. You never know. But I got 4 MLB bets because we don't quit on this show, even if we do lose money. Scared money don't make money. First bet tonight is big fella Jordan. He's been destroying righties. He's facing a lefty to start tonight for the Nationals. But he does just as much damage against the lefties whenever their arm's on the same side of his bat. So take Jordan over 1.5 total bases.
This is getting serious. He's opening things up with Jordan 1.5 bases.
Yeah.
He's got to get back on track. This is serious.
Last couple times I went 0 for 3 on Monday. I just stayed with 3 Tuesday. We're going up to 4. So that's your first best bet. Jordan over 1.5 total bases. Second best bet tonight around baseball, Brewers at the Cardinals, little NL Central rivalry action. I'm on the under in this one, under 8 runs. This is the second game of a doubleheader tonight for those two. And I told y'all about my rule. Now, it didn't work out last time, but I told y'all about the doubleheader rule. But I always bet the under on the second game of a doubleheader, so I'm on under 8 runs between the Brewers and Cardinals in Game 2.
Just ignore it. Just say it every time. Don't talk about the last time it didn't work. By the way,
that's a good point.
Colombia just missed their second PK, so Switzerland is in control, and so is Seth Payne.
Swiss. Third best bet tonight, Pirates to win. Pirates money line. Pittsburgh is hosting the Atlanta Braves, and to be honest, the Braves have just been pissing me off lately because I was betting them a little bit, and they wouldn't win anything. And Paul Skeens is on the mound for the Pirates tonight, who could very well be a future Houston Astro, maybe. That'd be fun. We could add him.
Yeah, I don't think so, but yeah. Could be a thought.
Then your fourth and final best bet around baseball very quickly. Another under, this time 9 runs. The Brewers-Cardinals was under 8 runs. I got the Phillies at the Reds tonight under 9 runs. Natty, Philadelphia in that baseball game. Those are your 4 best bets.
Yeah, I don't want Jim to trade for Paul Skeens to not pay him. Like Jim. Wow. I mean, some of these penalty kicks can just look so easy. That guy rifled it up. Switzerland up 2-1 in penalty kicks. It comes down, everything comes down to this. You just played 2 hours or whatever, and it comes down to penalty kicks. But those are his 4 best bets. You can find those at Space City Sharp every single night. See if Tyler can get back get back in the winning ways on a Tuesday. All right, before we get to Homer Mike, if you missed it, I did slide down to Memphis this weekend, and
Tennessee.
Memphis feels like a city that just says to themselves, "Man, we're gonna stay this size, folks."
Yeah, we're not gonna do any growing.
Well, we're just gonna stay right here, folks. That's what we're gonna do, man. We're gonna hold. I know people all across the city are really trying to, and it's a good city, really trying to expand and grow up. Nah, man, we're gonna chill right here. We're gonna chill right here, man. We're good on these roads. We'll keep these roads right here, man. We'll keep these potholes, man. We're gonna do this thing.
It hasn't changed much. No, I spent some time over there. Not in the last handful of years, but I spent some time over there before. It doesn't change much.
It hasn't changed a ton since. Not a ton. There's some changes, but not a ton. But went to Bill Street, Tyler.
I'm unfamiliar.
Never been to Bill Street. Okay.
Never been to Memphis.
I want to get to might check it out a little bit.
Bill Street's solid.
Bill Street is a strong. Got over there.
You see them cats flipping up down the street?
Nah, we were there mostly during the day. We didn't get there at night.
What would you compare like a Bill Street to? Is it like a 6th Street? Is it like a Broadway in Nashville? Probably not as big.
No, it's.
I'm trying to think of
Reno.
I mean, it's got the jazz.
Yeah,
the jazz vibe is very like country music Nashville.
Yeah,
the jazz Memphis. It's not near as big, but it's got that New Orleans Bourbon Street. You know where you're at. Bill Street is jazz. You know exactly where you're at.
It's a little darker than Broadway.
Don't they put in more lights?
Yeah, we talked about this last week. I mean, I'd say one's on one end of the spectrum, the other's on the other.
Yeah,
I mean, even though Nashville has changed quite a bit, I still think.
Yeah, but that's like if you go down Broadway, you go down Bill. It's just it's a different, but a bunch of bars and restaurants, and this thing is getting serious. Wow, what a save! A bunch of bars and restaurants, and clubs and stuff like that, like jazz clubs and everything. But man. We rode through Clint, Tyler, to Wet Willie's.
Gotcha.
Sounds like a spot.
Would they have a wall of them Frozens for you?
Wet Willie's, world's greatest daiquiris, and I thought I'd give it a shot. I'd like to.
Appletini, please.
By the way, I think Lauren is into frozen drinks.
I'm not sure that's a good pairing.
Well, they're getting virgins.
They had naked ones. They had a few non-alcoholic. I went down there, and you ain't lying, but they had a wall of them. And I'm sitting there, man. They got you walk in, they got a Sex on the Beach, they got a White Russian. They just had it all. And I'm sitting there trying to figure out which way to go with. So I just got me a little mix of strawberry, green apple. Didn't do too much. I like those flavors, but I could have gone back. Lauren wanted to go back. We just didn't make our way back. But
y'all was in the city then, huh?
Yeah, we were in the city. Yeah, but yeah, that Wet Willie's. You can't just. You gonna go Wet Willie's and then call yourself the world's greatest daiquiris? Yeah. I've got to go check you out.
Well, I'm glad you found that, man.
Yeah, man.
Did it live up to it, you think?
It always does.
Doesn't take much.
About 5 drinks in, man. Five sips in.
Hey, options and quantity. And
that was the tough part. Just sit back. Like,
what'd you go with?
I told you, I said that little strawberry, sour green apple. I should have gone through more and tasted.
You absolutely should have. That is your identity.
They had a wall of deliciousness. I'd like to go back. We are now 3-3 with penalty kicks.
I bet your mouth was so wet.
And this is it right here. It is. I'm thinking about it right now. I can see the wall. I think I've got the order in my head right now that I studied it. Right now, by the way, Switzerland, Colombia. If Switzerland makes this kick, we'll move on. And I think this will be almost like I would think an upset. Switzerland, if they're able, maybe if they're talking trash. That's what a funny thing is these goalies and these and these guys, they be walking up there talking trash like they're on the free throw line.
Our goalie sure as hell better not have been talking any trash.
Man, he's out there just
this is kind of like the Rockets after watching the Spurs and OKC or the Spurs and the Knicks. After watching our group, like our guy wouldn't stand a chance, and at least that One of these, not that one. I think the other one, the one in the black outfit. He seems like
he's got it
figured out.
Yeah, he's got him a nice save. They knock this. They will face Messi and Argentina, and they will. Switzerland moves on. They win the penalty kicks easily. That young man who missed that penalty kick earlier is going to have a hard time living with himself. Switzerland moves on.
He had it right. He just kicked it too high off the crossbar.
The final 8 has been decided, and Switzerland getting the last spot in the quarterfinals. They will face Messi and Messi, the miracle that they had against Egypt. They will face them coming up later on this week. So it's set. The final 8 is set. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. Shout out to my man, both of those guys who were helpful with the Radiothon, and John Harris sitting down for an hour with us. John will rank his top 5 black movies. Number 5 is one that caught me completely off guard.
They're doing this on All Access?
No, they're not doing this on All Access. They did it. He did it on the Radiothon.
I missed
on Friday.
That.
Yeah, number 1, Boomerang. Number 2, Boys in the Hood. Solid 1-2 punch. Can't argue with that. Number 3,
Coming to America.
Coming to America. Number 4, Drumline, and then number 5.